tiny.
Is this the Black Loki? What? Who said this? When did this happen?
Thor.
Thor said that?
In Avengers, when everyone's fighting, he's just like, oh, you people are so petty and tiny.
I don't remember this at all.
I promise it's real.
I believe you. I don't have a memory of that because I haven't watched Avengers since like 2013 or something.
It's a good movie.
Did it come out in 2013?
2012.
Yeah, 2013 might be the last time I saw it. I don't know.
Really? It's such a good movie though. I love that movie.
Well, I'm sorry I haven't seen it then.
It's one of my comfort movies. It makes me happy.
Anyway, howdy folks, EJ here. Apparently the stream quality is terrible.
Like me.
Look at it. It's like, I can barely live. It's in the red.
Oh,
it's
I should
probably...
do the thing.
Maybe I should plug in the wired connection.
Please forgive me in my head.
Well, I'll go plug in the wired connection and see if that helps improve the depth. Wait, reduce the amount of depth, perhaps.
You made me reduce.
My cookage. Okay.
Please forgive me. Who is?
Who is? Well, hello there!
Sad arsonist pog.
I forgot about that name. That's hilarious.
Sad
Hey, welcome to the stream. I don't know if you can hear us or see us. I'm trying to improve the internet quality as we speak. But we have bad internet and it's been dropping all day. It's like been doing weird things and people have been complaining that it doesn't work anymore. So we're gonna do our best to get it working. Each time I got wires. Why am I doing that? I have no idea.
Hello, Penguin. Yeah?
Would you like to explain what we're doing and explain how it might be the last part and stuff and cheer and dab?
Dab. Hi. I keep getting ads. Oh, that's unfortunate. Hopefully those go away soon. Lugie's here. Okay, hello, Pengu, Lugie, arsonist. Okay, so I'm supposed to say that this is the book Ethan wrote when he was 11 to 13, and sorry, I'm like really not able to focus on anything today. Focus, words. We've read like 250 pages, maybe a little bit more, and we're gonna finish it today, even though it might take us a long time, but that's okay. We're gonna finish like the last 50 pages that might actually have some story, because so far there's been literally no story and just a bunch of mindless adventuring and Furtjungi and ship drama, which is honestly my favorite part because it makes me laugh a lot. If it makes poor Ethan cringe and want to die, which if I was reading a romance I wrote when 11 years old, I would be dying as well, but when I'm reading someone else's 11-year-old romance, it makes me laugh. So yeah, we're gonna like, the last thing that happened was something happened with the time machine. He like broke it and it yeeted him to like prehistoric times, and now he's like somewhere else, and he like for some reason he can't get back to his friends and he's all alone, and so Moldy Fart, the villain, is gonna like do something. I don't know, but that's all I remember is like he's alone and the time machine's like broken or something.
I had to stand on a desk in order to plug it in.
Oh.
Hopefully it worked.
Hello, Seb.
Seb!
Not that it has no
Hello.
story, it almost has too much story. He took 49 adventure movies and crammed them together so hard you can't tell when they change.
Yeah, kind of.
You brought cookies.
Did you explain that we're going to read a fanfiction by Seb first?
I didn't say that yet because I had no details,
Oops.
but apparently there's this Seb fanfiction.
Yes.
Super pre.
He sent me this today, and I was like, oh, heck yeah, this sounds terrible.
Oh,
I love
boy.
it. Also, I have food, so I might be nibbling as we do this.
I don't have food because...
Would you like to be the reader of the
Sure.
nuggets? Also, if you would like some food, I can...
No, I don't know what... Oh my gosh, I'm gonna punch you. I'm gonna fly to the Philippines and punch you.
Okay.
Okay, so you want me to open this? Google Doc. Boop.
What the heck just happened? Oh, that makes sense because
Why
it's
would
a web page.
Yeah, why were you freaked out by that? Oh my.
Oh my. Oh my.
Is this belly button like a portal to another dimension? What's happening there?
It's so shiny and rough. That's my butt cheek guy.
Okay.
Wow. That is a lot of abs.
Okay, super
Look at the wingdings and making fun of even the formatting.
A spin-off story from the original works of Evan Thompson by Seb the Nose. Wow.
I love it already.
Evan's story, Book 0, The Trouble with Human Beings. Dedicated to the only one who shows me I have a reason to live every day, Shrek. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Notes concerning sources and authorship. Who cares? Table of contents. Start of the book already for crying out. Freaking loud. Poop, poop, poop. Page 4. Start of the book already for crying out. Freaking loud. Evan! I heard a shout which awoke me from my state of being asleep. I looked up to see my teacher, Mrs. Mold, glaring at me from across the room. I loved learning, but math class felt like a waste of time. What's 32 times 89? She hollered at me. 2,848, I replied. You can't just give me the answer. Come up to the board and work it out. Wow. Such a waste of my precious time. I guess having to work out these types of calculations on paper was the norm. Wow. For some reason, ever since I was very tiny, these things came naturally to me. Any calculation I heard, I would be able to instantly solve in my brain. But of course, I'm still just like everyone else. Are you? I was about to get up from my seat when the bell rang. Lunchtime! Kids rushed out of the door, and Mrs. Mold was almost knocked away from the pure, unbridled force of hungry third graders. I walked out the door after most of them had gone. I enjoy lunch. Great. Apparently. Really? It lets me talk to some of my friends or think about things, like how everyone thinks my life is perfect. Little do they know, it's far from perfect. In fact, my life is so imperfect sometimes I can't even name any of the problems in my life. They are so numerous. Actually, I can think of a few. For instance, I need to buy new shirts every week or two because they keep ripping. I don't really understand that. Another problem in my life is... You can solve any calculation, but you can't understand the problem of you have more abs than, like, body. More abs than thread count in the shirt. Yeah. Another problem in my life is how people asking me the strangest questions. Sometimes they ask me how I'm so buff. I tried looking that word up in the dictionary, but I still don't understand the question. I suppose I'm destined to forever face these hardships. I hit my head on the top of the doorframe while going to lunch. It bent, shaving into my forehead. This is a cartoon, I love it. Now my forehead will be immortalized above the doorway heading towards the lunchroom. I crept out of there before anyone could notice. It was lunchtime. Whose head is that? Wow, that's so... The abnormally tall third grader. My friends were already sitting at our usual tables, so I sat with them. Johan was there, Gwen and Erica too. I enjoy my friends. I think it's very heartwarming when someone else will stay by your side no matter what. Because they're a hive mind and they have no choice. I mean, it's very useful. Who knows when I might need someone to sacrifice if I'm out on an adventure. If it ever comes to that, I have my people in mind. Hi, Evan, Erica cheerfully remarked as I sat down. I was confused, disturbed even. What was this strange form of speech Erica was directing at me? Was she trying to hint at something? Is this translatable? I just sat down and smiled. Oh no. I will never understand girls. Hey Evan, we were wondering if you wanted to come over to my house to play basketball, Johan asked me. Sports. Can I use my real ninja sword that I sharpen on weekends? No. I'm devastated, but I must contain it. My emotions are a weakness. Not many know this, but I am actually quite sensitive under my extremely thick and powerful, bulletproof skin. Hashtag relatable, some might say. Although I don't know why people add the tic-tac-toe sign at the front. Maybe it's common to like that game. I know all 255,000 combinations, so I can replicate any game perfectly. But I'm getting off track. I do that often. I wonder what would happen if I time traveled to ancient Egypt. I'll put it on my bucket list. Alright, I guess I can still play, I said to Johan. Epic, he replied, but no dunking this time. As I'm taller than the thing. What else am I supposed to do? Paper football. Johan just wants to ruin my life. If I ever need to make a deal with the devil, I know who'll be the first to go. Gwen must have seen some sort of emotion on my face because she then asked me a question I had no response to. Evan, do you have a pencil sharpener? What? Why? Because I have a pencil and it needs sharpening.
Whoa.
I understand.
What kind of weird code is this?
Girl language is sometimes confusing, but I was somehow able to decipher that she needed a pencil sharpener.
Wink.
Luckily, I believe I had one between two of my erectus abdominis muscles, scientific term for abs, don't worry. I put my hand under the table and pulled a pencil sharpener. Gwen saw my action. I don't think I need that sharpener after all, she remarked. I started eating my peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
One of my immense chest hairs out of it.
Wait, was the capital of the peanut butter, is that a reference? I feel like that happened in the book. Where you capitalized.
Peanut butter.
I feel like that was a thing. That's maybe a good callback if it is. Very high in protein, carbs, and vitamin A. Hey, did you hear about the new iPad they're making? Johan asked us. iPad? I exclaimed. What's that?
It's something you dab on your eyes.
It's like a computer, but mobile and made of one screen. No keyboard or anything, Johan replied. I could feel the information flowing into my brain. But a mobile computer with no keyboard? Impossible. I thought my internet-free super laptop was the peak of innovation. I'm sure it's just a passing trend, I retorted. Whatever you say, Johan responded. Hey, what are you guys doing after school today? Erica asked. Everyone began giving their replies, but I was focused on something deeper. Why would anyone want to know what I was doing after school? Perhaps Erica is involved in some sort of espionage. Perhaps she's trying to learn my schedule, discover when I'm most vulnerable. Whatever she is planning, it won't work! I'm always on high alert, except when I'm sleeping. However, I sleep in my lab, but when it's locked up tight, I have no weakness. There is nothing and no one who can stop me. I will rule this earth and everyone in it. And after that, the universe.
I am the villain.
Evan? I looked up to see Erica. What are you doing after school?
Nothing. Definitely not plotting to take over the world.
Probably just some combat training, I replied. Oh, you're really good at that, Erica gushed. Remember that time you stabbed me in the chest and I had to stay in the hospital for 2 weeks? That was fun. You deserved that, Erica mumbled, slurping on a juice box. Why do you even do combat training anyway, Evan? Well, you never know.
Puts ointment on her cannonball wound.
I was cut off by the sound of the bell. Lunch was over. I'll see you guys later, I called while finishing my sandwich. I was right. One day, I will go on an adventure, and I will need all the training I have. For now, I have to deal with boring old school. But one day, I will prove myself that I am worthy to be the greatest hero the world has ever seen. One day. Oh, also the Maria show is following. Hello.
Oh, that was great, Seb.
That was beautiful. Oh, thank you. Thank you for not putting as many 500 intro pages before that.
No, he put this pretty much the same number.
Well, yeah, but he didn't actually write out paragraphs of I dedicate this book
because he respects our time.
Exactly.
Thank you. That was great, Seb. I appreciate it so much.
Peanut butter.
That was so funny.
I liked the part where he smacked his face into a thing and it bent.
Yeah, that was really clever. So that was the parody of what we've been reading for the past 7 streams. That's pretty much you're caught up now. You understand what's happening.
Basically, yeah.
I'm gonna continue eating, but let me go ahead and set up the actual. Sorry, where's my laptop? Laptop.
You killed it.
Laptop.
It's right here.
Laptop. Oh,
Laptop.
Thank you.
Ow, my knee. You abuse me.
I do. If I ever need to sacrifice someone to the devil, I'll know who to choose.
Don't throw me off, Vormir.
Vormir?
Vormir.
Oh.
You hacking hack.
You are a hacking hack.
Seb says, I'm sorry. Admin map. This was Seb. I was wondering what was going on. Well written, Seb. I was like, EJ Supervillain confirmed.
No, honestly? Yeah, this is Seb's parody of everything. Dang it! I have to scroll all the way to page 150 or 250. Where did they all have? Like
somewhere
254 or something. Anyway, let me plug in the things. Where is the thing? I found it. I was not quite prepared enough for this. Plug. I click.
Ah.
What happened?
It disappeared because it's doing a thing.
Oh. You're just doing a thing.
Yeah, that's not a plan. You're just doing a thing.
Okay, cool.
Whee!
Whoa, you did a thing.
It's still loading. That's why it's struggling.
The power of this computer is no.
Does my computer internet have no?
Yes, it does not. I require note. Whoopsie.
What is happening?
I have no idea. That's the thing I needed. Where's the charge? Okay. Everything is now at a decent level of existence. I appreciate.
Are you sure though?
Nope, not quite. Sorry for the delay.
Oh, hey, I'm trying to yeet.
So, I believe where we last left off, there was 254 pages of absolutely nothing plot relevant happening, and we were just kind of going on various adventures for no reason, with a time machine, doing various time travel shenanigans or whatever, but we didn't actually get to the inciting incident that actually makes the important part of the plot that'll continue onward for the next several books, or however many books I plan to do this story for. Nothing actually was important happening until now, but now we somehow broke the indestructible machine. Somehow the unbreakable machine has broken, and boom, I fell into a new land, and now we're in a weird place where there's darkness or something, and it's weird, and we're like, what? How did I get here?
I think this is where we left off, right? Because you just fell
254,
somewhere.
like I said. So we're 254 pages in out of 300. There's like 50 pages left for all the important part of the stuff, the plot to happen. I don't know why I waste your time for the last 7 streams, because this is the only one that matters apparently.
Yeah,
I guess I have to read a segment before I get to take another bite. I'm sad. Chapter 27. Are you guys ready? This will be the final stream, hopefully. 0 kilobytes per second on the stream. I don't know if anyone can hear us. Maybe I should start recording too, just in case it's not working at all. Hello? Can anyone hear us?
Help.
Are we lagging out entirely?
Get help.
Are we sad? Are we dead? Can anyone hear us? I'm gonna start recording just in case nobody can hear us and we end up reading this whole thing to nobody, so at least someone will have a record of it. Anyway, Seb says, oh my freaking gosh, the stream was lagging, but it finally stopped, but it was delayed, so I reloaded and got a whole ad, and it finished, and it's still lagging. Yeah, I think our internet is just terrible. We decided to downgrade our internet for some reason, and it's really bad now. And I have a wired connection now, but it's still bad. All I can think of to do is restart the modem, but that's, still might not help. So I guess we're just gonna have to deal with it being really laggy. I'm sorry if it's terrible and you can't hear anything. Hey. No.
Violence.
Bad.
Violence.
Anyway, sorry. This is a very, 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 very long intro. Chapter 27. I opened the hatch and walked out. There was nothing anywhere. I don't know what I'm standing on to do. I was like, whoa!
I've been falling for 30 minutes!
There was only blackness. Just black. All I could see was a small ball of electricity. That's not blackness!
That's not nothing!
Hovering just above the machine. I cocked my head and squinted at it as it sputtered weakly. Suddenly, I heard a sound off behind me, and I whirled. I still saw nothing. I backed up against the machine, realizing that I was being watched by something. Oh. I redirected my attention to the energy ball on top of the machine. It was strangely compelling, and it cast a warm glow on me. Curious, and in a sort of trance, I climbed up onto the time machine. I shook my head to clear it. Why was I up here? Someone could easily run into the machine and leave me behind, from this void. No, they couldn't. It was broken, and this glowing thing might be what I need to fix it. My brain argued as I continued to slowly approach the shining ball of light. Before I knew it, I was
a foot!
I was a foot away from the strange object. Gosh darn it. I felt the urge to touch it, but I was scared to do so. Hey, thanks for rating, Red Vaporeon YouTube.
I didn't know how to say that.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Welcome to the stream, you and your viewers. I appreciate you being here. Hope you're having a good one. Red Raid, yeet!
Ooh.
Each dab.
Red like
I hope
blood.
you can actually see us because we're having severe internet issues. But let us know if it's terrible and bad things are happening. Really rough. I was scared to touch it. Would something happen? Undoubtedly. But what? And would I live to recount the adventure? And again, if I left to go find some other power source, I would always wonder what would have happened.
Would you?
I could live with never knowing, but I needed a power source. I decided to see if I could bring some wires up to the top of the machine to see if this glowing ball would jumpstart the machine.
That's a great idea.
You didn't build this time machine anymore. You don't know how this works. Why would you, what?
Some random wires that I could electrocute myself with.
Just like got some operation cables. I turned to dismount the machine, but then I found myself mysteriously turning to the light again, enticed by the sphere of energy, astounded by the warmth of the orb's light. I found my hand reaching out, my birthmark inexplicably glowing warm as I touched it. Sun!
I was suddenly thrown from the machine's top by an invisible force, landing on my back and awakening from my seeming hypnosis. I looked up at the orb, which was now growing bigger, destroying the harmless, amiable appearance it had previously had. I shook my head to clear the cobwebs like you did 5 seconds ago, as I heard a scream.
Extreme foreshadowing. Hey, Heather.
Ooh, Heather?
Heather, I meant to say Heather, but I had mashed potatoes in my face.
Do that mashed potato, do that mashed potato. Anyway, I heard a scream, and the whatever it was that had been watching me ran. There was a clear indication to me that whatever I had done was wrong. I stood warily as
what is this mysterious feeling that you were getting?
I stood warily as the sphere began.
Maybe because you fell on his back and got yeeted.
Yeeting is a good indication that something bad just happened. I stood warily as the sphere began shooting lightning bolts out of itself. One bolt, which was larger than the other, refused to dissipate as it struck the machine's top. The unthreatening golden glow from the lightning suddenly became a deep red. I squinted against the blinding energy.
Which is bad.
As the bolt took the shape of a human and began to grow smaller, as though it was being used up. A strong wind suddenly kicked up, becoming a fierce gale that tried to force me away from the machine. I held onto the hatch as the bolt of lightning became solid and a human figure was standing on top of the machine, silhouetted by the last of the red glow. I gasped as the person turned to me, his face illuminated only by a stray bolt of electricity. I couldn't tell who he was, as the light was so bad, but I saw an eye I recognized, but I didn't know where from. But then the man turned away from me and touched the remains of the orb, absorbing still more of its energy. I had the feeling that this was very bad. The wind continued.
Why did I have this feeling? What is happening?
I had a bad feeling about this. The wind continued, forcing my hair to flutter and my eyes to water, a howl in my ears. The figure then transformed.
Such an anime boy.
Changing shape and size to become a more normal-looking human. He turned to me as the last of the wind died down and the glow nearly completely vanished. But the face I now saw, even in the dim light, I knew as well as my own.
It was me. Or was it? The person had the same hair, only it was slightly darker than mine. He had a more sinister complexion. He was slightly heavier and shorter than me. And he had more pimples. What?
Is that real?
Is that me? I thought. Will I really look like that later? Yeah, I grew shorter, gained more acne, and got heavier, and had my hair darker.
Aging.
Apparently.
And a sinister complexion.
Other than the previously mentioned characteristics, we were identical. That's kind of a lot of characteristics.
Can I just say, I hate the word pimple. It feels gross to say. It's one of those, there's several words that are like that. I can't think of other ones right now.
Does it feel like you should squeeze the word and like pop it?
It just grosses me out, just that word. Ew, I hate it. Continue.
But he didn't look quite human in some indescribable way. I just found it difficult to believe that he was me. And now he had sprouted from a bolt of lightning? What was this? Some person who could use magic messing with me?
I love that we've seen like this whole, oh my gosh, it's me in like every media that's ever existed, basically.
Yeah. I don't know if I had seen those at this point or not. Who knows?
Fanger says, bruh, it keeps buffering.
It's the dark clone.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I can't do anything about it, I'm sorry. I'm you, but eviler.
Ah, freedom at last! After years of being captured, finally I am unleashed!
Thank you, exposition
he shouted
man.
to the sky, his voice definitely different than mine slightly.
Oh, wow. Slightly.
Definitely different than mine slightly.
Definitely different slightly.
Yeah.
Might have a slight similarity.
I swallowed nervously. I saw his ears perk up, quite literally twitching.
What? Why does he have twitching ears?
And
Is he an anime cat girl? Does he just have like ears that like
I really hope not.
That'd be freaking amazing though. That would be a slight difference.
Slight. Quite literally twitching and turning slightly to face me more. He turned his gaze on me and I saw eyes that were not quite my own, ones that hid something dark. I did not, however, see the eye I thought I had glimpsed a moment before. Ah, I have forgotten my guest already, after only one moment. Well, let me not forget my manners. Welcome to the world of dimensions, which makes the Twilight Zone seem perfectly normal. The person greeted me with an overly polite edge to it that was obviously fake. He then waved his hand fiercely at me, waved his hand, and a tendril of the darkness that surrounded us grabbed me, literally.
Oh no.
But my birthmark was already in action, repulsing the evil substance.
Are we battling this man?
I guess. I tried to rush to the machine, but I found that the man had magically created a wall of darkness between me and the hatch.
How would you see this? Isn't everything dark already?
I thought so. The guy clucked his tongue as he walked the length of the machine amusedly, and then drew back and fired an immensely powerful magic laser at me. I found my arm already in motion, blocking the attack in time. This seemed to greatly surprise the man, and he squinted to get a closer look at me.
I'm never gonna be able to eat this food.
Sebs is definitely eviler than me. Slightly.
Super EJ versus Cat Girl. EJ!
Oh, no.
He's like sweaty anime weeb man. He floated down to the ground before me, as though he was a cloud blown by a gentle breeze. I recoiled, trying to stay as far away from him as possible. I admit my fear, as he was circling me and examining me. But what could I do? The man lifted my right sleeve suspiciously as he walked. Suddenly, my twin gasped, falling backwards and landing on his back on the ground. So shocked was he at my amazingness. Wow, what a bicep. He instantly fired a spell at me, which my birthmark's involuntary impulses were barely able to make me avoid.
Who the heck are you? I yelled at him as he prepared to fire again. At these words, he froze, slowly bringing his eyes back to meet my confused gaze. He held my stare for a good 30 seconds as he tried to discern whether I really didn't know what was going on or if I was just pretending. Then
Let's just wait 30 seconds here just to tell everyone how long and annoying and confusing that is.
30 seconds is a long time.
It's only been like 10 so far, maybe 15.
Hello, Mean Cat.
Just gonna keep staring for another like 15 more.
Oh my god.
How are you guys doing today? I'm still trying to figure out what's happening here. Need to size you up just a little bit more. Haven't got enough yet. Okay, maybe he doesn't know what he's going on.
Then a sharp piercing pain exploded in my head like a really a sharp piercing pain exploded in my head like a really annoying small headache. Your descriptions are so contradictory all the time. It's so funny.
Wow. I had the worst pain imaginable as I minorly hurt myself.
Exactly. Tell me the truth, Evan, me number 2 ordered, his voice like poisoned honey? What does that even mean?
Tell me the truth, Evan.
Oh, that sounds like poisoned honey,
yeah,
guys.
for sure. I don't know. It's like sickeningly sweet. Maybe I just liked that.
Poisoned honey.
I think I know where I stole that poisoned honey from. It's like some weird picture book of like Pilgrim's Progress, but reimagined as like a children's picture book thing. And they used that term, poisoned honey, his words like poisoned honey or something.
Was it that book?
And I was like, oh, that's a good imagery. I should steal that, but it doesn't really make sense in this context where I tried to use it for.
Was it that book where like the edgy kid had headphones in the car and he was like, oh, I hate everything. And then he got to church and he was like, I'm gonna go to the basement and be emo.
And he
and then he
fell through the floor into another dimension. Yes, it's that book.
I remember that.
It was such a weird book.
That was funny.
But yeah, that's what it was. If anyone else knows that book, you're a legend.
I have no idea what it was even called or anything.
I don't remember. A Christian's Journey, maybe? I don't know.
Possibly, I don't know. Do you remember anything since the day you were brought back to the castle after having been raised with your girlfriend? He asked. Wait, what?
What?
Do you remember anything since the day you were brought back to the castle after having been raised?
Was I ever raised with my girlfriend? What happened
Does that
here?
mean like raised or like raised like as a child? I'm confused.
Is this something about the like weird reincarnation alien past life thing? Because I don't remember any of the lore for what happened there, but I don't know what else you could be referencing. What?
Seb is struggling. I'm sorry.
I have no idea what that meant.
I don't either. You go.
Sorry, I'm chewing.
How dare you?
Where is it? What are you talking about? Gotcha. What are you talking about? I yelled, trying to resist the searing pain in my head which had forced my hand to my forehead and my eyes shut.
Answer me! Yes or no! He cried fiercely as the pain intensified.
I don't even know how to begin with a yes or no answer to whatever the heck that is.
I need many more details.
No, fine, no, I guess I don't remember. I don't know what the heck you're talking about, sir, I yelled. The pain suddenly dissipated as he smiled, apparently deciding on my truthfulness in ignorance. Wow. Then he stood, chuckling, and he waved his hand, which brought the remains of the energy ball levitating down to him. He then touched the dissolving energy sphere.
Suddenly, the last remnant of the glowing orb exploded, sending a circular shockwave in all directions. The black nothingness was suddenly changed, thrown into confusion by the blast. If only I had realized then that my greatest enemy had just been unleashed with nearly infinite power, and my life would never be the same again.
Unlimited power. Why couldn't this have happened at the beginning of the book? Then it would have made sense that this man just like suddenly start appearing everywhere.
Yeah, apparently he's unleashed now.
Oh boy, now he's unleashed, and all the stuff before was not him being unleashed.
Yeah, he was just vibing.
He was just there and, you know, felt like spitting on my birthmark or whatever. Whoa! I stuttered as I looked around in awe. Gotta finish chewing there. Oh, I thought it was a bigger paragraph. It was just 2 pages, sorry. My voice echoed eerily in the huge void of white nothingness directly in front of us. Wow, it went from dark nothingness to white nothingness.
Oh my gosh.
How racist. I don't know. The light seemed to come from everywhere because there was no shadows, which made it look strangely like we were standing on nothing. My eyes hurt from the overwhelming shade of white. Ah, it's so bright here. And there were no smells, no tastes, and hardly anything to hear. The sky, the ground, it was like a huge, no-sided white room with very weird furniture.
To our left,
that was such a weird description.
All of them
Who describes a giant expanse of void as it was like a huge, no-sided white room with very weird furniture? What drugs was I on?
Take a writing class. To our left, there was a playground of crazy things, such as an inflatable river spanned by rainbow stepping stones.
How do you have an inflatable?
I don't know. I have so many questions.
Is there chunky roll on it?
I hope so. A tangled up jungle gym and a floating upside down swing. Behind us was a mangled, twisted, crooked building so tall that it looked like it corkscrewed up forever. To our right was every impossible thing, every optical illusion, and every book and movie character come alive.
Why every single one of them? How would I tell that? What even is an impossible thing, and how does it exist?
Winnie the Pooh was walking down the impossible staircase illusion that had no bottom or top step.
Which I'm definitely familiar of.
Nancy Drew was floating upside down past a school bus that turned itself inside out every 3 seconds. Harry Potter was
just an infinite loop of...
That's so great. Harry Potter was walking through a brick wall. Okay, Indiana Jones
pretty normal, though.
was flying as he shook hands. He was flying as he shook hands with Obi-Wan Kenobi. Okay.
What? Why?
I don't know. I don't know what's happening right now.
Why am I doing this? I'm ripping off literally everything, every media that I know of.
Yep.
For some reason. The place at which my twin and I stood was like the town square or something, and our machine was in the very center. There were shapes and letters and a number or two floating around. Suddenly, a non-human book character that I had never seen before jumped onto a hexagon that stood in the town square, vanishing into thin air. What vanished into thin air? The character, the mysterious hexagon, the machine, the world? What's happening? I blinked, confused, as he, or that other guy, lifted a corner of a rectangle that was on the ground, and half of it faded away, turning into a triangle. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, mumbling to himself. His voice was deeper than mine. I was about to make a dash for the machine and escape from this lunatic, which you can't because it is broken, when the vanishing book character reappeared 3 feet above my head, falling and knocking me over as it landed on me. I backed away from the character nervously, wondering what in the world was going on here. Did I hit my head? Am I dreaming? I thought as I tried to grab a floating cue. It dissolved in my hands, which gave me a weird tickling sensation. I was surprised, and I staggered backwards, bumping into the tangled-up jungle gym, which started vibrating and melting, gobs of the colorful metal dripping down onto the floor. It's not really a floor, apparently. It's just an expanse of nothing. What is happening? I am on drugs.
It feels like...
Have you taken LSD?
It feels like the end of Gravity Falls with Mabel's
yeah.
world.
I mean, it's just your standard, like, oh no, world is exploding, all chaos has been unleashed kind of, like...
Why have I yawned 60 million times?
Except I didn't reject any bad ideas. I just wanted to, I just wanted to use every word I ever thought of and like throw it all on the page. Nothing is wasted. Everything must be used because I am just so good at writing. All my ideas are comedy gold. I don't know.
Ryan says, it's like he's writing Revelation imagery but failing.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Bro, Winnie the Pooh is canon, the Super EJ universe. Is Pooh Dies also canon?
The EJ cinematic universe.
Oh no.
Pooh Dies? Oh no, he knows that video?
Of course he knows Pooh Dies. Pooh Dies is an iconic masterpiece.
8-year-old EJ didn't care about copyright. He was above the law. What pills accidentally went into your applesauce before you wrote that day?
Honestly, I don't know.
All of them. Holy cow.
Yikes! I yelled, jumping back as the melting thing dissolved into a perfectly round puddle that started shrinking in diameter but growing taller as well, becoming a cylinder.
I think this is actually the first, like, thing I wrote, like, back in the original 10-page long story or whatever. This whole, like, chaos world is, like, the first thing that happened because I was like, okay, what would happen if you break the time machine? Where would you go? Where would it put you? How about a world where there are no rules? And it, like, breaks everything.
Wow.
And then I slowly expanded this whole thing of chaos.
Does seem very chaotic.
Yes.
That
the problem with a world with no rules is the rules aren't there, and you can't like have any stakes or drama because everything just kind of ex machina happens because nobody knows what's happening, so you can have anything you want happen. There's like, okay, let's get on with it.
Yeah.
So 50 pages are probably going to take place here, and it's going to be really boring. Oh, no. Maybe. Who knows?
Then it started growing and bulging until it looked like an airplane made of modeling clay, which then flew across the town square before crashing right in front of Winnie the Pooh. The poor cartoon character was scared half to death and died! And she jumped backwards and began rolling backwards down the never-ending steps. Oh, good for him.
Okay, that made me laugh, but I have mashed potatoes in my face.
Ex Machina, you're gonna die. This place is weird, I muttered to myself. My twin, in parentheses, me, number 2, because you just cannot settle on a name for this man.
Just called him Moldy Fart. You know who Moldy Fart is. Why are you not realizing that this is probably Moldy Fart?
I don't know. Who had been thoughtfully looking at the never-ending stairs, turned to me, a glint in his eye. Yes, it is. This place is called the Land of Dimensions. Me, number 2, informed me.
Didn't someone tell us that?
I thought someone did already tell us that, but okay. It's pretty hard to explain what it is, but for now, all you need to know is this. I am you later, once you learned how to control your magic, and I got trapped here when my machine broke. I got captured in that energy ball by a guy who could use magic, and he did something to me that made me just a little weird. I think you already were a little weird. Anyway, when you came, I saw the machine, and my only thought was, yay, time to escape! So I tried to kill you, not realizing that you were me.
That's what I do when I...
You know, just try to kill people. Oh, never mind.
Wake up from a good nap, try to kill someone.
Mood. Never mind, we're friends now.
Wow. Oh, okay, I replied warily. I had gotten just a little lost, but I thought I got to the point. Oh, I thought I got the point. Oh, now it all made sense. What? But how come you aren't freaked out by all this? I screamed in me number 2's general direction as a giant rubber chicken ran through the playground. The answer quickly presented itself to me. He was me in the future, so he had already experienced this, and he had been trapped here for a while. But me number 2 only chuckled in a sinister tone as a reply. Okay, that's not a red flag. I was incredibly scared by this guy. I wasn't quite sure I could believe that he was me just because of how weird he was. You're crazy. You sure that guy who trapped you didn't do something completely crazy to you? I responded. He turned to me, his eyes flashing. A vicious snarl rose from his throat. And I could have sworn he had fangs. Holy heck, it is a cat girl. His hand rose, seemingly to blast me with magic. This man is very hostile. Do not trust him.
Didn't he just say you were friends? But okay.
Though he quickly regained his composure. I paled at the scary person, and instinct took over. The face of that person was like a monster's worst nightmare. Excuse me, what? I found myself starting to run across the void. I don't know what deduced me to run that way.
What's deduced me?
I don't think that word means what you think it means.
I think it does.
I have been deduced, my hooky.
You made me deduced to run that way.
But I did anyway.
Sure, go ahead. Me number 2 challenged me with a grin while turning to stare behind him at the building. I sprinted, leaving them far behind. A moment after leaving, I heard a yell behind me. I turned to see Thing 1 and Thing 2, humanoid characters from a children's book, yelling at me, warning me not to go out into the void.
Why? Why are they here?
I don't know. Random
What's the point of these
happening.
references?
I kept running. I then heard them all running out to catch up with me.
Rubber chicken legs could never hold the weight of their body. Now the story just doesn't make sense anymore. What the frick is this? I canonized the Bible and then Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah?
Wait, Bible is already canonized. I'm confused.
No, you canonized the
Wow,
Bible.
I lent my realism to the Bible. Jesus is jealous. I'm sorry, Lord.
I slowed down a moment and then ran like the wind, racing them. I was trying to escape, showing them that I could run them if I needed to. They caught up to me, angrily and concernedly yelling something as I ran as fast as I could go.
I'd like to think they don't actually speak English.
They sped up too, worriedly grabbing my hands and beginning to try to pull me back to solid ground.
Stop it, go back to your hat in the hat. Hat in the hat.
Fear shone in their eyes. I saw the fear in his eyes, and they were obviously desperate. I continued to struggle against them, and they gave one final tug, then gave up and ran for the safety of the normal place, if indeed it could be called normal.
What's my game plan here? Why am I running into the desert expanse of the void?
Why are you running?
Why am I running?
The EJ Cinematic Universe has ruined my childhood. They killed Pooh. He didn't even have more than 5 seconds of screen time. Oh no. The EJ Cinematic Universe.
Oh. He's fine. He's just rolling down the infinite stairs forever.
Oh boy.
And ever.
At least it wasn't the river, else we would have had to canonize Chunky. That would have been a plot twist.
Oh yeah. Where, what, who, what, where, what, 100 feet?
Yes!
They got about 100 feet away from me when they seemed to get stuck. Their legs were still moving, and they were obviously still trying to run, but they weren't moving anymore. They screamed in fear and continued to stay stuck on their invisible treadmill.
Thing 1 soon tired after lagging behind Thing 2.
Don't give up, man! You'll die, probably! I don't know what's happening.
And he stopped, giving up hope. Thing 2 stopped and began to run back to him to find that neither of them had moved, nor could move. In fact, they seemed to be drifting farther away from one another, though Thing 1 and 2 were only standing there motionless. I noticed this, began to run as well, beginning to sprint towards them to try and help the two things get back to the town square. They tried to run to me, but no one was getting closer to or farther from
it's the expansion of the universe.
Oh no!
All space is expanding.
Suddenly, they stopped and seemed to give up all hope of survival.
Oh!
Wow, I'm just like, oh, I guess
This
we'll
is
die.
bleak. I guess everyone's being deleted now.
I began to move towards them slowly, though my legs were moving as though I was sprinting. It was as though the ground had no friction here. Oh
I don't
no!
remember any of this. Instantly, in the time it took me to blink, thing number 2 appeared next to me, while thing number 1 remained where he had been. Then number 1 began to get farther and farther away, and I tried to get thing number 2 to run to him with me. He shook his head and sat down.
I'll be right back, I told him. Whatever
It's
it
a
was.
thing. Just call it an it.
I'm going to try to get the other. It nodded and I began running faster. Thing 1 was only a dot now, and I grabbed one of the inventions Johan and I
What's
had
the goal in
invented
running to
from
one of
my-
them if you're leaving one behind? What's the point?
No.
Wait, what is this invention I'm grabbing?
You're grabbing an invention that you had invented from your backpack.
Oh, the
activating it
invention I
as-
invented, as opposed to the
Ghost
invention that I snorted up.
activating it as I ran. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but it broke my invention, that's for sure. The void must have somehow affected it, and it exploded, but...
Excuse me? What was it intended to do?
I don't know. But through the putrid smoke, I saw thing 1 still running.
Energizer Bunny.
Uh-huh.
EJ's the villain. Obi-Wan walks over. EJ, you were the chosen one! You were supposed to stop the copywriters, not join them!
Too bad.
How dare they tarnish the works of Dr. Seuss. All the similes from one of his books deserve more smiles than his 4 million page poop caca.
Poo-poo caca.
Only he seemed transparent now, not quite solid. He seemed to be fading into part of the void, and he was floating 3 feet in midair. I reached my arm out to grab him, only to find that it passed right through him. He was in some sort of a gaseous state. I left my arm inside him, and he seemed to begin solidifying again. Oh no! I'm gonna have a thing fused to my hand forever.
Oh no.
I held my arm there for about 10 seconds. Why would you do that? Then he became solid enough to fall back to Earth, or whatever this place's ground would be referred to as. I took my arm off? Not out of his stomach, just off of him, apparently, and he began to fade again.
What's going on? What the heck is this place? I yelled as I put my arm
Chaos
on him again.
incarnate.
How come I'm not affected by this place?
Because you're too cool and it's intimidated by your abs.
That's true.
Oh no! No!
Your abs!
My abs! I have yogurt on my abs!
His abs are tainted.
Yeah. I'm so sad. Don't cry over spilled yogurt. May I have some non-existence juice?
What?
I have no idea why I called a tissue that.
Non-existent juice. None
It's
of
no
those
longer
were...
existence.
Okay.
This is not good. Oh, I am not working. This is a sad day.
Alright.
Everything is fine.
How am I not affected by this place? I asked before hearing a panic...
Freshly cleaned! This was freshly laundered thing!
Squashly freezed?
Squashly freeze.
Before hearing a panicked scream split the air behind me. Thing 2! I grabbed Thing 1 by the arm and began running back towards where the other thing was, or at least where it had been. A minute later, we arrived to see a bubble that was progressively losing its color and outline, floating 5 feet above the ground. Oh boy, is this gonna... okay. I put my hands on the bubble in confusion. My hands stopped at the edge. Thing 1 tried the same thing, but his hands kept going, and his arms pulled him inside the bubble as well. I could hardly see the sphere now, and I knew I didn't have much time if I was going to try anything to save the
Hold
book.
up, I'm missing my own story.
You can catch up.
I'm sorry. Look at all my abs, sorry.
Oh
Hold
my
on.
gosh, oh guys, he looks just like a bodybuilder.
No, this is in truth. In truth.
This is in truth.
Untruthness. Intacted. Let's hope I don't do that again in my second shirt. 'Cause knowing me, I probably will.
You're going to rip your shirt off.
Oh. Okay, what did I miss?
There's a bubble.
Oh no.
I thought it was gonna be Glinda. I don't know if it is though, because that's just
Or
what
Glimmer.
Oh no, she didn't exist yet. I mean, she did, but not that version.
Honestly, I don't even care. Bubble is all exception.
Bubble.
Like, I don't need to hear the rest, just there's a bubble now, apparently.
I could hardly see the sphere now, and I knew I didn't have much time if I was going to try anything to save the book characters that had tried to save me from the void. I grabbed one of my pocket knives from inside my backpack and slammed the point down into the bubble, which seems to have become solid. The bubble shattered into a million jagged snowflakes that disappeared before even hitting the ground. There was no sign of the things. I was alone. I felt terrible, having failed in my attempt to rescue the things. I realized that leaving the machine had already been a really stupid idea in the first place, so I resumed running, hoping that I had chosen the direction that would deliver me from the empty void.
2 or 3 minutes into my run, I saw a strange-looking black rock with veins of orange, copper, and gold crystals running through it, resting on a strange Roman pedestal thing nearby. It was pulsing slightly, with a warm inner light glowing from it. It seems to have a word etched into it, which glowed with green light. The text on the stone was in the squiggly letter language. The letters rearranged, and then I saw the meaning of the letters. Gordian. Gordian read the stone. I liking geology as well, because I'm just a scientist of all things. I scooped it up and put it in my pocket.
Okay. All of a sudden, it was as though fireworks had just gone off in the void. A thousand more bubble things exploded.
You hacked up,
head.
Man. You took the rock of Gordian.
No.
He's angry now. He's gonna throw his knot at you.
Things exploded above my head and all around the void with sounds like cannons. And this time, through the rain of hard white pieces, I saw color and people in the bubbles being freed. Book characters, animals, and mythical creatures. A leprechaun slid down a rainbow onto a pot of gold, and the colors exploded all over the place just as everything hit the ground. Grass sprouted from the place the pedestal was and expanded in a large circle, enveloping the entire void. Many colored flowers sprouted as well. Even a sun kind of thing appeared in the sky. It looked like a beautiful meadow on Earth.
I fixed the world, guys!
Yay, good for you.
What did I do?
Something.
2 people landed right on my head, because of course they do, and I fell over with massive spine damage. Sorry, I fell over with them on my back. I dumped them off and smiled. It was things 1 and 2. They shouted something at me as all the things I had freed from the bubbles crowded around me. Oh no, I am their king now. I didn't know what had happened, but I was being surrounded by crazy things and stuff and objects and items. So I ran, the book and movie characters hot on my tail.
Oh.
Why? I raced. There's not a single book character, movie character, action hero, or like otherworldly creature that can catch up to me. I'm just so
Not
speedy.
even Sonic the Hedgehog.
I know! I raced around the grassy meadow with the bubble-free things, yelling things like, "Thank you for freeing us, chosen one!" Whatever that meant. My brain felt like it was about to explode. What was this crazy place? I don't know. Maybe you should consider fixing your life and getting out of here.
I am the chosen one.
Spoon.
No, don't spoon. Suddenly, I came across the same place I had just left. I sighed in relief, glad I had found my way back to the machine. But wait.
Oh, that place that you had just left. Not the other place that you had just left. Or the place before that you had just left.
I had left the town square from the void side, and I now approached from behind the building. There was no way I had
My mental image is shattered, and I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what the void
What is the comparison? Give me some compass directions here, sir.
There was no way I had run all the way around the playground or the character land. This must have been an identical city.
What?
I walked the identical to the one I had just left behind place I had ended up in and collapsed against the wall of the other building. I was puffing as if I just run a marathon, and I was very surprised when I saw me number 2 coming towards me. He seemed angry, yet pleased. Please demonstrate what that looks like.
So did we run around the entire planet? Did we like run off the screen on the left side and get looped back around to the right side of the screen? Or did we end up canonically in another dimension now? Because this is a land of dimensions or something.
I thought he said it was just a town that looked exactly the same.
Well, that's his perception, but he's an idiot, so I don't know.
I have no idea, man.
No, my yogurt!
You're struggling with it.
I am. Thank you for noticing.
I was smiling slightly, though seeing him mad was more scary than gratifying. Me number
Why
2.
the frick would I be happy to see this man? You ran into the void to escape him.
I don't know. Me number 2 acted like my smile alone hurt his eyes, but he managed to say,
What?
You are the...
Oh, you smiled!
Oh dear.
Sorry.
You are the chosen one, but you do not know it. I have studied some things.
I think I know it now. I've just been told it by like 85 people.
You are the chosen one.
Thank you for freeing us, chosen one. Oh, you're the best chosen one. Oh, wow, you're so cool, chosen one. Can I pet your abs, chosen one?
Don't ever do that. You are the chosen one, but you do not know it. I have studied some things in this crystal ball during my long imprisonment, he told me, holding up one which vanished the moment after he had raised it. I have seen what happened to you. Maybe you can be of use to me after all. That is, if you truly are ignorant of everything.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Me too.
But I just left you over there, I wheezed, pointing over my shoulder. How did that happen? How did you get here before? What is all this business about a chosen one? I practically screamed at me number 2 once I had caught my breath.
Let me put it this way.
Didn't I like change direction 4 times in a place where I couldn't get any progress because we were like on infinite treadmills in a void? How did
I have no idea.
Okay.
The world has only one city. This world is flat, and you just ran all the way around the world. He's canonizing flat Earth as well.
You're...
Forced joke.
Ow.
No, I'm not. This world is like Alice in Wonderland's world, or the place in the Phantom Toll Booth, that well-known novel, The Phantom Toll Booth, that every person has read, not niche at all.
Oh my freaking heck.
A twist of all dimensions where neither time, space, or perspective has any meaning and anything is possible.
Oh boy, so much for plot relevance and accomplishing things with consequences.
Also, congratulations on getting the first stone, he commented sarcastically.
You rock!
Oh, and give it to me. Are you Thanos?
Did I invent the Infinity Stones before I knew about the Infinity Stones?
Did you?
I invented the MacGuffins of rockiness.
Oh.
Ha ha ha. Although I think, if I remember correctly, there's 5 of them, not 6. And I think 5 is a better number anyway, because 6 is, there's no middle one, but like Minecraft boxes and these are odd numbers and, you know what I mean? Because we don't need a Mind Stone. That's the same thing as the Soul Stone. It makes more sense now. Sorry. Anyway, wow, I guess that explains those crazy bird-type things up there flying above the town square. Now, what did you say about a rock? I asked, looking up at things I had noticed above us. He looked up. Some of the birds look like paper origami. How does... So, I didn't catch on that everything was crazy, and him saying, oh yes, this is a world where everything's crazy. Oh, I guess that explains those birds up there that we haven't mentioned previously. And he's like... Have you are okay? I asked, looking up at the birds I had noticed above us. He looked up. Some of the birds looked like paper origami birds, while others looked like random house utensils with wings.
Keys.
Scissors.
Oh.
Oh, there you go. They seem to be sorting themselves into sides as though they were about to start a war. Origami against utensils. Oh no, rock versus scissors. I mean paper versus scissors. Only once they were all sorted did I realize what they were about to do.
Take cover, hailing birds alert, I screamed as we jumped into the still pristine time machine.
Do both of you? Okay.
The reason I was scared of a bird landing on me was because each bird was the size of a full-grown man.
Oh, was it now? Oh no.
Suddenly, the battle begun.
Giant pair of scissors.
And I watched the giant ripped origami fall to the ground.
They didn't think this through.
No. Occasionally, a fork, scissors, shampoo bottle, or a nail file bird swarming with origamis would fall to the ground. It didn't look good for the origamis. I think I know who's going to win, I yelled to him over the excited chirping.
What is happening? Why is this happening? Does this matter?
Coming up with the most random things possible is not
I do
good
too.
story.
He returned, seemingly annoyed at my childishness. He rolled his eyes, gasped. I did that to Ashley. It's all come full circle.
Oh my gosh.
Sheesh, fine then. You find another power source for my machine if you're so smart, I thought. What was it about this guy? Me number 2 looked like me, and was strangely familiar, but that doesn't raise any red flags. But he didn't seem quite that friendly to me. I decided he was probably just me after severe trauma from the machine or something, and that the reason he was not happy was because he was an older teenager than me, and he had pointless mood swings.
That's how teenagers work.
But seriously, he didn't have to be mean to me. I mean, who acts mean to themselves? Oh, I guess anyone without a time machine wouldn't get it. Oh, never mind. Anyone without a time machine wouldn't get it.
Who acts mean to themselves? Sylvie laughing in the background. I would never treat myself like this. Also, I'm pretty sure no one
It is not
gonna
improving
hear
whatsoever.
anything
Might
we're
try
saying.
getting out altogether and trying to get back in. If that doesn't work, I am at a loss.
Yeah,
Excuse
I think
me?
that nobody has been able to hear us for like
I
ever.
think honestly it's just I have too bad internet to be able to stream properly. The only thing I can try is rebooting the modem and booting it back up again and see if that helps. You want me to do that real quick? Just power cycle it, see if that would fix anything? Because like that's the only thing I know how to try. We've been having trouble with it all day. It might just be our internet provider is stupid. I'll be back. We'll be disappearing and coming back in a minute.
Nobody's
probably.
gonna hear that.
I know, well maybe.
I guess I'm gonna talk to the void because I kind of doubt that anyone's even hearing me right now. What should I talk about? I could just play Russian roulette with myself and say like a really deep, dark secret and just see if anyone hears it. That's a horrible idea. I'm not gonna do that, but I could. I could though. I could. Ah! Why am I laying across 2 swivel chairs? That's for me to know and for you to not find out because I don't know either. So, what's up? The sky. I wish that I had more time in my life, 'cause I don't. I got a decent amount done on the new costume I'm making today, but I just wish that I had more time to work on it. But we're gonna have to stream until like 1 a.m. because that's how long it's gonna take to get through this dumb book. Help.
Uncle Dale's currently using the internet for things, so I can't disconnect it until he is done in a couple minutes maybe. So, temporarily we cannot disconnect the internet.
Okay.
Sadness.
I don't think that would do anything anyway.
I don't think it would, but it, well, I mean, it just had 0 kilobytes per second for a
It's been
minute,
having
so.
that for often.
Yeah. I don't know why the internet's so bad. I'm sorry, guys. But hey, you can always watch the VOD, I'm recording it now, so you can always watch the video back another time later, if you want.
So we really want to do this whole thing with nobody able to chat?
What else are we gonna do? How do we know that streaming on other days not gonna have the same problem?
I don't know. We attempt. That's what we do.
I mean, I don't think it's gonna change much unless we just get better internet.
I mean,
We
it
pay for
works
better internet.
better on other days.
Not really.
Well, then how come people were able to follow the story on other days?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
I just know this is gonna take until like 1 a.m., so that's why I'm just asking, because it's gonna be a long one.
Would you want to just try it another day?
I don't know. It's just because, like, clearly no one can hear this because there's nothing in the chat, so I just don't know if there's a point to doing it right now.
Well, let's try rebooting the internet, see if that helps. If it doesn't, then we'll make a decision.
Okay. Pick a direction. It's your quest. A direction. Pick a direction. Whatever you decide, whatever you decide, whatever you decide. There. I have a good feeling about there. Children, come inside. Hi.
Hello.
He's saying Ethan.
Autopanazi! I disappeared.
Nazi?
No.
I don't know what's happening. If anyone can hear me, say something in the chat, because I don't think anyone can. See, I feel kind of bad if we postpone it to another day, but also I think it's kind of pointless to just read the whole thing with no one able to hear us, you know? Because then we might as well just record a video of us reading it, and that's not as fun. You know? Oh boy. I feel like I need to be entertaining in case someone is watching. But help. Hi.
Please come.
What? Really?
That was a burp farp combo. You're welcome.
Thanks.
I don't know how I did it or what I did. Well, while we're sitting here, what did I actually miss for that bubble part?
Literally nothing.
Oh, good to know.
Ah! Wait. There'll be.
Just waiting for the internet to attempt to come back.
Oi, there be water.
Oi, there be water!
Oi.
Oi, there be water!
Oi.
Oi! Oi!
Oi.
Oi, there be water!
Oi.
Oi!
Oi.
Hoi!
I'm freed.
There is no internet in
My
this place.
computer internet hello.
It does not. My spine! It creaks like an old dusty chair. It is coming back online.
Nope.
It is working. Badly, but it is working again. Look at it work. Ta-da. You're welcome.
You are not Loki.
Oh, what? Does he say you're
I
welcome?
don't know, just your hand gesture looked very Loki to me.
Well, you know what your hand gesture looked like? A potato.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Ooh, it turned yellow and green! And now it's red.
You're not to ever celebrate. Or it's will be virtually ripped away from you.
Not because of Loki. Everything good happens. Suffering is replaced with it.
Suffering is replaced with but you play Thor.
Do I? Everyone plays Thor.
You would be the more Thor like the would you?
0 kilobytes per second again.
Would you say you're the more Thor like sibling?
I am a man.
I mean, most of the
Loki's
time
a woman.
Loki's a man.
I mean, I am smart, but I'm also not conniving and
Am I conniving?
backstabbing and Well, hey, I didn't say that you were that. You're asking me if I'm more like
you continue.
Loki
Then we'll
or
assess
Thor.
me.
I think I mean, I'm... I don't know. I mean, just as far as being not a bad guy, I guess I would say Thor. That's... Thor's personality and brain cell are kind of lacking at times, so I don't know really what I'm comparing myself to.
Your brain cell is lacking all the time. Huh?
You have a point.
But I'm the younger, significantly more chaotic one, aren't I? Well,
are we just every sibling like relationship?
Probably. You are the one that puts phones in my cup and like tries to, like, whenever we have people over for lunch or dinner, you're just harassing me the whole time. I mean,
Yeah.
sweet. But also, whenever you try to hug me, I just instinctively punch you, so...
I don't think there's a correct answer for this.
I don't think there is either.
Anyway, hello people. Can you see us and hear us again, maybe, possibly?
Can everybody
Lewis says, well, it
see
worked
me?
for a few seconds, but it is dead
Can
again.
you all hear me? I am Gilderoy Lockhart.
Hi.
Been working for over a minute, okay.
Yeet! It has been green for a little bit. That's good.
I'm
3,300
green,
kilobit. So what?
I'm green, dabba-dee, dabba spleen.
My spleen is dabba-deeing!
Well, we'll ask you, since you're here, Ryan. Which one of us is Thor and which one of us is Loki? That's the T.
Lewis is Ryan?
Yes.
I thought his name would be Ryan if his name were Ryan.
Well, you thought wrong!
It's hard to keep people straight if they have different usernames on different platforms.
Yeah.
Y'all. Well,
Whales. I want to watch whales.
you want to watch whales?
A whale watcher.
You're watching a city? I mean, region? What is
Country?
Wales? Wales is a country?
Isn't it?
Is the United Kingdom a gathering of countries, or is it a
Yes.
kingdom itself? I didn't know that.
It's Wales, Scotland, or is it Ireland? And then England. Right? I think it's Scotland.
Okay, Google. Why are we freaking dumb? Sorry, I'm not sure you were talking to me. Okay, Google. Why are we freaking dumb? Sorry, I'm not sure if you were talking to me. I'll disregard what you said, but let me know if I can help.
I don't know why I'm freaking dumb.
Okay, Google. Okay, Google. Tell me why I am an idiot.
Here's what I found.
Just showing a picture of my face. I'm kidding. It's just Google. Oh, why am I an idiot? Anyway, it seems stably green, which is better than it was before. Maybe you just needed to reboot and stop overheating the modem / Wi-Fi? I don't know. All you missed was absolute chaos, nothing making sense, and
Use the chosen one, though,
I am the freaking chosen one.
for some reason. I don't remember.
Well, I
who
hope we didn't lose anyone. I mean, I know we did, probably. I wouldn't blame you if you left, but hopefully we can
Don't blame me,
get
love,
setbacks
make me
and
crazy.
continue insulting us. That is T. You seem to be a bit of both at times. Gasp, he's finally responded to who is Thor and who is Loki.
Well,
Should I stop and start the stream to see if that helps with the delay? Because it seems like there might be.
you would like to.
I will click it and hope for the best. I click.
If it doesn't, you ain't doing it right. Oh Lord, save me, my drug. He's my baby. I'll be using for the rest of my life.
Excuse me, what?
I started singing Taylor Swift.
Something about a drug that you're using for the rest of your life? This sounds like an addiction,
It
and
says,
you should get some help.
Don't blame me. Love made me crazy. If it doesn't, you ain't doing it right. Oh, Lord, save me. My drug is my baby. I'll be using for the rest of my life.
I need to consider this for a long time.
Why do you need to consider it?
There's a lot to unpack there. My brain hurts. Well, I think this is as best as we're going to get. Should we start reading the book again?
I guess.
Scotland, England, Wales, Ireland is the island to the west of them.
I knew it. That's my leg. Don't do that to my leg.
Okay, I'm looking at my hands.
Why?
Everybody look at your hands. You can dance. You can dance.
I know I can.
Okay.
I'm so good at dancing.
Suddenly, from behind the building, pineapples. I'm sorry. Suddenly, from behind the building, a giant metal robot origami as big as a 3-story building came flying at the enemy birds. Where did this come from?
We're in
How
enemy
was
territory.
it hidden?
These are enemy birds!
The utensils turned around to face the new threat and got tackled from behind by the other origamis. Then the giant metal origami clobbered them with giant metal wings. We're watching a Transformers fight that has no relevance. A minute later, it looked as though they called a truce, or the things had surrendered. That's very specific, because all the birds landed and started picking up the fallen origami and keys and everything else and loaded them into the giant robot.
Me, number 2, suddenly jumped out of the machine and ran as if to attack the robot, but this turned out to be a bad idea. The robot, which happened to be 10 times as big as him, flew up out of reach, whirring indignantly. Me, number 2, was about to try and do something when a mail opener flew at him point first. He swatted it out of the way and dodged a curtain rod. All the bird things swarmed at him and he began running around the robot looking for a good opportunity to clobber it.
How do you clobber a robot? That's a 3-story building.
All of a sudden, a metal wing blocked me number 2's path and he collided with it. As he fell to the ground, a pair of scissors dove straight towards his chest. He rolled, the scissors missed, and all the bird things angrily flew up around the crooked building into the sky.
Wow. I gawked as me number 2 began to curse his failure, saying bad words I had never even known existed before.
He said frick.
My innocent ears, much less things I would even think about saying. Why is me number 2 acting so weird? I thought. There is no way I'll ever say those kinds of words. Is there? I decided to let him slide.
Language.
After the murderous intent, looking not quite like me, evil looks, villainous and murderous, like tone of voice and weird statements, demanding and basically trying to rob me of the rock or whatever, and now randomly attacking things and saying bad words. Still, I'm deciding to let all of that slide because he's probably just an edgy teen now.
He's just misunderstood.
He's just having a rough day. Why did you... I began to ask, but he quickly interrupted me.
You'll understand soon enough, he snapped angrily.
Okay.
Let's go. There's something we need to do. Follow me.
What is it?
He walked off towards the playground and I followed very confusedly.
All
Okay,
right.
give me that rock you found in the void, me number 2 ordered.
Okay, why? I replied, fishing the stone out of my pocket.
No!
Give me the stone! It's in my pocket.
Me number 2 roared. I tossed it to him quickly.
Okay.
Immediately, all the color and grass and stuff that had appeared earlier when I picked up the rock vanished. Curious.
Did I just kill the world?
He then examined the stone, finding the word inscribed upon it. He read it, then put it in his pocket. Now we're looking for something. I'm afraid I can't say exactly what it is yet, but there's a hint as to what it is. Gordian. Mean anything to you, big brain child? I shook my head in confusion. You don't know something? Oh, SMH.
How can I look for something if I don't know what it is? I asked him with multiple paragraph indentation spacings.
Oh, you'll know the right rock when you find it. We just need to find where it's hidden.
The right rock.
This is Harry Potter when they're looking for the diadem and they don't know what it is.
I
or where
guess
it's
so.
hidden.
I guess so.
He answered, already grabbing the chain of the upside-down swing and shaking it to dislodge anything that might have been on top of it. A rock. He was a bit strange, but he was me, so I decided to trust him. A terrible idea, really. Maybe being trapped here for some amount of time drove him crazy.
Where are we? Oh. Why are we looking for rocks exactly? I asked. He sighed, pursing his lips.
Okay, I'm you in the future. I've already done everything you're experiencing.
So how do you not know where the things are that we're looking for then?
I don't know. The first time I ended up here, which is what you're experiencing now, the machine wouldn't work again until I collected the 5 power stones from the land of dimensions.
Hold on, what does that acronym stand for? TLOD.
Huh?
They're all capitalized, so I wanted to make an acronym out of it. TLOD.
I plugged them into the machine, and then it worked again. And then the second time I crashed here, the machine blew up, so I had to wait for you to get here so you can take me back. Now let's find the stones and get out of here. I've been here forever, he complained. I accepted his
literally forever,
beginning to think.
Time has no meaning here, and it's an explosion of time. Okay. Gordian. I racked my brain for where I had heard this before. The Gordian knot. A Greek myth or something like that. There was once a great king named Gordian. Everyone said he was the greatest man on earth. At the end of his life, he tied a great knot. That's a lot of great. No one could untie it, and everyone said that whoever could untie it was greater than the king who had tied it. The king died, and still no one could undo the knot. Then, Alexander the Great... hint about what he's gonna do. A brilliant Greek general came to try his luck at the knot. After a short while, he drew his sword and chopped the knot in two. He then...
Earth to Evan! Earth to Evan! Why are you staring into space? There's
Sorry,
a rock
my brain
to
is
find.
swelling with massive intelligence. What?
Me, number 2, angrily yelled, penetrating my thoughts. I opened my eyes, beginning to search the playground thing for another stone.
Why?
Like the one I had found.
Why do I describe things so badly?
My mind whirred as we walked through the huge field of weirdness. After about 10 minutes, I came across a slide that was tied in a knot formation. A sudden inspiration struck me.
I think I know where it might be. Oh, wait. I think I know where it might be, I stated calmly, but an excitement speaking in this way in an attempt not to incur his anger. What the frick? How did I... Calm excitement. Indubitably.
Also, I just have a question as to how there could possibly be a knot that no one could untie. Like, what? Knots are not that difficult.
Well, the thing is, they put one end attached to a big metal thing and the other end attached to another big metal thing.
But
so then you can't, like, feed it through and, like, untangle it. It's just a
well, yeah, you couldn't
forever.
Untie any knot if both ends were attached to...
Exactly. That's why
wow,
it's
that
impossible.
king is so
He's
smart
so
to
brilliant.
tie that knot that he cheated to do.
Are you saying that you could untangle the Gordian knot if you were presented it?
If it wasn't attached to things, then can't any knot just be eventually untangled?
Well, what if it's like the other, like you know where one end is, but you don't know where the other end is, and in order to like undo it, what would you do to start untangling it?
Take steps.
I've stepped.
No, like you can see where like some things are overlapping the string you already have, and you can like...
No, but like if it's super, super tight and you can't get down in there to access whatever is currently looped around.
Well, show me something like that, and I'll tell you what I'd do.
Should we make a Gordian knot so you can untangle it?
Yes.
Will you sell your soul for it?
I don't have a soul.
What the heck did we just do? I mean, if you want to try it, sure. I don't... Like, why am I so bad at being good?
You're eating all
I'm
your food.
throwing all of my food. Would you like cookie?
I will take a cookie.
Okay.
Oh no, it's stuck.
Oh no, I guess you'll have to untangle it.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, I don't have much interest myself in trying to undo a very difficult knot for no reason, but if you want to, I'm not gonna stop you.
I don't think we were actually being serious, but okay.
Why don't you take, like, well, I was gonna say a ball of yarn, but that's specifically not chaotic at all.
Anyway,
But, like, imagine that level of tightness, but it's all wound up and terrible instead.
I would punch it into submission.
Okay.
Anyway, he's
Can't
staring
solve
at me
every problem
blankly.
by punching it.
I can try. Where? He questioned. I led him to the side that was tied in a knot.
I believe it lies within this, I told him, laying my hand on the slide. Suddenly, it began melting and reforming, becoming a Ferris wheel about as high as my head. Excuse me? Nani? The heck? I shrugged to me number 2. A sword. I need a sword, I muttered to myself as I looked around me, bumping into a trash can that looked like an abstract art hippopotamus. It, like the jungle gym and slide knot, melted and reformed into a shiny, sharp sword. Conveniently. Never mind, I mumbled as I lifted it. It was heavier than I expected, and I expected it to be heavy. I heaved it up above my head and clumsily swung it down, chopping a deep gouge into the plastic side of one of the Ferris wheel cars. The heck? Me number 2 raised his eyebrow at me as I removed the sword from the wheel. Maybe I can turn it into something easier to chop, I thought aloud, touching the Ferris wheel, and it began to melt and reform. I stepped back as it reformed itself into a giant rubber duck. What exactly is the function of a rubber duck?
Me number 2 rolled his eyes at me as I attempted to lift the heavy sword. It bumped against a giant can behind me, which popped open unexpectedly, sending a huge snake flying into the air. It was one of those practical joke things, only with a real snake. The snake flew through the air, hitting the rubber duck and causing both to bounce sideways into a tunnel that led downwards. It looked like it led down a hill, but the ground was invisible, so it looked strange.
What?
The sword in my hands suddenly became a dog on a leash,
What?
and as me too and I exchanged glances, the dog began yanking me down the hill.
What?
My brain
What is
hurt.
this hill? Did we just open a subway? What's happening?
The rubber ducky changed into a bowling ball as the tunnel it was in turned into an elephant. This is too much. The snake became a piñata as we slid down the hill. As we went, the bowling ball hit a seesaw, which became a robot, which rolled down the hill along with the bowling ball, which then became a rocket ship. The rocket exploded, reforming into a miniature pyramid as the other objects were falling, with crashed into the other objects. The dog I was holding on a leash became a chair, and the many objects that were transforming as we fell became impossible to keep track of. Soon we fell through a large assortment of random objects that continued to change.
Why?
I hated that.
Why? It hurts. Lewis says, oh no, the lag is returning. Also, yes, I'm Ryan. Lewis was made due to an old Discord name. When I had an account for only a few days, I brought my account back and kept the name. Lewis is for CS Lewis. My actual name is on YouTube because it was linked with my Gmail. I made it because I made it Lewis Cross on Twitch because it would not let me put in just Lewis Cross, so I added my initials. Ah, okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Cool, I'm glad it's still working.
Yes.
I died. But it's actually a really fun story. That's not even mine. Are we at abruptly?
I think. I don't know how we got there, but I think.
I have no idea what in the world is happening. We abruptly reached the bottom of the hill, landing in a huge pile of stuff. I couldn't tell for the life of me what had been the slide knot originally. Great. Me number 2 began to curse again, and I glared at him behind his back. How could I ever say such bad words? I thought. Suddenly, my instinct took over again, and my hand was thrown forward by my subconscious mind as my birthmark grew warm. The center of the pile trembled for a moment, and then a huge hot air balloon emerged from the pile. That was it. That was the slide knot that contained the stone. Okay. I have a connection with the Infinity Stones. I grabbed a nearby pencil sharpener.
From your abs!
Which became a rug. Oh. I threw away the useless thing as me number 2 grabbed a golf club, which became a machete. Perfect! Me number 2 dashed at the hot air balloon, throwing the weapon. The machete punctured the balloon, which then began falling to earth, its air gone. Me number 2 pumped his fists, then wrung his hands as the hot air balloon crashed to the ground.
A rock exactly like the one I had picked up in the void, except it had a lot more writing on it. tumbled out of the basket and came
hate
to a
this.
stop at my feet.
This is a fetch quest now.
Mm-hmm. He
And it
snatched
doesn't
it up
even-
and made a face at the green words on it. He motioned
Ew.
for me
Words.
to follow him back
I hate
up
reading.
the hill as he spoke. Do you want me to do more since you're cooking?
It's fine.
I'll take the stone for safekeeping if you don't mind.
He quipped.
Now for another tougher one to find.
He stated, rereading the words on it. He frowned.
This hint is weird and hard.
He complained.
Why is this giving me Voldemort from a Very Potter
This hint is
musical?
weird and hard. It says, rearrange the identification letters of the chemical compounds
Germanium, rhenium, tin, tellurium, oxygen, and nitrogen. These chemicals and things are also a mediated electrochemical oxidation process used for decontamination, he read, then pushed the stone deep into his pocket as we reached the top of the hill.
What kind of hint is that?
Who the heckin' why?
That's the worst thing I've ever heard.
I'm gonna cry.
That's terrible.
I don't like it.
Ah, I stated as he beckoned me towards the opposite
Oh yeah, I just happened to know that off the top of my freaking skull, but I couldn't recall what Gordian was.
Yeah, exactly. As he beckoned me towards the optical illusion book and movie character place. This should be easy. All you have to do is remember which letters in the periodic table stand for
Which I've totally
element.
memorized.
Mm-hmm. Or I think that's what it wants, I said, thinking for a moment. Geranium is G-E, rhenium is R-E, tin, S-N, tellurium, T-E. Why do you just have the entire thing memorized?
I can't
Oxygen,
wait to Sherlock this out.
Nitrogen is N, G-E-R-E-S-N-T-E-O-N is what
I
we have
wonder,
to work with.
is
I
it
finished.
green stone? What is it gonna... It better not be green stone.
Me number 2 was staring at me with his mouth hanging open. You have done this before, haven't you? I'm so confused.
Not with this man.
I
You
hate
really
this.
memorized the periodic table?
He gawks in disbelief.
Really giving me.
You need to find yourself a girlfriend, mate.
You are really sounding like Harry Potter musical Voldemort.
I don't remember what he sounds like.
Kinda like that.
Well,
Come on, man, listen. Yes, I cautiously answered.
Yes.
Why, have you forgotten what you've done or what you knew?
Oh, sure. Yeah, whatever. What were the letters that we were supposed to decipher again? He asked.
G-E-R-E-S-N-T-E-O-N,
Wow, I also have a
replied,
perfect memory of like 12 different things at once. Amazing.
wondering how he could have forgotten the periodic table. A nerd never forgets.
Strange, he says. This is fine.
I thought about the riddle for a moment. It's hardly a riddle. It could be green tones, whatever that means, I laughed. Or maybe goatee resin?
Goatee resin? How do you have an anagram translator in your brain, but you don't think of green stone instead of tones? What the heck is goatee resin?
Dreamer Gal says, dude, I wish I had the Mary Sue energy to simply have the periodic table memorized. back
What
when I
the
was a
heck?
kid.
I know. It's so infuriatingly convenient.
Mm-hmm.
It could be green snot, he figured out and voiced. Oh, it could be green snot, he voiced boredly. As we were thinking of various combinations, he began pacing. We thought up a lot more combinations with the levers, but one of the best we had was my
Green stone.
green needle. We agreed that was the most likely clue. Bruh.
I can't think of any green rocks. Can you? He asked. The time stone.
It is the Infinity Stones.
Oh,
Oh,
boy.
no. Oh, sure. Appetite?
Appetite.
Appetite apparently is a green stone that I don't know of.
You
A
didn't.
nerd never forgets, but I forgot. Some kinds of fluorite, emeralds, jade. There are too many to list. Any of that mean anything to you? I asked.
No. I thought you were supposed to be figuring this out, he told
Why don't
me.
we just go look for a green rock?
Yeah.
With
Why do you have to know what
slide
kind it is?
and the whatever. Okay. I thought you were supposed to be figuring out this whole... He told me, what? Since when? Why is it my job? You're the one who wants these stones.
Actually, we both need them to fix the machine, he retorted.
Oh yeah, I forgot we both need them. Okay, fine.
And besides, you're the brainy one, and you hid these in the first
You
place.
are me, okay? You're not me. You are an imposter. Sus, vote him out.
Oh.
Throw him into the moon kegs. I don't know.
What?
Wait. And you hid these in the first place? What? What are you talking about? Go look in the Emerald City. I'm sure they have... Wait. In the Emerald City, I'm sure they have here or something, I yelled. There was a slight familiarity to all this, yet not familiar at all. A sudden thought popped... familiar, yet not familiar. A sudden thought popped in my head. Wait, are there any Mayan things in this place? I need to know where we put the Pakal carving!
I can't remember! I can't remember!
Is it actually the Pakal carving?
I would laugh so hard.
I would love it. Are there any Mayan things in this place? Because the Maya thought that jade was sacred, and that's a green stone. Why is that any more likely than any other kind of green stone? Green stone is so generic, I replied. Me number 2 stared at me incredulously. Oh, come on. Don't you remember any of this if you're me in the future?
Well, you seem to be raving like a maniac in your logic, but there is a Mayan temple thing here. This way.
Only one, though. And in this infinite plane of crazy objects that transform into other objects when you touch them, and all this infinite possibilities, there's just one, only one Mayan temple thing.
Dreamer Gal says greenstone could literally be a mossy rock. Me too, order, completely ignoring my question.
Imagine an 11-year-old DJ coming up
anything.
with like a D&D puzzle.
Oh,
It would
boy.
be so painfully obvious and boring.
Yeah, or just like incredibly stupid that you'd have to memorize periodic table. Oh my gosh.
Memorize a periodic table to figure out it's just green stone.
Green stone.
The clue may as well have just said,
It's a green
have fun,
stone.
go look.
Honestly, yeah. Completely ignoring my question about why he couldn't remember anything, I narrowed my eyes suspiciously as he began walking right past Winnie the Pooh on his suicide fall down the endless
Nobody's
stairs of
helping him?
infinite.
He's
Endless
just-
stairs of infinite. Okay. I grabbed Pooh's arms as he rolled past me and I yanked him back onto solid earth.
We saved him.
I have been falling for
30
minutes!
minutes!
He was a bit shaky and extremely dizzy, but he was
Probably
able to
very
walk.
battered and bruised.
If you could call staggering sideways, tripping, and rolling down the hill, walking away.
Oh, bother. I ran to catch up with me number 2, who was just arriving at a life-size Mayan pyramid with wires and things coming out of the top and running to all the other things in this place of optical illusions and characters. Perhaps there was a power source in there.
Let's
Well,
go.
follow the wires then. Follow the wires. Follow.
Why
Sorry.
couldn't it be follow the green stone? Let's go, he commanded forcefully, starting to step skyward using the steep steps. Why was this other me so mean? So what if he had gotten
Wow, how
straight
dare
in
he
here?
tell me to let's go.
Oh my gosh, that's so mean. Why in the world would anyone boss himself around? I followed, counting 647 stairs as we
Is
climbed
this
up to
relevant?
the temple
Or do I
entrance.
just
I
count
have no
everything as I
idea.
go around?
We stopped just short of entering the doorway. If I've read any adventure books, it's bound to be booby-trapped. Please don't do this again.
Oh,
I warned.
no.
I unlaced my
Oh,
shoe
no.
and threw it about 15
We already
feet
did
into
this in
the
ancient
dark,
Egypt.
cobwebby, musty door.
Bruh.
As it landed on the hard stone floor with an echoing thud, 4 arrows, 2 poison darts, which squelched into the wall in a squirt of venom, and a spear were fired directly at where the intruder would have been standing.
Talk about overkill! Holy heck!
In addition, a sword whistled around and head
Whoa, okay, double overkill!
detached from whatever mechanism swung it back towards the entrance at high speed.
Excuse
I
me?
dodged it as a huge boulder crashed from the
Excuse me?
ceiling and squashed the whole thing.
It's okay, they're already dead!
It cracked through the ancient floor, falling about 12 feet before hitting the floor beneath it, triggering more traps
Oh my
through
god!
that floor as well. It continued crashing through who knows how
Let me
many
guess, next
stories
there's a nuke on the bottom floor?
before a long silence settled over the tomb. After nearly 30 seconds, the silence was disturbed again by distant thunder. It's Thor. The sound of the boulder hitting the bottom level far, far below after a long, unobstructed fall. My heart skipped a beat. Oh my gosh. That was
What's
a lot.
terminal velocity? How long is 6 seconds? You mean distance?
I don't know.
30 seconds of falling is a long way. Okay,
Not as
whatever.
much as 30 minutes.
My heart skipped a beat. Those Maya really didn't like intruders, I think, I notified him, turning to face him with a face like stone. A stone carved into a horrified expression, that is. I don't think I'll ever see my poor left sneaker again, I pretended to sob. I don't think I'll ever see my poor left sneaker again.
Wow, you're so funny.
He didn't even crack a smile. He merely stared at me with a look that said, "Get going." Hey, just trying to keep the situation light, I protested as I grabbed a really long length of rope from my backpack, long enough to extend for 30 seconds of a free-falling giant boulder, perhaps.
Oh boy.
Jeesh. Don't know how I would have kept that in my backpack. It would have been gigantic, it's a bag of holding. Secured one end to my waist and the other to a sturdy root growing out of the pyramid wall. I thought this was just like a isolated pyramid in the middle of an empty void of white. Where is this root? Is there trees growing on this?
I have
Is this
no
a jungle?
idea.
Anyway, then carefully began to make my way through the doorway towards the gaping hole in the floor. I thought I threw the shoe and it immediately exploded. How am I gonna walk across a section of floor without being terrified for my life?
Because there's only booby traps in one singular area.
And I found it.
Yeah.
I activated them all.
Though I was taking every precaution not to trigger any traps, I tripped some unforeseen device and another trap employed.
No.
Not caring to watch the action, I dived into the hole 8 feet in diameter and began to rappel
Deployed.
down the hole.
Not employed.
What?
Another trap employed.
Oh.
Hello, would you like a job, sir? It's an HR representative.
A blast of fire shot out of the wall where I had been standing milliseconds before.
Oh no.
And my rope caught some of the flames, refusing to let go, even as a splash of venom soaked the rope.
Oh no.
My rope gave way as I swung, and I
Oh, no.
fell, landing hard on the third floor down. The wind was knocked
Congrats.
out of me, and a bunch of traps shot at me,
Oh,
but my
no.
position, flat on the floor, spared me from the traps, save for a sword that clashed through my shirt
and bounced
pinned
off my
into the-
abs! Oh.
and pinned it to the wall. I took a minute to catch my breath, then slowly pulled myself to my feet, being forced to rip my shirt.
Again.
Oh no.
The girls are quaking. You okay? Me number 2 yelled. I was about to reply when I noticed a faint screeching coming from below. I looked down the hole and yanked my head back just in time. A swarm of ferocious-looking bats were flying up the pit, coming directly towards the human they knew was there. I ran down the passage, paying no heed to the traps as they fired around me. Worst financial decision maybe ever. I realized too late that that was the stupidest option available to me, as the bats wouldn't have even noticed me if I'd stayed put. But because they navigate based on echolocation and they were coming up from below. I met a foul stench as I sped down the passage, and I slipped and fell headfirst on a slick substance, continuing to slide down the steep incline with the bats on my tail. Oh boy. The end of my rope, which I'm almost at, which had been dragging behind me, still smoldering, now touched the slick stuff I was sliding in. The tar-like stuff burst into flames behind me, cooking about half the bats as I sped along the passage. Full-on action scene again. Racing the flames that were licking at my heels. The passage became more rounded, and I found myself in a really fast water slide. A slide with flaming tar, bats, and ancient booby traps firing.
Get me out.
Help. Help, 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 help.
I could tell the bats were out to kill, not just suck
Poor
blood.
bats.
You can just tell. So I didn't care too much when the rest of the bats were incinerated by the flames. I did, however, care when the flames caught up with me. I was covered in tar, and I burst into flames instantly.
Tarred and feathered,
Oh boy.
hung out to dry.
The heat was unbearable, but I actually wasn't being hurt at all because the tar was what burned and not my flesh. Also,
What do you mean the heat was unbearable, but it wasn't turning at all? What does that mean?
I don't know. Also, I was being splattered with more tar as I slid, so the tar on me didn't get too hot. It was actually kind of fun if
What?
you like sliding down a giant fiery tube at high speed with a hot
I would
wind
not be
blowing on
going,
you.
wow, this is fun! I'm going to die!
Suddenly, the circular chamber swerved and ended in a wide cavern, so instead of going nearly straight down in a tube, I was shot from a fiery cannon, and I flew nearly straight up in an enormous cave above deadly spires of rock and stalagmites for about 100 feet before landing safely through an opening in the cavern wall and landing on a solid floor.
Chop works as intended, 10 out of 10.
This is exhausting me.
My brain. Oh, I should have been happy, but I was still in flames and I was in the middle of a huge snake pit. Snakes, why did it have to be snakes? Copperheads, cobras, constrictors, you name it. And I was in the middle of them, knee-deep to be precise. I'm normally not afraid of snakes, but anyone would be scared in that situation, although the snakes are probably more frightened of me as I am a flaming ball of mucus, muck. What word am I trying to say?
Tar?
Tar, sure.
You okay? A quiet echo from somewhere far away asked. I screamed in horror, exasperation, exhaustion, pain, fury, frustration, and just about any other reason you would scream for, given my position. I thought you were just having a good old time 5 seconds ago.
I was having fun. Now I'm in snakes.
Good, keep up the good work, Me Too yelled.
And this is my deep-seated trauma of snakes coming out. I'm kidding, I don't have a deep-seated trauma of snakes. Me number 2, if you want these rocks so bad, why don't you come down here yourself? I shouted.
'Cause I did it last time, he replied. I groaned, unable to argue with that logic. I then noticed that the snakes were slithering on top of one another to get away from me. They were scared of the fire. I was now standing on a sandy floor, and I ran through the sea of snakes as fast as I could. Luckily, I didn't get bit, and I made it
what snake in their right mind would go towards the flaming man?
Unfortunately for me, the door led to a pool of crocodiles.
Am I still on fire right now?
Yeah, I fell in and the water doused my flames,
Okay.
but the crocodiles were my main problem now. One lunged through the water at me, and before I could even respond, I was halfway down its throat. Its enormous jaws
As you
clamped
do.
shut on my legs, my body completely, and its giant mandibles.
But luckily, they licked me clean of the tar, and now I'm good, right?
Oh boy. It swung its head to side, nearly ripping off my legs, and then dived.
Yeah, that
Its
actually
mouth-
should break my spine. They're violent.
Its mouth filled with water, and I struggled to get free and
Luckily,
get some
my
air.
abs are just so strong to hold me together.
I panicked, flailing and trying to choke it or cause it pain. One of my heels nailed
Bap, bap, bap.
One of my heels nailed its eye, and I was released.
I thought my mouth was round leg.
That's what I
how
thought
I hit
too.
with heel?
I don't know.
How heel go through body?
I don't know.
They hit him from the inside, just puncture his skull. He's like,
I don't know. I was released. I burst to the surface, gasped some air, grabbed its jaws, and held them shut and climbed onto its back. I hopped across the crocodiles' backs to the end of the pond, limped away as fast as I could, then sprinted to avoid the traps. So you just have no injuries from...
Oh, I mean, I'm limping, but at the same time, I just like
You should be
1v1 to a bunch
gushing
of...
blood and dying right now.
Yeah, like Loki lost a hand when he fought up.
It's true.
Just one. I'm in a pit of them.
Bit. I ground to a halt inches from the original hole that had been caused by the boulder, then looked down. The rock had cleared the booby traps and floors away, leaving a nice clear path all the way down to the bottom.
Oh yeah.
I was 5 floors away from the last floor. Then there was the 30-second drop. I looked
That's
up.
a long drop.
They were about 20 floors above me.
That's a really big drop.
Me number 2 looking down on me from above. I yelled at him in frustration. He laughed
Ah.
violently, and I groaned.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. This is a lot.
Yeah. I reached into the sad remains of my charred backpack, which somehow was still intact. I found another rope, which I threw up to me number 2, who caught the end of the rope with the extra long spear that had come from the first booby trap. Okay. Unnecessary details. Me number 2 secured the rope to the wall and gave me the thumbs up sign. I then tested the rope thoroughly and then slowly rappelled down into the darkness to the bottom. All the way to the bottom? So not only did I have a rope long enough to go from the top all the way down 30 seconds of drop, plus however many 8 floors of crashing through the booby traps or whatever, I also had a second rope after the first one burned, and I threw him a second rope. I just have infinite space in my bag, apparently.
You're Dora. Wait, she doesn't have. I don't know. Maybe she does. I haven't seen Dora.
What?
I don't know. I'm so tired.
Anyway, I then tested the rope thoroughly and rappelled down into darkness to the bottom. There was an eerie red glow coming from the bottom. It was lava. A large pool of lava replaced the floor, the only way across being a number of circular pylons in the lava, most of which were 10 inches in diameter. Amazingly, the power rock thing was right in the room the boulder had punched a hole to, but there were about 20 pylons and 200 feet between the rock and the pylon I was rappelling to.
Unfortunately, too many traps to count were set all around the 50-foot room, so if you touched something,
can you tell?
you were probably dead.
Oh no.
The room was lit with an eerie, ghostly blue-green light along with a red glow from the lava.
I think the lava probably overpowers whatever this ghostly blue light is, but sure. There were wires and things hooked up to the rock as though it were a big battery. Then my rope went slack and I fell the remaining almost 45 terrifying feet down to the boulder that had landed precariously on a pylon 3 feet in diameter in the lava. I had no way to stop myself. My birthmark grew warm as I fell all the way down, screaming all the way, and then no impact. I looked down to find myself hovering an inch above the boulder. Oh goody, just fly to the end, then you're good. Then I fell the rest of the way. Oh. Well, why'd you do that?
Why'd you do that?
Even though the rock had triggered the traps on the floor under where it had landed, I tensed every muscle as I landed on the big rock like a panther. I felt something was wrong. Very wrong. I examined the end of the rope. It was cut cleanly, not frayed. What the? Had a booby trap sent a knife to cut the rope? Or had me number two had trapped me down here on purpose? It seemed that the latter was more likely, but what could he have possibly intended to gain from killing me? I don't think he thought through his plan. Was he trying to get back at the older himself from when he was me, and the older himself had trapped him down here? What?
I hate it.
No!
I hate it a lot.
That phrasing just makes it so confusing. I kind of get what you're saying, but I hate every bit of it. Wait, maybe me number two wasn't really me at all.
You don't
Maybe
freaking
he's just a
say.
magic person using magic to make himself look like me. Ho ho, big brainism,
gosh.
which probably won't matter in the slightest. I narrowed my eyes. I would have to get my hands on some sulfur to throw on him to make sure he wasn't an imposter. Big, large brain
I heard
cavity.
a clatter behind me. I whirled
I
around
turned to see
slowly,
what was the matter.
and screamed. A
Ah!
skeleton, still with rotting flesh. Oh, processed bananas. Bones was climbing slowly out of a coffin carved into the wall. I turned to see more coming out of other coffins. I didn't exactly know what more zombies wanted with me, but they slowly began to walk on an invisible floor they alone could use that
Resided?
flush on the same level
Gotta explain what the word flush means.
with the pylons encircled the boulder I was standing on and started clanking,
Oh, the
groaning,
sentence structure is
and reaching for
quaking!
me with long, cold, slimy fingers. It became apparent to me that it wasn't pleasant according to my standards. Whose standards would that be pleasant?
Holy... Okay, this sentence...
I got really stressed.
We
in the
need to,
middle of
like,
that.
diagram this sentence.
Oh, no.
Hold up. This is all one sentence, and it is a roller coaster of terribleness. I didn't exactly know what more zombies wanted with me, but as they slowly began to walk on an invisible floor they alone could use that resided flesh on the same level with the pythons encircled the boulder I was standing on and started clanking, groaning, and reaching for me with long, cold, slimy fingers, it became apparent to me that it wasn't pleasant according to my standards.
Okay, I hate
I'm
this.
dying inside. I look like these skeletons on the inside.
This is terrible. Ugh, I hate moving dead people. I had already met too many mummies
Why
and
did I
the
even
world
scream?
zombies.
Is this not just like casual for me at this point?
I don't know. One began to climb up the rock, and I kicked him in the face, sending his skull flying to the wall with rotting skin flying off of it, and his body slowly lumbered off in search of it. This reminded me too much of another adventure.
Did I not use that exact same move and phrasing of the body lumbering off in search of his head earlier?
I don't know.
Okay. Chapter 28. We made it through one chapter.
Kill me.
I'm sorry, are you not able to do this today?
I didn't have coffee today because I
Get
couldn't.
some.
I can't. It's 9 p.m.
You can get coffee.
No, because
Coffee.
my stomach wouldn't like that.
Okay. I wrapped the rope that was still around my waist completely around myself. Sorry, I started getting into a groove. I wrapped the rope that was still around my waist completely around myself as the wimpy zombies advanced. I began to think this might be easier than I had originally thought, but then I realized that there were just too many of them, and with no way to get their skulls to reach the lava, thereby defeating them, I was doomed! I felt a cold, bony, slimy hand clutched my ankle, and I shook it off in disgust. I decided this had gone far enough.
I yelled and began running on the boulder, making it roll towards the power rock.
Cartoon physics. I move a boulder with the power of my running.
Crushing some of the zombies as it fell off the pylon. I was about to jump to the next platform when the boulder hit lava. Instead of sinking and melting, though, the boulder floated.
Okay.
I continued to stand on the floating boulder. I was below the invisible floor that the zombies walked on, but I had forgotten about the traps that hadn't been activated on the first pylon, and the boulder had just rolled over a foot of booby-trapped pile. What? Ethan, I can't read. I'm really struggling.
I don't understand what's happening any more than you.
The boulder had just rolled over a foot of booby-trapped pylons. Arrows, spears, darts, knives,
Every single
swords,
millimeter
rocks,
of this
stuff.
place is trapped with, like, far too much overkill.
How are the actual Mayans supposed to
I
get through?
don't. Like, when they're setting up the booby traps, they gotta, like, use tweezers and, like, okay, George, you hit the activation button and freaking run. I don't think I had an accurate description or, like, picture in my brain of how traps work.
Yeah.
Also, I don't think ancient Mayans had zombies.
Zombies. The area around the pylon and the pylon itself from every which way. I jumped as far as I could off the boulder just in time too, but as I clung to the edge of the next pylon, I had grabbed more trap shot. I yelped and jumped away from the pylon as more hazardous things flew at my fingertips. I landed back on the boulder, curled into a ball, waiting for one of the stray arrows to catch me. I waited a full minute, and after the arrows
That's
stopped,
a long time.
That is a long time. Opened my eyes. You were just standing there with your eyes closed for a full minute.
It'll stop soon, guys. It'll stop soon. There's still arrows raining down upon me.
Oh my goodness.
Are they done yet? Oh no, they're still going.
The boulder I was floating on was half
The boulder
gone.
feels complete.
It had been slowly melting.
Oh,
Soon
goody.
it would get top heavy and flip over or melt completely,
Oh,
sending me
iceberg
into the
physics.
liquid rock. I stood on the boulder looking for any way out of my dilemma, finding nothing but traps along the walls. Zombies lurching above my head and pylons riddled with traps. Though I hadn't touched anything, 7 more traps fired and 3 arrows and 4 knives hurtled at my chest.
Why? How? How do they know?
I don't know.
I again felt my birthmark go hot, and I involuntarily, because I still never do it intentionally yet, threw out my hand. The air in front of me shimmered blue in an arc against the red heat, and the traps deflected away from me. The traps deflected, not the projectiles, as though they had bounced off a strong balloon. Bloop. I had just used magic or something.
You don't frickin' say.
Or something.
Mm-hmm.
The piecing together of many things with no, like, continuity or, like, order really just messes up. Like, you gotta string along the, can I use magic? I don't know what magic is. This doesn't exist. Oh, for so long. It just doesn't even make sense. It's unbelievable. I had just used magic or something to make a force field shield thing.
Oh my god.
Force field shield thing.
That's great.
Wow, you could have stopped like 3 times there. Wow, on the other hand, there were motion-activated traps. Arthur that! To add to my trouble, I couldn't do anything without getting killed. I was now standing on a 5-inch rock.
A 5-inch rock? You gonna die.
Instead of a boulder, and even that was melting fast. A zombie groped, trying to reach me through the invisible barrier that kept them from the lava. That's it! I jumped off my rock and grabbed the living dead guy's arm.
No.
Living dead guy's arm. As I fell back towards the lava, the guy's arms stopped at the barrier, giving me a handhold to hang on. We're gonna monkey bar this with zombie arms. Again, my mark went hot, and I threw out my hand, which I am currently using to hold on for my life. The force field appeared and acted like a surfboard for me? I thought I'm hanging. What happened?
The bone was too flimsy, though, and it broke, sending me into the lava.
Okay, I missed that somehow. Okay, so the bone was too flimsy though, and it broke, sending me into the lava. Again, my mark went hot, and I threw out my hand. The force field appeared and acted like a surfboard for me. As I stood there, I realized that the longer I stood, the more tired I got. I sat down to realize this was even worse. I found the strength to stand, but I struggled to maintain the surfboard. The spell was sapping my energy. Yes, we know how this works now. I barely made it off the board and onto the monkey bar of another zombie's leg bone. I was exhausted and barely at the 5th pylon. I would have rested, hanging on the leg bone, if its owner hadn't tried to bite my hand. As it was, I was forced to punch the owner, then start sliding the bone along the barrier toward the stone, dragging the zombie along with me.
Hey, stop it.
I was going fast enough that I evaded the motion sensor traps when they fired, and though the heat was really getting to my non-shoed foot, I made it to the pedestal where the rock was sitting. I swung myself up onto the final platform, waited for my doom with my eyes shut tight. That sounds like a bad strategic option. That's not responsible.
I thought you knew everything about strategy.
But no traps shot, because lucky, and because convenience.
I pivoted on the platform and saw several of the zombies lurching towards me in the gloom. They were between me and the exit, and I still didn't know how to get back up out of the temple. One of them I hadn't seen grabbed me from behind, and I fell nearly over the edge, landing on my back of the cold hard stone. I felt something move under me, and I leapt to safety just as a wall of spikes zoomed at me, and the 20-foot pit opened up around the final pylon.
There's already lava. What's the point in having a pit
I don't know.
open up when there's already lava? Like, either way, the floor is death. Just how does that help you, trap makers? Seems like a lot of effort.
A bony arm grabbed me in a headlock, but instead of feeling teeth sink into my skull or something just as gruesome, I heard a ghostly, disembodied voice calling out to me.
Take the stone! It whispered. Put our spirits to rest. Help us. I thought it might be the zombies, and I didn't quite care either way, but they wanted me to take the rock, so fine. I snapped the decaying forearm that was imprisoning my head in half. And then, in a crazy dance move, I slid around on the floor and tripped the horrifying, disgusting creature into the pit that faded down into blackness. I thought they had an invisible platform that they could walk on above everything. How did they fall into... Somehow it falls into the abyss of doom. Unfortunately, this didn't work because of the barrier, and he came back trying to kill me.
I then snatched the rock off its pedestal, and immediately all the zombies disintegrated into dust after waving to me.
It's daytime skeletons.
Thanks.
Ha!
Maybe anger or in farewell. How do you wave in anger? Suddenly, like the other time with the color, smells burst from everything, becoming sharper. Although I didn't enjoy the smells of rotting flesh, dusty temple, and lava.
Wait, hold up. So the first rock I touched made grass and stuff appear.
Mm-hmm.
What did the second one make?
I don't remember. I only remember the first one doing stuff.
But this one makes it smell. So is it like the 5 senses? What the frick is that?
Those senses rocks.
Oh no! When we get to the taste rock, what's gonna happen?
You will taste blood.
Taste the rainbow. Maybe that was the second one. I don't remember any mention of taste, but I could have been mistaken.
Yeah, I really don't remember either.
I don't care enough to go back and check.
It's whatever.
So smells happened.
Mm-hmm. I put the stone in my pocket and was about to begin clambering back up out of the temple when I realized there was no way for me to get back. And just my luck, 2 walls of spikes began to come together, closing off the final pylon from the exit. I was doomed, and I could not care less.
For the 18th time today, I was doomed.
Oh no, however, will he survive?
Then a ball of lava flew up, hardened into rock, and the newly formed boulder began to fly up the hole that the original rock had made, and the hole was beginning to seal and rebuild. The pyramid's traps were resetting themselves. This place was so weird.
You don't frickin' say.
What?
Did I just use bad language that Super EJ has never heard? I threw the rope that had still been around my waist, hoping against hope that it would grab the rock.
How is that there? You were hanging above lava.
I don't
How is
know.
it not less... The rope must be like 12 feet long at max.
The rope landed on the flying boulder as the lava solidified.
Did it now?
This caused the rope to become part of the rock,
Did
and
it
as
now?
the rock rose, it began pulling me.
Well, great. Now you're gonna freaking die as
Oh,
it like
boy.
rips your body in half.
I flew over the pit between the closing spikes, over the lava, and up the quiver ceiling hole. I zoomed through the
Like
holes in
ragdolling
the
physics.
ceilings and floors just before they were repaired. I flew out of the temple, 1 shoe short, but 1 rock richer. As I emerged from the Mayan pyramid, me number 2 stared at me as though I had just admitted being a Venusian breed of purple flying turtle. What?
Yeah, I might have been a Venusian breed of purple flying turtle.
What? I'm so confused.
Did you cut that rope? Yes, I'm none.
No! One of the traps must have cut it, he replied a little too quickly.
A little too quickly?
Oh, right. I believed him. Not!
I believe you.
Okay, I believe you. I needed some sulfur powder to make absolutely sure I shouldn't trust him, in case he actually was me. I didn't want to kill him or anything. I needed proof. Give me the rock, he ordered. That was good enough for me. I decided that he was trying to kill me, and all he wanted were these rocks, so why stay with him?
Fine, I told him, rolling the rock that I had just found along the ground. It went past him, and he dived to catch it. While his back was turned, I pickpocketed the rock I had found in the void from his pocket with one of my inventions.
How did you do that?
So I have just yeeted up heavenly powerfully and like flown out of the temple in a cloud of dust. I scoot to a stop, stand up. He's like, give me the rock. I'm like, okay, here you go. I roll the rock and he dives for it like a gremlin. And while he is diving, I pull out an invention from my bag, activate it, pickpocket the rock, take it, put it back in my bag, and he has no idea. Nat 20 on my sleight of hand check. What even invention? What do I have? Like one of those robot arms? How does that?
I like to think it's just one of those little grabby
And
things.
it's a big rock and that like fits in your hand. That you would feel that coming out of your pantaloons. Okay. I pickpocketed the rock. The rock never actually touched my skin, so this might have been the cause that no color came back to make him realize I had taken it. I dropped it in my pocket happily. I was going to hook up the rock to the machine instead of the normal power source and go home without this lunatic. He turned back to me, the Mayan pyramid rock in his hand, and he somehow doesn't notice that I'm currently holding an invention and the rock, or something.
What was that for? He asked angrily.
I have a stealth of 900.
I reached over and grabbed the rock from him, just to test him.
I don't know, I'm bored, I lied. His eyes flashed when I took the rock. Can I be the keeper of this rock? Can I be the keeper of my nuggets?
No! He cried, lunging, hatred in his
Okay.
eyes. I pulled away, scared of his evil face. No, I'd rather the older, more responsible of us carry the stones, he amended. I raised an eyebrow as he forced a smile and held out his hand for the stone.
No, I told him, turning and starting to walk away. You're trying to kill me.
Excuse me, he questioned,
Questioned!
grabbing the rock from my hand faster than I could blink.
Oh,
He quickly pushed it
thought
into
I
his
had
pocket
this
with the other rock. Suddenly, all the smells were extinguished.
with the other rock that I just pickpocketed, or the other one from the slide.
rock, I think.
Why did I
guess.
not get both?
I don't know.
Okay.
You aren't going anywhere, he
I
grinned.
guess I just needed one for the machine.
Yeah.
Even though I don't know how the power source works.
I began backing away from him nervously. Besides, we can't leave until we have all 5 stones anyway. You have to help find the other 2.
We have to find 2 more of these.
Stab me!
Stuff. But it's me.
It's me! Stab me.
A question.
He questioned.
We then heard. This story never really slows down, does it? It says flame on. No.
No.
Hi Foster, how's it
Oh,
going?
hey.
Welcome to stream.
What's
My
up?
phone is very boom. What does it want? Goodbye.
Get heated. Oh! Get the help.
We then heard a huge commotion and saw all the characters from everything
Oh
just
my gosh.
swarming towards the pyramid, yelling, "There he is! Get him! The evil one stole the power source!" Just what I wanted. All the characters from every book, movie, and cartoon wanting to kill me. Great.
Meet me at
Literally
the
every character that has ever been conceived of in all of existence is trying to murder me at once. Where is the one who has super speed just stabbing me in the back? Where are the ones that literally know how to teleport? Where are the ones that have, like, mind control powers? Why aren't they instantly wrecking my face?
I want to see a battle with Harry Potter.
Wizard lightning battle.
Meet me at the building, me number 2 ordered.
Oh,
Then he
that
took
building.
off running like
The
a
really
frightened
big
gazelle.
one.
Down the stairs and out of sight. I, on the other hand, amazed that he or I could run so fast, tried miserably to imitate him. I followed at a much slower speed.
Sorry.
but,
Being like
then,
a gazelle is hard.
but then the step I was about to land on vanished, as was characteristic of this strange land, and I tripped on the 50th step, face planting down the other 553 others.
So I don't have any teeth anymore. Was nice while I had them. Once my cartwheeling and everything had stopped, I lifted my head to see all the angry good guy characters. All of the good guys and none of the bad guys? Okay, that's convenient. Just feet away. I tried to get up before the characters reached me, but a wave of pain mixed with nausea sat me back down awfully quick. I grimaced in pain. My right arm and my head. They hurt like crazy. I have much pain. I had never broken a bone before or gone to the hospital for any reason all my life. I didn't think they were broken, but it hurt enough to make me too distracted to walk.
Someone threw something white and round, which shattered near me, and a circle of light spread from it, going a very long way out.
I don't know what this is, but okay.
All the characters
Someone
formed a
broke Neville's
circle around. All the characters formed a circle around me. The larger
It's a
ones
cult.
at the back, and the smaller towards the front.
Okay.
I only saw good characters, because all characters are black and white, only good or bad.
Wow.
I looked for
Where's
any
Zuko?
bad ones.
Where
but-
are all the gray, morally gray ones?
Exactly, but there weren't any.
Okay, wow. What a convenient and strange turn of events. Didn't they want to go chase the other guy because he actually had the thing they were interested in? Or did all the bad guys go after him?
I don't know.
Well, whatever. I then felt something warm and wet trickle down my cheeks.
It was called pee. I felt my face with my left hand. My face was battered up too, blood mixed with tears, and seeing became impossible. At least these characters were good, right?
I heard the characters reach me and come to a halt. Their anger turned to compassion.
I thought they already were encircling me. I am surrounded. What do you mean they reached me?
Maybe they were running in a circle.
Maybe it was such a gigantic, like, mass of characters coming from all angles.
All of them are 100% lawful good. No one
all
is
of them.
anything else.
And they're also all organized so that the small people will go in front somehow.
Exactly.
They just have
Freaking
so many
Frodo is
that
right there.
they like, yeah, I don't know. Somehow it worked out that way.
Their anger turned to compassion, and instead of saying, "Kill him, he stole the rock," they were saying things like, "Oh gosh, is he okay? Can we help him?" Nobody seemed to want to touch me, but I heard someone cast a spell on me.
A strange
hexspell.
feeling, as though I had just jumped into a vat of cool cream, something I do often,
Cool
came
cream.
over me. That my worst fear is being chased off the edge of a cliff by a pickpocket and letting in a pool of molten ice cream. Sounds traumatic. And I felt my skin knit itself back together, and I ceased to be in pain. I wiped the blood from my face on my shirt.
Thank you very much, I thanked them, looking around for the one who had healed me, but whoever he had been had disappeared into the sea of book characters I had previously only dreamed of. I had always wanted to be in one of the books I was reading.
So I put myself in all of them.
to see what characters see, to do what they do, but this was totally different.
This is terrible. Who the heck? I've never even read Coraline. Have I? Whatever.
I didn't think we had.
I don't think I have, so I'm just making references I don't even understand at this point. What have you done with it, evil one? Coraline yelled at me.
Well, actually, me number 2 has it now, but I started.
Search him! The 3 bears yelled in perfect accord. The time warp trio came.
The what?
Just a time travel series of books.
I don't remember that at all.
It was dumb. Came and searched my backpack and pockets. They found the rock from the void.
Got it! They shouted triumphantly.
Hive mind. None of them have any diversity in thoughts. Wait, that rock I found in the white void! I blustered. The effect was immediate. The trio squeaked in surprise and dropped the stone. Superman fell over in shock. What? This goes against my whole worldview. Harry the Platypus nearly had a heart attack, which was clearly goes with his character and also is visible because platypus heart attacks are very obvious and have clear symptoms. Everybody, all of them, simultaneously gasped, inhaling all the oxygen in this entire world, breaking the sound barrier as they simultaneously just wrench all of the atmosphere away from this location. And then they jumped or did something else expressing surprise. I, unsure what to do, seized the stone, holding it with my shirt to avoid letting it touch my skin. Why is this important? And dropped back into my
you
pocket.
dropped into your own pocket.
Ooh, down I go.
Where's Akabati in all this?
I don't know what happened to him. Did he get left at home, or did he just straight up... Did I forget about his existence?
I have no idea.
I don't know what happened to him after this.
Poor Akabati. He was the only
Maybe we left him in another
mattered.
time. I forget.
I don't know.
I don't know what happened to him. I can't
well.
remember. Are you okay?
No, I'm dead.
Oh, well, that's good to know.
You found it in the white expanse, you say?
You found it in the white... That's not even reversed!
In the white expanse? You found it, you say? What?
In the expanse you found it.
Says you. Asked Yoda from the shoulders of Encyclopedia Brown.
Who the heck is that? I don't
know.
even remember that
You're just
guy.
dropping all these weird references.
Is this like all of the homeschooler scholastic books we used to read?
Yeah,
And
nobody's
I don't
gonna know what
remember what even that one is.
Yeah.
Is that just a guy who like knows everything from the encyclopedia? Because it sounds like an incredibly boring character.
Sam says, you guys are still streaming. Did lag be fixed?
It's
I think
improved. It's
yeah.
at least, functional sometimes. So that's good.
Basically, Ethan's getting the Infinity Stones, but they're actually the senses stones, and they like
Oh,
enhance his sense
no.
of smell and colors.
It's worse.
And things.
It's so much. Apparently, it has a weird effect on this world too. But like, they're
Nobody
actually
knows what's
supposed to be
happening.
like charged with the essence of and the knowledge of magic for each of the schools of like the elements or something. I don't know. It's stupid. I don't remember. It's stupid. It doesn't matter. It's stupid.
And now every good book character,
Every single one
is currently around.
None of the morally gray ones. All of the good ones.
Mm-hmm. The good characters.
Yeah, there's a hard dividing line there.
Definitely.
The neutral ones don't exist. What where do we leave off?
You're right there.
Well, yes. Why? What's so special about that? I asked.
Goodness gracious me! Don't you know the prophecy? A leprechaun asked.
No. Should I?
Duh! Some other random character told me impatiently
I
because you
gave up.
couldn't be bothered to think of another.
Well, maybe I just wanted to say, oh, okay, we gotta diversify a little bit. I don't know all of every
Even though
single
I know the entire
character.
periodic table, but
Well, no. This is me, like 11-year-old EJ, saying, okay, I've name dropped a couple places, but I don't want to make it obvious
Encyclopedia
that I'm
now.
only referencing things that I have seen previously. So we got to go with some other characters that I don't actually know of. But how can I mention a character I don't know of? We'll just not describe it. We'll just say some random book character that I don't recognize. That character is now referenced to. You're welcome, person who likes that series.
a random person.
So I just wanted to be like, wow, let's have some characters that I don't know about also be there, because there are lots of shows and stuff that I don't know of as well. Ha ha ha.
Ah!
I hate everything.
It's written on a piece of parchment at the top of that building. Whoever solves the challenges and reunites the 5 stones of power shall be able to reach the portal in the never-ending tower.
How do you reach the top of a never-ending tower?
I have no idea.
How do you get to the top of the tower to read the parchment about the prophecy to get to the top of the never-ending tower?
Well, is that building the same as the never-ending tower? I don't know.
It says the top of that building. There's only one building here, isn't there?
I don't know. There was a Mayan temple.
Fair.
The person will have full control over this mighty land and will have the power to take the other worlds to his hands.
Is this supposed to be a rhyming scheme?
Yeah. An evil one, the evil one, Moldy Fart is his name, shall try to get the power, but it shall be in vain. Then a boy shall come to this land of mists and shadows, mist and shadow, being led astray to the evil and the gallows. The evil one will use him, get to the stones, and get to the This is the longest prophecy I've ever read. But the boy can destroy the evil one, halting the plan of destruction.
Oh my gosh, this is oddly specific and terrible.
You will know him by his arm, his face both torn and in rejection. He will find the first stone, which shall lead him to the rest. He'll find it in the void, then he will face all the tests. The machine starts his adventure, and through bravery, friendship, good, and life, smarts and skill and strength,
And abs!
he shall find the stones of power and realize who he is, then face the final challenge
I
of
hate
saving
this.
all the world.
I hate this
But
so
only if
much.
he survives
Stop!
and again saves the
This
whole
is
world
so
and the
much.
universe from tyranny and death.
No!
Luck be with him, the chosen one, who could save all the rest.
Oh my
the person finished,
Gosh,
letting his
death
voice
doesn't
echo
even
and fade
rhyme
out.
with rest.
That was the longest, dumbest prophecy I've ever read in my life.
It's so specific and
Oh
holds
my
too
goodness.
firmly to the rhyming scheme and doesn't make any sense anyway, and
Who's gonna take the
is
time
still
to
gonna
memorize
be
that?
ignored. Because it literally is like, oh, you're being led to death, and I'm gonna be like, wow, what's that mean? It means you're being led to your death! Stop it!
Oh my gosh.
Just have a brain. Grow half a brain cell, please. I'm begging you. So
The person finished, letting his voice echo and fade out. I stared at him a moment with my mouth hanging open. Then I snapped it closed and began to slowly inch away.
Wait, did we read that?
Hmm?
Did we read the Stones of Power sources thing?
No.
Why did you read the I'm convinced to slink away part? Oh, sorry. Okay, I see.
Are you okay?
Seb says, what happened to Cat Girl EJ? This is important.
Still there.
He is existing, I guess. Hey, welcome back, Red Victorian. I appreciate you being
Hello.
here. Salute. Drop of water.
What order?
Okay. So, The stones are power sources. I'm the chosen one who can save the universe from this moldy fart dude. And the end of the world, and something about me being led astray? I asked, unconvinced, as I continued to slink away. You're already so sus of this guy! Why is being led astray an unconvincing concept to you?
Basically, yes, replied Mr. Bean, who is known for not talking that much.
Yes.
And thanks for getting me out of the void. Also, why is Mr. Bean morally good? Like, he doesn't...
He's kind of a jerk most of the time.
Yeah. I don't know about that, Chief.
He kind of ruins everything for everyone around him.
But according to you, he is morally good.
He has decided he has fallen on the like angel side of the like his soul was weighed and he came out white. Anyway, I don't know what that. I just mixed like
his
three.
His soul was weighed and he came out white.
It's like multiple different mythology things combined, and it doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry.
Ravioli! I was reading
welcome.
this novel. I was beginning to enjoy this wackiness. And then it kills us again.
Yeah. Okay. No problem, I responded. I was beginning to enjoy this wackiness.
You may go, chosen one, Luke Skywalker notified me.
Because he totally speaks like that.
Yeah. But first we have some gifts for you.
Okay.
We made them specifically for the chosen one, and we have made them as well as we can to try and make them withstand the final battle. He concluded as Link, a character from a video game.
Thank you for the explanation about that one, but none of the explanation for any of the other ones.
Why are only some, like, freaking Encyclopedia Brown, he doesn't get an explanation of Link does. Because only nerds know who Link is.
Wow.
Walked up to me.
I explained the most well-known one of all of these.
Honestly, the crowd of characters acted like they were in a funeral.
Why? What?
Link stopped, bowed, and placed a sword in my arms, then walked away.
Why are they not confirming that I'm not lying as well? Because, like, really anyone could have said, oh yeah, I got this stone from the void, and they'd be like, oh yeah! But what if I was one of the random characters and I knew this prophecy, and I was like...
Every character knows each other.
They all know each other already. They've had an eternity of chilling out together, and I guess they would.
Next, King Arthur walked up and handed me a sword. You mean the King Arthur that was canonized and not a fictional character?
I know him! Hold up! Wait a second, he's not a character then! Plot twist! Or plot hole!
Get wrecked!
They must have been written at 2 different times, because heckin' EJ forgot.
Rob says, hey Seb, hi Lewis, oh my gosh, I've missed a lot. Now we're in the protag of Star Wars. What?
Yeah, okay, so we currently, you know how we were traveling with the machine and you always pull the activation lever and it goes whoosh and you travel to a different time? Well, this time we pulled the lever and it freaking like broke in half, and I was like, oh oops, that's kind of a problem. My immense muscles are too strong. So I broke the time machine and that sent it going whoosh with like more O's or something in the whoosh, and then we landed in the void where there's nothing and everything and infinite possibilities and dimensions and whatever, and literally there's just constant stream of chaos and nothing has any consequences and nothing matters, but it all is happening anyway, and it's just utter baloney things happening. There's just like transforming...
It's not a plan, it's just doing a thing.
Yes, there's just chaos happening for no reason, but it's happening. And now we're in a world where things are happening. We live in a society. Luke Skywalker. This is an exact replica of Excalibur, he told me, pausing for a moment at the sight of my face. Do I know you? He asked. Before I could even glance at him or the sword, a character from Star Wars came up and handed me a lightsaber, which I did not earn, construct myself, or know how to use. He quickly stepped away without a word of explanation, only to be replaced by a Harry Potter character. How could I tell? With a wand. I never even got a chance to examine any of the weapons and things I acquired, because the moment one story's weapon was given to me, I got another. the pile beside me grew as every character from everything gives me a weapon, apparently.
So you can be even more Mary Sue.
Yes,
Yay.
yes. But I'm borrowing from other people, so it's clearly not a Mary Sue. I'm being helped because I need the help. Yes, I am a well-rounded individual.
Oh, yeah.
And my heart sank. How could I carry all these, much less use them? I didn't know how or even who against. Eventually, after Eragon marched up and gave me an unnamed Dragon Rider sword, which I don't even remember what that means.
I don't either.
There were no more weapons being imparted to me. My pile consisted of, quite literally, thousands of weapons. Only thousands? Not like millions or quadrillions?
Oh,
How many frogs can we fit in that area?
A lot.
I want to see Harry Potter slapping EJ for stealing his gimmick.
Talking about... Oh, yeah, Pooh got saved. It said he died writing 0 out of 10. Oh, well, he dies later. Super EJ uses the Vodka Tabber on him. I spoiled it. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Then all the characters began talking to me at once about techniques and moves.
All of them? My ears!
Dear.
My poor ears!
Spells and styles, forms, and
I know Kung
ways
Fu!
to defeat the evil one.
Oh my gosh.
I heard everything and nothing
This
at
is
once.
the worst unity of everything story ever. There's
You are
no...
all the Jedi.
I am all the stories.
Oh no.
No, this is the worst thing ever.
Creating two awful dins, one outside and one inside my head.
Oh my gosh, like the unity of ideas is a neat concept, but the execution is the worst, and even the idea is kind of not really that narratively satisfying when you really think about it. And it like trumps everything else or tries to... Oh, it's so stupid. The multiverse has come together just for Super EJ. Silence! I heard an amplified voice call out. The crowd obliged, turning to a shadowed figure in their midst. He was shrouded in mist and could not be seen. A bad guy? But he seemed more shy than mysterious or evil. He was obviously the leader of the good guy characters. Gasp! Who is he?
Oh my gosh.
Which story
Who is
comes
the
out on
moral
top
pinnacle?
among every story of existence? And he began to lead them all in the chanting of a very long magical spell.
Is it like Gandalf or something?
I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe it will intentionally be left blank because no character could ever be established as the better character than any other show. I don't know. They muttered the magical incantation in unison, all of them knowing it, even the ones that don't know magic. And interwoven bonds of connected magical energy appeared between all the characters, lazily snaking between them, forming a chain of magic. As the last set of syllables rolled off their lips, I watched in amazement as a beam of energy rose from every character, shooting into the air and creating a sphere of infinitely powerful magic energy in the sky. Unlimited power! Suddenly, all the swords, bows and arrows, lightsabers, and every other weapon in the pile by my side began to float upward and to spin slowly as though on a large merry-go-round. They have created a baby mobile for me.
Oh no.
And they're all gonna fall and stab me. Excalibur floated to the center of the other swords where the magic energy orb resided, and they all became vertical, pointing down like they wanted to stab us. And they began to spin faster and faster, closer and closer to Excalibur. Why is Excalibur the important one? One by one, swords began to connect and fuse together with the main sword, fusing matter of like metal and deleting matter from existence as they fused together. A sword from Percy Jackson, one from some sort of cartoon, the sword from Aragon's world. Then, boom! Every single weapon flew together and merged into one awesome, shimmering sword, which then floated down gently to me, handle first. I have the power!
This is like these YouTube videos where people like combine every candle from Bath and Body Works or something into the ultimate candle, but it's the ultimate
It really
sword.
is, yeah. It hovered before me, beckoning me to take it. I grasped the handle in amazement, taking the incredible sword, which just the sheer everythingness of it should probably like blast me into oblivion because I didn't know the powers and the curses and the whatever associated with it. I'm messing with powers beyond my control, but okay. 11-year-old EJ takes the sword.
Oh boy.
Yay.
Rav says, I wish I had the confidence of 11-year-old EJ to rate myself this highly.
I think I was just an idiot. I don't think I thought of myself as the coolest person in all of existence forevermore until the end of time. I was just trying to write a cool story and made bad choices. Bad with 7 A's.
So basically you confused the reader by giving the main character everything they could possibly need to win, and now simplified it by merging 1,000 objects into one.
Yeah.
All in 2 pages.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I gotta have contributions from literally everything in existence. Oh wait, now that's too much to carry. How about we make it simple again? Now it's just everything in one. It's the Swiss Army knife multi-tool. It can probably cast spells because of the Harry Potter one, but it also can be a good shaver.
What about books friggin' warrior cats? Are they gonna give you a tooth?
They give you claws and a persona that you can fuse into it. If you eat the sword, you get a Tanuki suit or something from Mario, and
you can be sword eater guy.
Yeah.
Eat sword.
Oh no.
Stromfrong says, hello, I can't stay for very long, but I thought I would stop in for a while to see a bit of the grand finale.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
It is quite a grand finale so far.
Oh yeah, so far.
So good.
Good is a word that could not be used to describe it.
Not be used for any part of the story.
Anyway,
the lightsaber makes it cut through anything. It shrinks to a small dagger when you want it to.
Game.
Excalibur and the Rider
what?
Sword make it unbreakable. Excalibur's scabbard doesn't make you invincible, but several swords make it lightweight, and the list of attributes goes on and on, a sword expert told me.
Well, what about the ones that are the attributes that are contradictory? You get a really heavy sword, but you also get a really light sword, and they both have benefits. You can't have both. What's it do? What's it gonna do? You gotta have contributions from both universes. Sorry.
Just don't think about it, okay? Don't try to think.
But poison blade, but also blade that heals you. Oh no.
You just gotta call it like you're playing Uno or something. Poison. I mean, heal. Stabby.
I remember She-Ra. Heal!
Oh, She-Ra is a distant memory, oh my.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
The only thing wrong with it, or I suppose
we found something worse than She-Ra, finally.
That's true.
My stuff. I admit it.
Therefore, Ethan should never criticize She-Ra. Look how bad he is at writing, even though he was a child.
I was a child.
The only thing wrong with it, or I suppose I should say inopportune about it, is the fact that it does not contain any focused rod, crystal, or metal.
Why? What does that even mean?
I have no idea.
I don't see how that's a drawback considering I don't know what it means.
But I suppose that wouldn't have helped anyway, since we do not possess the necessary things to attune it to you.
Also, how does it not contain any metal or crystal or whatever?
Yeah, what is it made of?
Considering literally every universe gave me something, how does not any of those universes have that if supposedly that's a thing that could be useful? Wouldn't one of them have had that?
You would think so, wouldn't you?
I don't even know what it means, but apparently it doesn't have whatever that is for some reason.
Well, if you happen to come across any crystals or crystal meth, there are small spaces inside for them.
Oh no.
He told me, showing me a little
I think
thing.
I have a theory as to why it's saying this.
Oh dear.
I betcha 5 cracks that these power stones are also gonna fuse with this freaking sword.
Oh my
And it's gonna become the ultimate weapon.
Wow.
And if it gets stolen, the world is freaking screwed.
Freaking move over, Thanos Gauntlet. You are nothing.
I have the sword of destiny.
Oh, hat time.
Oh, hats off. Oh. This is the best I got right now.
It's not a hat.
You are not a hat.
What about a germ sack? Oh wait, here's a hat.
This is my hat.
Okay, have fun with that.
This is not going to stay. As soon as I make any gesture, it will fall.
I have a little bun that's keeping my
I can't even turn my head.
Your heads are looking pretty bare. Where
Thank
was
you. That's a lot of
he told
ultimates.
me, showing me a little thing that popped the hilt open. Inside were 5 cylindrical hollow spaces.
Called it!
I had no idea what they were for.
I don't know! Maybe it's for the freaking rocks!
So I popped it back
I hate
closed.
this so much.
Me too. I want to die.
Wow, thanks! I marveled at the plate. It's an avocado. Sorry. This sure makes my ninja sword look silly.
Oh yeah, I nearly forgot. We merged your machete and lame ninja sword into it too. I hope you don't mind.
Just one last bit of ultimateness to add to the ultimateness?
Yes. Your wand, bows, and arrows, and every other weapon that was given to you has been merged into this one sword.
How does a bow and arrow and a sword become one thing? That's kind of very different purposes.
No idea.
Like, does it just shoot lasers now if I point it at things? Okay, I should probably get an actual hat to fulfill my obligation to the world.
This sword is awesome.
You're awesome.
Interesting name for a sword. Awesome, muttered a nearby historian.
No, don't call it awesome! That's not the title of the sword!
Oops, I hadn't meant to name the sword awesome.
No!
But I kept my mouth shut because I couldn't think of a sword-worthy name to replace it with.
No! How about stupid?
OP friggin'
How
dumb.
about you had better shudder in fear anyone who dares oppose me, because the very thought of opposing me will cause your face to instantly slice in half.
Sounds good to me.
There's a lot of hyphens in that name.
Yeah.
The golden scabbard was full of jewels that were every color of the rainbow. Taste the rainbow. And the handle had an interesting symbol on it. The hilt also had 5 runes etched along the side. I really like the number 5. There was on that looked like the letter M, an upward pointing arrow, something that resembled an H, an F turned 45 degrees to the right, and a vertical line. Hold up.
Oh my goodness.
Is it this thing?
Let me see.
Uh.
Whoa! Long have I wondered what these were.
It's literally stolen!
From what?
This is stolen from... Yeah, stolen from Dorvish. From Tolkien. This is like my name written in...
But is it your name
Tolkien
or
Dwarvish.
Evan's?
This is something I never changed, is it? When I changed the name from Ethan to Evan, I never went back and realized, hold up, that has 4 letters. So, whoopsie doopsie.
Whoopsie doopsie. That is funny. That makes me laugh.
Oh, and this is like that super stupid symbol for, I guess we'll find out about that later.
Stupid symbol.
This is like the birthmark symbol or something.
Nope.
And it's super freaking
So you made this all the way back in like 20...
This is a long time ago. This is like from a wood burning kit, but I never figured out how to make the wood burning thing work, so I used a pencil and pretended.
Wow, impressive.
So yes, this is from way back when, and I don't know why I have it on my door.
Yeah, it's been there for
It
10
has been
billion
there for a
years,
while.
and I have long wondered why. But I guess I know now.
I don't know. But yes, I'm describing that, I think.
Was I reading or you? I genuinely can't remember.
I think I was,
I think
and I
you were.
realized this is a stupid thing that doesn't need to be described. Anyway,
Rev says,
vertical-
please no really original ideas here.
I know. And a vertical line capped and bottomed by dots, crossed by another line parallel to the F. That, how describing, no, visual would go so much farther, worth 1,000 words. I slowly drew the sword out of the scabbard, making a satisfying sound of metal against metal. It had runes and symbols on the silver, sharp, perfect blade. I unsheathed and stared at the long, thin blade. I was speechless. I felt like a hero, and I imagined myself fighting armies heroically and stuff. But then, reality began to sink in.
I've never used a sword before. You
practiced with ninja swords that you have circuiting!
Excuse me, sir?
I confess that
You
I
have forgotten your previous
tried
continuity!
to hand the sword to a character. The character backed away
This is
before
why
I
you
even
write
got
things in the
within 10
proper
feet of
order,
him.
like right from the beginning to the end, instead of writing
Well,
from
even just like 2 paragraphs ago, he was like, "Oh, we used your sword, so clearly you have a sword, sir."
Clearly, I missed a bunch of things in the editing because I'm a freaking idiot child. Anyway, I reluctantly tried to hand the sword to a character, just a character. The character backed away before I even got within 10 feet of him. No, you must take it. It has too much power for someone else to wield. Only you, chosen one. Oh wait, that's the Misty Leader,
The
man.
Misty Leader.
Oh no.
I can't believe this is real.
It's so embarrassingly awful. I'm sorry. I'm sorry everyone has to deal with this. Oh no, we get 3 whale dolphin beeps, swirlies.
I turned and ran with my 2 new shoes
Oh,
that
yay.
you have apparently.
We replace shoes a lot in this
That's
series.
true.
Story.
I was ready to leave. I had taken a quick crash course in swordplay. You freaking.
I taught people swordplay. Swordplay should be taking lessons from me.
Maybe you finally realize that you don't actually know as much as you think you know. When you're just being a kid.
Well,
being
I have literally
I totally know how to sword
every
fight.
good guy mentor that has ever existed here
It's
is
true.
here to teach me. So clearly, I could pick up a few tricks. Maybe I could teach them a thing or two though as well. So.
And the use of magic fused with the sword. I had my all-in-one sword at the ready, tucked away in my backpack.
So it
in its
literally
shrunken
just
dagger.
pointed at me number 2 and say, "We're going now," and you are dead.
Yeah, this shouldn't be that much of a fight.
Yeah, he should die instantly.
Yeah.
There's no fight
How
here.
could there possibly be any way he could fight back?
I don't
Unless
know.
all the villains gave him all the bad guys.
I am all the Sith. Oh, that's probably gonna happen. No,
I will die. I will die.
No, we're gonna get like Bowser and
Oh no,
freaking.
no.
What's the most least intimidating villain the world's ever seen?
Pigeon Man.
Pigeon Man. Whoa, you wouldn't want to be pooped on.
Anyway, I have my all-in-one sword at the ready, tucked in my backpack in its shrunken dagger form in the also shrunken sheath. According to the characters, it would reappear on me if I lost it or needed it due to a few characters' weapons. Apparently, I was supposed to keep his sword secret so that the evil one wouldn't know. They didn't want him to find out I was a threat until I fought him. They said this as though they were sure I would, so I wasn't supposed to use my sword until then. I felt invincible. Me number 2 was waiting for me outside the big, crooked building. I eyed him warily as I approached. Why was I going back to the person who was trying to kill me? Because I didn't have a choice. He wanted the stones, I needed them to fix the machine. Maybe I could get him to grab the stones for me, and then I could steal them and escape from this weird time
Now we're
place.
thinking pirate.
Where was I anyway? It was apparently called the Land of Dimensions, whatever that meant.
Gonna be honest, I missed that entire paragraph because I was looking at the
It
chat.
really wasn't important.
Mancer said, "Wait, I just had a stupid cool idea. I'm interested. What about Sloth Boy? I don't know what that is, but it's probably here."
I turned
PJ
around and there are
and
now
the Princesses of Power. Oh no.
Oh, no.
For the honor of Grayskull.
For the honor of me.
For the honor of my face. Oh yeah, I forgot. I caught up with number 2 now. You aren't gonna believe what's in that building. He laughed menacingly as I arrived. And then I could have sworn he added, "Your doom." He is Pigeon Man. I whirled, finding me number 2's face, innocent, written all over it. Who wrote that? I nervously drank about half a bottle of water from my backpack as we approached the building.
Also, Mancer just subscribed with Prime.
Oh, cool! Thank you. I
That's
appreciate
cool, thank you.
it. Yay! Stupid idea I did. That
A
was.
stupid idea, Adjuster.
I like stupid ideas.
I
Thank you,
love crazy.
All my life has
Been a series of doors in my face. Oh.
Ow. I hit myself a little harder on that too.
I would like to.
Ah!
Hello.
I was gonna wave.
Hello.
Are they gonna make
Papa Monkey, ladies and gentlemen. They can see you.
Oh,
You are visible.
I can see myself. Hi, peoples. Hey guys, what are you doing?
We are reading the finale of Super EJ.
We have 30 more pages. We've only gotten through 20. I'm gonna cry.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
I know, it's gonna be like 1 or 2 a.m. though, which is terrible.
We'll get there. We can go faster. I believe in us.
What's up with the hats?
Someone redeemed hats off to you, which makes us wear hats. I don't know why I have
I have
it.
to pee,
I
I'll be
just
right
need
back.
something to do with channel points because I felt like I should.
I am now Michaela.
Yay!
Ouch.
How does it feel? Are you always up for a top hat?
I'm always up for a top hat.
I don't have one around, but I would give you one if I had one. Well, maybe there's one on the shelf, but I'm too lazy to go get it. It's the Papa Monkey! Yeah, ta-da! You can go see all your adoring fans.
Hi, Papa Monkey. Who's it? Storm Froggo.
Mm-hmm.
Storm Froggo?
You entertain the stream for a second while I get water.
I don't know if I can.
You don't know if you can? Just be yourself.
Just be myself. Am I entertaining?
Respond to the chat.
Well, I need someone to chat with, so let's see what we got here. This is Ethan. What do you
I've
think,
been
Ethan?
replaced?
Yes, you've been replaced.
Oh, no.
It's not hard.
Oh, wow.
Airhead, just like Ethan. Ooh, did I say that? No, I didn't say that.
Okay, it's
Poor Ethan. Oh.
on my own stream.
Is this yours or Michaela's stream?
Me. It is the stream of the me. This is why we read the book of the me.
Oh, okay.
I cannot breathe. I kill myself.
Creek. What? Oh,
Creek.
got it.
Bonk. I am back. I have not shaved in a while.
Yes.
You drop it in my head!
At least.
EJ! Absolutely, Papa Monkey, we believe in you.
What did I say? I can't remember. What's he responding to?
About you being in charge of the stream, I think.
Oh.
This is so wholesome, it's so strong, why can't I feel it? Huh?
Feel it! Feel it! You've got to feel it! I can't even read his name.
You gotta
Who is it?
feel it. Manser.
Manser.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, just feel it.
What are we feeling?
Oh, nothing.
know.
Nothing. She's back. Don't say.
She's back. She's back. And she's here to stay.
You want me to do a magic trick for them?
Sure.
Alright. I'll do a magic trick, but it's a gospel magic trick. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay.
What is this?
I'll bring
magic
it back
trick?
in 34 seconds.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry. Creak went the building's door as it floated off its hinges and faded into nothing. We walked inside, and immediately another door appeared, slamming shut behind us. Well, that's freaking great. Then there was no light whatsoever in the building. It was literally pitch black. I tried the door. It had vanished into a solid wall.
Don't worry, I mumbled. I found the light switch.
Ah!
Can I make it?
I don't know.
I forgot. I stopped keeping track. In your wallet?
In my wallet.
Is
You know,
in
it's been
your
a long
wallet.
time since I've done it.
What's in your wallet? Apparently a gospel magic trick.
Aha, I knew it would be the cards.
The cards!
Oh.
I always keep a couple of cards. So you guys can't watch. No, you can watch.
Yes,
Gotta get closer though so they can see.
You need me to
Would
move?
you like me to make it larger?
I just need him
with
to move.
faces.
Oh. Cool, that's a good idea.
Yeah, you can take.
Okay, if you like magic, I'm gonna show you like one of the only tricks I know. So we start with just a couple of cards and I'll just get closer.
Oh no. Well, that's not quite what I wanted to do.
What's wrong with that?
It's fine. I just need to fix it back to the way it was. There we go. Good enough. I guess. Maybe. Possibly.
Okay. They can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise it'd be pretty pointless.
It's too big.
What's too big?
This.
You can't get my face, huh?
Well, yeah, you're standing up.
I'd have to talk like this in order to get my face in there. That's not going to be easy.
Perfect. Beautiful.
All right. Should I really do this?
Why ask me? I wasn't here for this. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
If you sit down, you can just hold it up in front of your face.
No, it's my hands don't bend that way. They need to see the faces of the cards.
Fair enough. Well, just do it.
Okay, I'm just going to do this, all right?
I'll be the audience. I'll watch.
Yeah, you can watch. So I've got these 2 playing cards. I keep them in my wallet in case I ever want to do it for somebody. Okay, so this is a spiritual gospel trick. So if you don't like spiritual stuff, you can just close your eyes for a few minutes.
Close your eyes.
But your ears will still be subjected to it. So
Okay.
if you don't want to see the magic trick, but you want to hear it anyway.
So the Black Queen represents humanity. I need to make sure I'm in the camera here. Let's see. And we're sinful. That's why it's black. Black as sin. And the Red Queen represents Jesus. And he obviously has no sin. Okay, so since God is holy, he's way up here, and man is sinful, so way down here. And in order for us to have a relationship with God, God has to first initiate a relationship with us. So he comes down all the way to man. Okay, so he came down to us. And God convicts us of sin and shows us the things that we do wrong. And so he initiates with us. Notice how I just folded that card around. And if we respond to God, this is representing our response to God, then something really, really cool happens. So God convicts us of sin. He tells us he loves us, and if we respond to him, then and we receive Jesus Christ as our Savior and Lord, then God sends the Holy Spirit down from heaven, and he puts the Holy Spirit into our lives. Like this. Right in the center of our lives. And then, you can't see, then the Holy Spirit begins to change our lives from the inside out so that we become different and we look more like Jesus. Remember how, well, I guess I didn't explain it much, but never mind. Anyway, where he transforms us from the inside out so that you can see as we're inside of Christ or the Holy Spirit, we begin to change from sinful humanity into looking just like God. See that?
It looks like the outside of the card.
See that? It's amazing. And if you were to stop this process right in the middle, it's about the middle, stop it right in the middle. Oh, put your hands out. Give me a little place to put these pieces. A little closer. Okay. And put it down right there. You see there's a miracle that's happening. A miracle that's happening. Isn't that amazing? So that's the trick. Kind of cool. Hope you liked it. So
what's the moral?
Well, that we should respond to God's initiation or initiative and put our trust in Christ, let him transform and change us so we can have a great and close relationship with God, which is what we were created for. Life's much better that way. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the magic. See if anybody likes it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I thought I was supposed to show the Red Queen instead of the outside of the card, so I was bamboozled at first. I forgot I was supposed to do that. Oh, did you do it wrong, or did I confuse myself?
Yeah, I don't know. I probably confused myself.
Well, it still worked. One way or the
Did
other.
anybody like it?
How would you do
cool.
it? That was genuinely impressive.
Papa Monkey, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm always up for a topic.
Hey,
Oh, wait.
he showed me that 10 million times, and it took a very long time to get him to tell me how he did it. So,
A good magician never reveals his secrets.
well, I
But
guess
I'm not
he's
a good
bad
magician.
then.
Dad used to work for an actual magician a while ago for many
A
years.
while
So
ago.
he's got a bunch of secrets he knows that he won't tell
Oh,
us.
she cheered thingies for.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
Oh, all
it.
right. Well, you never know what you're going to get on this stream. Mm-hmm. All right. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Love you.
Tyson's crazy.
I'm going to bed early tonight.
All right. Night, Dad.
After I read. Pray.
Huh?
And pray.
So yeah, that was that. Magic.
So,
Okay.
how are we going to get through 30 more pages?
Through severe effort. Yep. Where are...
Don't worry, I mumbled, I found the light switch.
Surprise! Yelled the light switch. Frack squeak! Was the general sound it made as sparks and lightning bolts zapped out of it shortly afterward.
Ow! I just got electrocuted, I yelled.
As you shout when you get electrocuted.
While being blown backwards into the room that had just suddenly been illuminated. In the center of the room, there was a giant firefly. You would not believe your eyes. No, not a firefly. More like a horizontal glass cylindrical containment unit with wires and machines hooked up to it.
Oh yeah, I get those confused all the time.
Inside the glass prison there was me, another me 3. Try saying me 3 5 times fast. Me 3, me 3, me 3, me 3, me 3.
Why is this happening to me?
I noticed a timer on the firefly that read 3, 2, 1.
Oh no. Suddenly a red laser shot through the glass tube, electrocuting me. I mean him. Me number 3. Me number 3 screamed in pain. Then the laser shut off and the timer went back up to 1 minute. Me number 3 lay limp inside the tube, gasping and apparently oblivious to the fact that we were there. I felt sorry for myself. Question mark. Oh wait. I felt sorry for myself. Question mark, question mark. I grabbed a pocket knife from my backpack. Why would I grab a freaking pocket knife when I have the ultimate sword of destiny and legends?
I don't know.
Wasn't there... I missed that paragraph about, like, did you say there was some reason they warned me to not use the sword until something or other?
No, I don't think it said literally anything.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine then. So I, with the intention of smashing the glass, but me number 2 grabbed my arm.
I would strongly advise not freeing him. I've done this before, and it's going to be trouble later, he told me hesitantly.
How could you know it's trouble if he's not going to be freed, I asked. Wouldn't that mean that last time it got smashed anyway, so it doesn't really matter, and it's going to be smashed some way or another? You can't change what's already happened, or it wouldn't have already happened, I concluded. Me number 2 was just staring at me blankly.
Your brain works on an entirely different level of intelligence, and just don't disobey your superior self, he asked. The nerve!
This is this is not...
How in the world do I get so mean later? I would never say that. Must be some teenager thing. The laser went off again. In an act of fury and defiance, I made up my mind. I swung the knife as hard as I could at the glass.
All at once, the glass shattered. Me number 3 flew through the air, and the firefly imploded into a baseball-sized orb of energy that hovered 3 feet above the floor in the center of the room. Then it exploded at 1,000,000 kilovolts, sending me, him, and I, the 3 myself, that is, flying through a door into the next room. Why is there a third myself now? Who is this? Why is he here? Is it like a long-lost brother or something that I freaking don't remember and don't care about at all?
Once again, I found myself fading back into consciousness. Okay. I sat up to find me number 3 hugging my leg.
Ew, let go, I groggily tried to say, but I don't think anyone heard it because it came out as a groan. I stood up, and despite the complaints of my various body parts, lifted me number 3 off my leg. He was smaller than me, and his hair was black. He must be me in the past, but different. An illusion? And then I realized he was unconscious. What? How was he clinging to my leg if he was unconscious?
You can cling to people if you're asleep.
Okay. He laid on the floor by my feet, seeming to be in a peaceful rest. And where was me number 2? I turned to look behind me, finding me number 2 sneering up at the ceiling. I turned to see what he was looking at. There was a rock in this room, and stood in the center of the ceiling. There was a rock in this room and stood in the center of the ceiling.
Okay.
I turned back around, finding that me number 2 was grinning maniacally. He began purposely striding to the center of the floor upon which I stood. Suddenly, a panel in the wall rotated open, revealing a small turret and cannon. Several more simultaneously emerged from the walls around us. Momentarily distracted, me number 2 turned his attention to the turrets just as a high-speed grenade was fired from one. Oh my! What is happening?
Jumped out of the way, barely dodging the grenades as
Why
another
is
was
this happening?
fired at him from
Who
the
cares
cannon.
that this is
Me
happening?
number 2 twirled, managing to evade another projectile. Suddenly, the grenades
guess this is
exploded,
happening.
sending shrapnel flying in all directions. I ducked, and me number 2 backflipped away from the smoking metal. The smoke and flames cleared momentarily. The guns seemed to be sizing us up. I hurriedly looked up at the stone, finding that it had vanished. I noticed that me number 3 was missing. He had vanished.
Whoop-de-doo. Where's the other guy? I yelled to me number 2, looking around for me number 3 and finding no sign of him. Are we really going to call us me number 1, me number 2, and me number 3 for the rest of this? Only my echo answered me as me number 2 pointed up at the ceiling wordlessly. Up above, me number 3 was lying, still unconscious, on the ceiling, as though gravity had reversed for him. I goggled up at him as his limp body seemed to slide along the ceiling to the wall. His gravity had changed again, and he was falling to the wall. With a thump, he hit the wall and lay there. I noticed that my pocket knife was on another wall. Then, as if by magic, the floor became the ceiling, and the ceiling the floor, meaning I was very high up.
I plummeted downward or upward, whichever way I was falling, towards the ceiling or floor. I hit hard, and the impact nearly forced the breath from my lungs. I stood up or down, however you say, standing upright, upside down on the ceiling,
Stop. My brain
Anyway,
refuses.
I looked back up or down to the floor, and I saw me number 2 standing there, happy as a clam, except for the fact that several guns were now suppressing fire.
I noticed that the rock was lying or sticking to the wall in front of me. I walked to it, and I was about to reach out for it when its gravity shifted, and it plummeted toward the wall to my left, nearly hitting me number 3. I was on the verge of running to that wall to grab the rock when me number 2's gravity shifted, with me number 2 on top of or next to me. What?
You skipped a line, I think.
Oh. And he flew towards me. He collided with me before I could dodge, and I ended up pinned to the wall with me number 2 on top of or next to me. Then, one of the gun turrets fired, and a big sticky blob of goo, Mr. Incredibles, hit me number 2 in the face. He yelled and waved his hand as another cannon fired, sending yellow powder all over the entire room. Hey, this is what we wanted. The multiple gravities caused it to land everywhere, and a bunch stuck to me number 2's face. Another turret fired. An inflatable beach ball covered in the same sticky stuff that was on me number 2's face flew through the air and hit the wall next to me. I don't know what's happening. As it stuck, it began to expand, and I realized it wasn't a beach ball. What it was, I had no clue, but
My gravity shifted, and I was now being pulled towards the opposite wall of the one me number 2 was
this
being
is confusing
pulled
enough if it was a visual experience. This is words. I'm trying to interpret this into a 3D image in my brain.
Me number 3 crashed into me, and he and I began pulling against each other. We were floating in the middle of the room, both stuck, as our almost equal weights caused an equilibrium among the gravities. Our forces were neutralized, and we became stuck, both hanging in the middle of the room. I was hit on the head by a rubber ball as I rolled me number 3's still unconscious form off of me, and we each fell towards our side of the wall. I felt like a pinball being bashed and smashed all over the place with no permanent
That's what my brain feels like right now.
My pocket knife whizzed past me, and I ducked the rock only to get attacked by me number 2, who was uncontrollably sliding towards me. The many objects being catapulted and gravity switched were dangerous, as I learned from feeling the lump the rubber ball had given me. The cannons continued to fire tennis rackets, paper towels, and a completely random assortment of giant objects.
What?
My gravity shifted and slammed me into a nearby wall.
Who designed this thing? Who goes, alright, let's put some grenade launchers and then just, let's shove a tennis racket in there, it'll be fine. Okay. I saw the rock lying on the wall that had originally been the ceiling, but then its gravity changed and it slammed into the wall where me number 3 was lying. I have no idea what wall is what and who is where and what is happening and I'm just gonna accept it, but this is so confusing and terrible. He woke as me number 2 crashed into him. Noticing the chaos, he leaped 3, and seeing the rock, he jumped to his feet and dived for it with an almost hungry and triumphant gleam in his eye. Okay, Smeagol. He screamed something about...
Oh boy.
Oh Oh no! Why am I the way that I am? He screamed something about precious as I outran him, reaching the wall upon which the rock resided, just as my gravity happened to shift to that wall. Thankful for the stroke of luck, I raced along the wall to the ceiling without slowing. Suddenly, another grenade went off to my right, and me number 3 shrieked in terror. I tackled him, managing to save him from a flying stroller as me number 2 flew through the center of the room, which had become a swirling vortex of sulfur dust, sticky goo, spheres of liquid with no gravity, random objects, and stuff. The most important last thing.
Maybe there's
stuff is an entirely different category of random objects. I then plucked he stone from the wall as though I was picking an apple from a tree that wanted its apple back. The rock's gravity was still on that wall, and it felt like I was holding a magnet. Suddenly, everything's gravity was realigned to the original floor. All the gun turrets rotated themselves back into the walls, and everything fell to the ground in a heap. I now heard sounds as though never before. It was like I had been hearing everything with you. I'm hearing everything better than I was before. It was like I had earmuffs on before, but now every sound I heard was rich and full.
Thank you, Master. Thank you for freeing me from the containment unit that Evan trapped me in so long ago.
Why
oh wait, you are Evan.
Heck?
Well, thanks, I guess. Me number 3 stuttered as I pulled myself off of him. His voice sounded guttural and raspy. I instantly disliked him, but this was me. I could trust him, right? Then again, me number 2 was a little crazy. I decided to give me number 3 a shot at gaining my trust.
No. Just because he looks like you does not mean any freaking thing in the world. Okay, now, what do you mean? I asked him as I poked my head out of the pile of random junk that had buried us up to our necks, looked around for me number 2, and made sure the stone was still in my hand. Me number 2 had vanished. Where are you? I yelled. Only my echo answered me. How big is this room? Me number 3 was snickering uncontrollably. I was now fairly certain that I shouldn't trust me number 3, but then he pointed up at the ceiling.
Most impressive.
Oh boy, thanks, Darth Vader.
To find me number 2 stuck to the roof by a bunch of sticky black stuff. Give me the rock, he ordered. I raised my eyebrows, calling attention to the fact that he was stuck on the ceiling, some distance above my head. He yanked himself free of the wall and freed his arms from his sides. He now stood, or rather hung upside down on the ceiling, suspended by his sticky shoes. He motioned for me to throw the stone to him, but as he did, the rock's gravity changed. It was jerked out of my hands, and it flew to the center of the room, where it hovered in midair. It was just out of me number 2's reach, so he jumped up, down, and grabbed it as fast as lightning. Instantly, my ears felt like they had been covered, and the sound of me number 2 landing back on the ground with me number 3 and I was muffled by an invisible hand. His babies.
Hi. Why?
Stop.
Chapter 29. This and the last chapter are all that remain. We're almost there. Me number 2 quickly read the green words on the stone. Oh boy, I can't wait.
Green rock.
Shrugged and walked over to me, smacking me right in the head with the rock. I need this brain to interpret your clue. I protested as the rock impacted my bare skin. Instantaneously, the room began to swell and bulge, changing colors and sizes and dimensions. What? Me number 2 retracted the rock and put it in his pocket as the room continued to change. Eventually, the room looked like one of those abstract art sculptures with the different shapes and patterns and colors sticking out of everywhere. I don't know what abstract art sculptures you're talking about, but sure. Those weird painting styles where nothing is symmetrical and everything is all mixed up. I don't care. Let's just insert general tomfoolery and chaos and leave it at that for that description. Neo cubes, messed up distance, no outside, black and white, see beside everything, breaking every normal law of perspective and dimensions, defy imagination, impossible to describe, impossible in the physical room. So basically, utter chaos is unleashed, and this room is not possible. It's MC Escher cranked up to 11.
I walked forward a few steps, uncertain if I was going to crash into anything, as it was nearly impossible to judge where anything was.
It
I
sounds
turned back to
literally
find
impossible.
that me number 2 seemed to have become giant-sized, and me number 3 an ant.
Congrats.
I was by now used to crazy stuff like this, but I was still nervous, as now me number 2 could squish me quite literally like a bug. Suddenly, the blackish sticky stuff that had been all over me number 2 vanished, along with the yellow sulfur powder that was mixed in beside. Hey, that meant me number 2 wasn't using magic to maintain a disguise. But wait, he could have altered his appearance permanently, making it so that he would only change back when he cast another spell to restore his original appearance. There was still a chance that he was an imposter. I tried to walk away from him, but my legs seemed to be glued in place. Then I broke free and flew across the room as though I was filled with helium, floating along and upward. As I was about to crash into the wall, I seemed to go right through it, but instead of finding myself outside the building, I was floating away from a different wall in the same room.
I'm glad that the sulfur powder proved nothing and was utterly pointless to begin with.
Yeah, me too.
I landed on both of the other myselves, who fell through a wall and got really mad as they flew back up out of the floor, flew up into the air, then plummeted to the floor as fast as an arrow. Me number 2's hand began to glow, and they stopped and landed softly on the ground. Me number 2 gave me a glare, as stairs appeared along the sides of the walls, seeming to corkscrew up forever. As we began up them, the stairs began to move, twisting and turning, writhing like a snake, bucking like a bull desperate to shake off its rider, fluctuating in size, and basically going crazy. The next thing I knew, I was hanging upside down above the stairs from the railing, and the others were nowhere to be found. Reversed gravity again. Wonderful. Then, as the stairs did a pirouette and tied themselves in a knot, I saw the others on the opposite side of the stairs upside down. The knot in the stairs straightened around them as the stairs shouted at me.
Let go! I've got them, but I can't hold them for long. Go! It yelled.
Why are the stairs yelling
Why
at me?
can he talk?
Why can he talk?
Obviously, I'm not evil enough to let a crazy staircase kill anyone, so
I mean, you really should consider doing so.
Before I could do anything, I saw me number 2 wave his hand again, and a lightning bolt struck, blowing up the stairs and freeing them, while incinerating the only thing preventing us from falling up the never-ending shaft to our deaths. We fell and I screamed. After a full minute of falling,
we're still falling!
I realized we weren't dead yet, so I opened my eyes and watched the colors and things spin past faster and faster as we fell upwards.
Terminal velocity does not exist here!
Wisely had their eyes closed because the spinning colors were sickening.
Epilepsy,
It looked
anyone?
like we were going faster than our terminal velocity should have allowed, but I didn't even care anymore. Though it should have been impossible, we probably were going about the speed of sound, just because of gravity. This place made no sense at all.
Yes. Okay, chat break. How much longer is it? We have about 20 more pages. We're almost there.
30 more pages.
No.
30.
Look, we're at 280, so we have... Okay,
30.
well, okay, there's 307, sure, fine. The page count is on the bottom left corner, yeah, you're right. We must have fallen
For 30 minutes!
hours, because I fell asleep. How does one fall asleep when falling to your death? The adrenaline levels must have been crazy. Anyway, because I fell asleep and woke up fully energized but hungry. We were falling so fast that the colors had mixed into a blur of brown. I munched on some sandwiches. Let me just casually pull out my peanut butter and jelly sandwich and start
Peanut
eating
butter.
that as we're falling to our deaths. Or falling up. I don't know what's happening. This is a very empty tower. As all the colors vanished into white and the tall room curved into a smooth circular slide like a chute. Then the slide twisted and turned, and we were in the fastest, slipperiest, craziest, and probably most lethal slide in the world. After a while, we slowed down, and I found myself shooting out of the slide, flying in a gentle arc and landing in a pile of pillows that vanished after we got up.
That, I stuttered, was awesome.
No, your sword is awesome. They didn't even look at me. They just kept walking towards the door to the room in which we now stood. I sighed and followed, not even bothering to ask what was next, only prepared to face anything and expect the unexpected. Or would expecting the unexpected make the unexpected expected?
We went through and I found myself in a black circular room with reflective floor and blue torches set along the wall, between the doors, all along the wall. I recognized it from the 5th Harry Potter book. Oh, I recognize that! Oh my god!
Oh wow, look at all these references that totally matter in any way, shape, or form!
The door slammed behind me and I watched as the wall and doors spun around, becoming a blur and making it impossible to see which had been the exit. The wall stopped spinning and I shook my head and blinked to rid my eyes from the blue streaks that had been burned into my retinas by the blue torches that lined the walls.
The other two myselves weren't disoriented in the least. In fact, they seemed to know exactly where they were heading. They marched straight through the third door on the left, and we came into a long hallway stretching to infinite with doors on either side.
Okay, this is the visual archives. Everything from every movie, book, and event. This is the TVA.
It kind of is.
Every world is recorded here. Now go find it, me number 2 commanded, pitching me forwards into the hall.
What? What? Wait, you have put me into a hallway that you have just told me contains everything. Everything from everywhere in every timeline in every fictional world, and you're saying, go find it.
Look in the apocalypse.
What am I looking for, and how am I supposed to do this before time itself ends? Because what the heck is going on here? Infinite freaking hallway. Excuse me? I questioned as I picked myself up from the ground.
The last stone, you fool, he spat.
Do we have 4? Oh yeah, I guess we have 4. Okay.
Oh, do we? I lost track.
I guess we have 4.
I waited for him to give
Which one do we need? The taste stone?
Next hint, or at least to tell me where to look, but he only frowned and tried to kick me as he told me to get going.
Excuse me, sir.
I then did something that changed everything. I grabbed his foot, yanked upward, and he did an unintentional backwards flip. Kicked him in the back.
Who kicked who in the back?
I don't know.
Which me kicked which me?
Me too roared with a burning hatred in his eyes. Me number 3 hissed uncertainly.
Kill him! We'll find the last one ourselves! Me number 2 shouted as a sword materialized in his hands. This is what I was waiting for! I had known he didn't like me from the way he looked at me, but now friendly time was definitely over. I guess I was right. This was not future me. Now, how could I swipe all 5 stones and return to the machine before he caught me? I ran down the hall and opened a random door. I found myself in the middle of New York, oh no, outside the Empire State Building. Unfortunately for me, it seemed to be the biggest battle from the Percy Jackson books. Oh boy, I can't wait to insert myself into yet another fiction.
Explosions, zombies, gods, half-bloods, monsters, people in panic, and lightning were a few of the things I saw killing people as I tried to run back towards the door and found that it had vanished. But the myselves were about to kill me. I dodged swords, clubs, rocks, zombies, fire, etc., etc., as I raced like a maniac directly through the huge deadly battle, nearly being killed by everyone.
It sure would be nice to actually hear what's happening instead of just...
But also, sure, skip through it, I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, the way that these combats are described is terrible, so yeah, I don't mind skipping it, but man, it could be cool if we actually knew what was happening.
Because no one knew whose side I was on, plus the fact that it'd be hard to tell, and the bad guys don't care anyway.
What? I somehow knew that me number 2 was just a millisecond millisecond away from stabbing me in the back, so I backflipped over him, landed on me number 3's head, from which I grabbed a giant's club as he swung it, and I found myself lifted through the air, thrown through a door, and I crashed right back into the wall in the hallway. I hadn't lost to myself.
A second later, I saw them approaching the door, so I slammed it, and I ran through another door that opened to a record of the signing of the Treaty of Versailles.
Oh boy!
They followed me.
What kind of organization puts the final battle from Percy Jackson, right next to the Treaty of Versailles?
I don't know.
Who organized this freaking place?
They followed me through the crowds of people. I found the way out again and hid somewhere in a movie about superheroes.
Okay. They found me.
Endgame with all of the stones?
They found me and were about to stab me when I felt a surge of energy blast through my body. A chill ran up my spine as my birthmark grew hot. I threw my hands out in front of me like I was pushing them, but my hands were nowhere near them. They blasted back 100 feet before landing on the ground and rolling to a stop directly underneath a giant stomping monster. Me, number 2, used some sort of magic to stop the foot from squashing them. Whoa, I didn't know I could do that. Yes, you did. Except for the fact that I had done nearly the same thing in Jericho, throwing the huge rock. That had undeniably been more than hysterical strength. Could I use...
Bruh.
Okay, well, once again, it was written before other parts of this were written where magic was definitely confirmed, so whoopsie doopsie, I forgot I could use magic again.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yes, I could use magic. That action had settled it. I could use magic. Since when I didn't know.
Gosh.
Vomit! Projectile vomit!
Exploded.
Since when I didn't know, but it was awesome. Unfortunately, using magic had made me tired. I felt like I was made out of lead. I was too tired to move after doing an action as taxing as throwing a refrigerator the length of a football field. With magic, no less, that must have made it even harder.
I dragged myself to a door, happened to make it back to the hallway, and sat down for a minute to rest. But I had no time to do so. A second later, the other myselves burst through the door with a tsunami of poison hot on their heels. I bolted as they slammed the door. What kind of superhero movie was that? I dove through another door as they zapped me with a spell.
Yeep! I yelled as I found myself suspended upside down in midair by my legs over a bottomless pit in a huge, dark, black, circular chamber. I looked up above my feet at the other myself, expecting to be dropped any second. They weren't looking at me. They were smiling up at something obscured from my line of sight by my feet. I did a sit-up in midair, which is harder than it seems, and saw what they were smiling at.
The bird things from the battle I had previously witnessed were flying around hysterically on a floating island surrounded by 2 giant spider webs, one above and one below the giant island.
Aragog and Shira? I mean, Sheila. Shira!
But it was only the origami ones, however. I didn't see the utensil birds.
Lovely, I stated. A lot of stories have spiders, armies of spiders, special kinds of spiders, invincible superpowered spiders, poisonous spiders, robot spiders, and giant spiders. But all at once? An army of giant, special, poisonous, partly robot, etc., 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 hopefully not invincible, spiders of every kind you can imagine were glaring at the birds, me, and the other myself from their webs. Most of them were preoccupied with catching and eating the birds whole. That's not how spiders work, but a few of them came to investigate us.
Okay, boy, get in there. Get the last rock from the bird robot and get out fast.
What makes you think that it's... Why is the last rock in the... What did the stone green writing say? Okay, freaking fine, whatever.
Never told us.
I don't care. Whatever. Okay, sure.
Raising me upright and thrusting me towards the spider's web with his spell, which held my legs.
Oh boy.
They chattered anxiously among themselves, their fangs dripping toxic poison in anticipation. Have fun, he cackled as I gained speed and was released, going 80 miles an hour straight at the web and the island of birds.
Lunchtime, spiders!
Hollered me number 3. The horrible creatures tore a hole in their web to let me in, their hairy arms and ugly faces ready to catch me with a web when I zoomed through.
Oh dear, I stated matter-of-factly before I kicked the nearest ones in their faces and bashed their arms away, which wasn't too hard considering I was flying past them at a tremendous rate.
And also broke my foot in the process.
From the poison on their faces. So I threw them off as fast as I could at a spider jumping right at me, who was blinded long enough to miss me. I sailed up on the island and landed on a spider's head. I was winded but fine. I smacked the bewildered spider off the island, then turned to see the island.
It was a city with medieval age style and a castle about 100 feet away, probably where the robo-origami was. Unfortunately, the entire city was swarming with birds and spiders. I wasn't scared of spiders, but I didn't like them either, especially now that they were super lethal.
Boom! I was hit with a web net at an angle, and I began to get pulled up to the top web above the castle where a spider reeled in the net. He just shot at me from his rear end. I swung violently as the giant speed ray reeled me in, chattering to his compatriots about the tasty treat he had caught. My pocket knife was useless against the super strong spider web.
Use your freaking sword!
Be
everything! Why can I not use my sword?
So I grabbed a water bottle from my backpack and threw it at the spider, not really expecting much good to come from it. The bottle exploded upon impact, drenching the spider, and with a shriek it evaporated. The water had splattered all over the big web and my net too, and the webs turned into steam, freeing me.
Why?
I was now falling right into the
water.
courtyard of the castle, which was overrun by spiders. I was also 50 yards above the ground.
Congrats. That would have been the end of me had I not thrown one of my inventions down below me, stabbing a spider, and also forming a trampoline for me. It was a good thing I had used a very strong material for the net on it, or it would have ripped at that ridiculously high altitude and speed I had plummeted from. Normal spiderweb is stronger than steel, or so I had heard from many sources, so I had specially treated spiderwebs to make my net. This confused the spiders, probably making them think he can spin webs, meaning he's our friend? Of course, am I Spider-Man? Of course, it might not have been my only my invention that saved me. My birthmark has grown hot as well. Best of both worlds. I can't even remember if this was written back when I thought I was the inventor of the time machine, or when it was edited somehow to include magic. I don't know. Which explained why I had bounced so high as well. My invention was not that bouncy. I sprung from the trampoline, flew high in a graceful arc, and there was no time to react, so I promptly smacked face first into the side of a castle about 100 feet above the ground. Blackness took me, and I realized how ironic it was that I had been knocked out more times after finding the time machine than I ever had before. Why is that ironic? You would think I'd been able to save myself from any painful injuries by going and warning myself of what was to come so I could avoid it. ... Dolphin.
Oh boy.
Blah. Why? What? What do you mean it wasn't time to react? You had a long, graceful arc, and you're like, oh no. And then I die. Okay, sure.
Come on, eat the rest, I heard. I opened my eyes to find one of those
Are they
origami
eating my
birds
legs?
holding a spoon that looked like it was full of earthworms with sugar on top. I gagged at the sight and jumped to my
Just a
feet.
spoon full of earthworms helps the medicine go down.
I was on a balcony. I was walking in the castle stairwell, and a stone shattered onto the stairs, leaving a hole in the wall. I looked through and saw you falling down onto this balcony. I came down and gave you some healing
Circle! Circle!
You woke right up, she told me. She was a piece of paper folded into an intricate origami creation.
Oh my God.
There were two eyes drawn on the side of the head just above the beak, and the feet poked out from beneath her just below her wings, which were folded on her back at the moment. Her foot
Please
had been
don't
holding
describe
a
origami to me.
and her voice was, for lack of a better way to describe it, like a bird's song.
Thanks, I said. I should have been knocked out for hours, but apparently I'd only been out a few seconds, as when I looked over the balcony, the spiders were just beginning to climb the wall. Listen, I kinda got an army of evil spiders chasing me, and they're climbing the castle walls now, so...
Yes, I know, but we've tried everything, and my people are dying anyway, so there's no reason to keep trying to live. We'll die anyway, she said.
Wow!
I am a worthless princess since my parents were. It doesn't matter now, we're all going to die.
Oh, this poor woman. Oh my gosh. Not if I can help it, says the hero, Super EJ. I will save the princess. Origami paper. What is she?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you have any water?
No, they destroyed all the water the second they arrived.
How?
Why?
I thought it makes them evaporate inexplicably. Well, I have some. It burns holes in their webs and melts them.
Really? Great, how much?
About 3.5 bottles.
No, I meant how much do you want for it? 1 drop would be sufficient as long as we had a plan.
How would 1 drop be sufficient against an army of spiders?
We have a Hulk.
Okay. Well, there is a stone that I was sent here to get. I think it's in your robot? I asked. Her face darkened.
I couldn't give it to you if I had it. It has been a treasure we were assigned
Assigned?
to guard since the Chosen One came.
You don't have it? Great. Who has it? Also, why aren't you using the giant mech robot to kill the spiders? Who is the head of security of this place, and why are they an idiot?
The spiders. Oh, I
Follow
shouldn't have
the
said that.
spiders.
Forget I said that. Even if you do get it, you'll have to go get the rest of the stones if you want to. Eek! She slapped herself.
I'm sure it did a lot. She's a paper cutter. I have the other 4, I told her. She stiffened at my claim.
You lie.
I do. Me number 2 has 3 of them, and I have the 4th right now.
Show me, she ordered. I grabbed the one in my pocket with my shirt holding
Why
it.
am I being so
and I
careful to
showed
not touch
her.
it?
I don't know.
How did you get... Why are you holding it like that?
Because when I touch it, colors and grass and stuff go crazy, I replied. She gasped and fell over, landing on her tail, which folded. Sorry?
The chosen one, she choked as she stood up, ruffling her tail feathers, which quickly unfolded.
Oh dear, more of that stuff.
Is that me? Is that her?
I don't know.
I think that's me. Look out! She interrupted. I whirled around to find about 100 spiders swarming over the side of the balcony.
Fly! I yelled at her as I ran into the castle. She had come too, and she slammed the door in their faces. Why did you come in? You'll get eaten! They'll find the hole in the wall, swarm all over the place. We'll get cornered. You're dead!
You're making it sound like you think you can escape or fight hundreds of evil spiders by yourself without getting lost in this castle. I don't hear you saying that you're going to die too. I'll show you the way out through the secret passages. We can't have you dead, she responded. I made no objection, and she pushed 6 nearby wall tiles 3 times, each in quick rhythm with her beak. The wall slid open to reveal a very small, dark passage. We walked in, and the door slammed us into total darkness.
How do we see? I asked as I tripped over a rock.
Simple. You don't. You die.
Sorry about the
you
broken
can't?
leg, Nancy.
Well, I guess you can't with your human vision, but hold my wing and don't crush it as I lead you, she told me. I tried to find her wing, but I blundered straight into a wall as the tunnel turned sharply. She I don't know why that tickled me. She laughed, grabbed my shirt with what seemed to be her foot, and led me through without too many more bumps. Yet I still got a few more lumps on my head when she forgot to tell me to duck in an attempt to allow for the low passage.
Spiders, she stated matter-of-factly a half an hour later down the tunnel when we saw light and she stopped.
Are you sure?
I know spiders, how they smell, sound. Our people have been fighting these spiders for years. The birds always used to win, but we knew their all-out attack and an inevitable takeover were going to come soon. That's why the non-origami birds wanted to leave, but the origamis wanted to stay, so we got in a disagreement. We knew we shouldn't leave out home, the beautiful city of the birds, but then the argument escalated into a battle that we had to settle out of doors. We won, but the non-origamis still left, and now it seems they're the smart ones. Anyway, just trust me.
Thank you for the exposition of chaos.
I know a spider when Oh no, the spiders at the other end are coming in. They must have broken the door. We're trapped.
Lovely. Which direction has less spiders?
It doesn't matter. We're toast either way. Forward looks like a better chance of survival, but still, we are doomed.
Thanks for giving up all hope, but okay. Hang on. In front, there are less spiders, and we can surprise them. But then how do we get the power rock? Behind, there are about 1 million fighting their way through a small space, their arms getting in the way, and they're much more vulnerable. Plus, they probably made the castle their base now, so the stone is probably there, and they're just getting settled in. You know the layout of the castle, and they won't be expecting a direct attack on their base so soon in 1 million years, right? Which way do you think we should go?
Ugh, I don't like it. I'm the princess of the birds, so I can't fight.
I'm the princess, so I can't fight.
But
also,
here, take this...
you're made of paper. That's probably a better reason.
Here, take this magic dagger. Add it to your collection.
Such a big number of weapons already.
My father gave it to me and told me it could only be used once and only for an hour. That's
What?
oddly specific.
What?
So I haven't even taken out of my pocket
You have a
except in
pocket?
emergencies. But I never unsheathed it. Let's go back. I hope you have a plan.
Freaking what? Why do you
I
need
took
this?
the dagger and unsheathed it, and I suddenly held a blue glow stick. The
The heck?
tunnel was lit bright as day, and we ran with the dagger out in front of us.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
sting, but not.
I'm confused, but okay. Shergle. Yeah. Honestly, I have no idea what's going on. The story got really chaotic and I checked out for a little. So far, I think there are other U's trying to kill you for some reason, and there are constant worlds you keep running into. Yeah, pretty much. Yep, that's exactly it. There's just chaos. Like, literally everything, literally anything goes. There's no sense or logic behind anything that's happening. That's basically what's happening right now. Overall goal is we need to get magic rocks so that we can fix the time machine, so we can get out of this weird hellscape, and other versions of myself are trying to kill me because they're bad. And that's it.
Oh, hey, Pengu. Sorry, I'm
Hey,
losing
welcome.
every brain cell I've ever had. I'm dying, but I have to get through this. I have to.
Where are those spiders? Are you sure they're in the tunnel? I asked almost 10 minutes later. I continued to dash up the passage. The princess was having difficulty keeping up with my immense muscles and my fancy endurance of running. Her amazing bird vision allowed her to see even when it had been dark, but her eagle eyes still didn't help with her squeeze down the small passageway any faster. I held the dagger before me, lighting the passage with a blue glow.
Pengu, I don't know how to describe what happened, but just know that there's 3 versions of Ethan, and spiders are chasing him right now. That's basically all I know. I don't have a brain right now. I'm dying. How should I know? Maybe they're too big to fit into the tunnel, she responded to my question hotly as we ran around a corner, right into a web. I sliced through it with the dagger, freeing us.
Slice.
The entrance to the passage was worn, smashed, and there were about 50 layers of webs between us and the way out.
Wow.
With 100 spiders outside, spitting venom and webs at us.
Wow.
I slipped the dagger into my pocket, took a whole bottle of water, and slung the contents all over the passage.
Wow.
The effect was amazing. The water burned through the webs like it was nothing, melted most of the spiders, and when it
Are
touched
they made of cotton candy?
when it touched their poison, an enormous Hollywood fireball exploded into existence, vaporizing
What is
the
a
spiders.
Hollywood fireball?
I don't know.
It's just Hollywood.
Vaporizing the spiders and utterly destroying everything in our path.
Cool. I whooped as the explosion threw some water on us, failing to put out the entire fire that now burned us. However, this princess is made of paper.
We're on fire! Give me the water! She shouted. I splashed the last bit of water from the first bottle and the water from my half-full bottle over us to put out her delicate paper and my smoldering clothing. Let's go! She yelled, taking off along the blackened, smoking passage. I whipped a glass vial out of my backpack, put some water in it, sealed off half of it with the small disc, attached a metal string, and put it in my pocket. Oh, that was a lot.
Why did I have a glass vial? What in the world is... What is a small disc?
Rav says, it always ends up in flames now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it kind of does. Touched a metal string, put it in my pocket. Here's the throne room. What's your plan? She asked as we stopped outside some tall blackened doors.
All we need is the stone and to get out alive with all your other people, right?
That's
I
a
asked.
tall order. Yes, all my people are waiting, hovering and trying to avoid being eaten just outside.
Can you carry me while flying?
I shouldn't, because it's unbecoming of a princess. But yes, why?
I've got a plan.
Dun 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 dun
Oh
dun.
my gosh.
You know, if I wonder if past or like if the girls are gonna fight over Super EJ, like Erica and Gwen, and now this bird folded princess laid out.
No.
If only people had personalities. Who are you? And wait, hold on. Okay.
Who are you, and why do you browse into my throne room without permission?
Asked the giant spider on the throne in the middle of a big circular room. He was wearing a robe of web and holding a golden scepter with a ball of web on the end.
I'm Evan Thompson, and I just blew up about
Why would
100
he
of
not
your
just
spider
eat
minions,
you?
I replied, slightly nervous. This was a risky venture, if it didn't work.
Liar!
He spat, a squirt of poison escaping his mouth. I dove and caught it in the vial and recorked it, letting the string stay out. I dropped the vial in a water bottle, then recapped it with the string still out and the vial floating in the water.
Okay.
Did I just create a bomb?
I don't know.
I don't understand what I did, but I think I created a bomb. The poison began to melt the metal string. Metal string? What the heck is metal string? I didn't have much time before my bomb became useless.
Want to get blown up yourself? I asked, holding out my makeshift water bomb out. Grammar.
Grammar 100.
What little thing can't hurt me?
He yelled, though he obviously was nervous. He evidently knew that the explosive reaction his venom had when it touched water. But he seemed not to know that the bottle contained water. He was clueless as to the function or lethality of my bomb, only believing what I said because I said it.
We'll see about that. Where is the stone you took? I asked.
I won't tell you.
The king replied. I squeezed a drop of water out of the bottle, which vaporized the guard that touched it. Oh, the entire guard disappears with one drop of water. Wow. Alright. The spiders around me recoiled, fearful of the weapon.
The weapon.
Move in closer. He doesn't have enough to kill you all.
The head spider shouted to his guards, which lined the walls, sitting pretty in the middle of their newly constructed webs.
I jumped back to the middle of the room. Want to bet? I asked, heart racing. Diplomacy was about to go down the drain. Even if you get me, I'll pull the string, or it'll break and it'll drench everyone in the room. Where's the stone? I challenged. The string was almost melted. I had about 10 seconds left before my bomb was rendered a diffused water bottle bomb. You have 5 seconds to answer, I told him. He was catching on that when the string melted, I was toast.
How can he see that? How can he understand the function of this bomb that he doesn't understand even contains water? What?
Panker says, oh dang, just Thanos water. Thanos water.
Thanos water.
Makes me laugh.
Oi, that'd be water of
Oh,
death.
that'd be Thanos water.
Okay.
Why, you spiders always stereotyped as evil?
He replied craftily, rising from his throne to stand on all 8 of his legs. He began to walk towards me as he continued.
Humans see spiders, scream and stomp us. People write books with spiders trying to kill people. We're just another kind of species trying to survive. Why is it bad to be poisonous? Why is it so bad to catch and eat insects, rodents, and birds? Why don't you squash lions and stuff? They kill bigger things. We keep the bug population down. Why?
He was buying time, and I knew it.
Yeah, that would have already taken up 10 seconds, just saying.
Yeah, that was more than 10 seconds.
Because you get everywhere, bite people, and get your webs all over the place.
Ew, you
now
freaking
where
complex.
is it? I yelled, desperate. Too late. The string was detached from the tube divider.
Well,
the spider saw this.
How?
Ah,
He
that was
shouted
not-
as the spiders along the walls shot webs and were careful not to spit against my hand. Oh wait, and were careful not to spit poison at me. I yanked the string out of the bottle, but the cork didn't come off. I smacked the bottle against my hand, but that didn't break the vial. A web net caught me and yanked me up to the ceiling. Whoop! I wet the spider who had pulled me with a quick squeeze and squirt from the water bottle, and I then threw the bottle against the wall, but a spider shrieked and caught it, melting himself on the water on the outside of the bottle. Poof! The bottle plummeted towards the ground as the dead spider dissolved into black dust and blew away. I rubbed my...
Black dust and blew away, literally is Thanos.
I rubbed my wet hands on the remnants of the web holding me to the 20-foot ceiling, and I fell straight towards the spiders.
Some of the spiders stretched a tapestry torn from the wall to catch the bottle, while the rest began to fight over
They
who
are
would eat
very
which part
cautious.
of me. They still believed the bomb was dangerous, and it was if I could break the glass and get the venom to touch the water. I used a hastily drawn from my backpack invention. Oh boy!
Wow, what invention of Ex Machina you're gonna die do I have today?
Johan and I had built to hook
Why don't
onto
I
the
just use
ceiling.
magic? Like,
swung-
use my magic that I've been trained by the random book characters of Destiny.
Which swung me right above the water bottle. I let go, falling down along with the water bottle. Now the spiders were in a predicament. They couldn't let the vial break, but they didn't want me to live. They chose the sensible thing to do, pulling as hard as they could to ensure I didn't hit the ground and break the vial.
I had to choose whether to break my legs in the landing, breaking the vial and killing the spiders, or to land safely and get yanked apart and eaten. I too did the smart thing. I made myself vertical, and I landed on the bottle, feet first. The tapestry ripped and the vial cracked, but only the bottom part, the part holding the water, broke. The poison was still contained.
Angus says, "Ha ha! He got snapped! Ha!" Yeah, I do find it funny that he's literally evaporating people while also looking for the 5 magical stones.
I am Thanos!
Whoa. That's kinda
Super
spooky.
EJ is Thanos, confirmed. This is the origin story.
Wow, how'd you get purple? I don't know.
Spider venom.
Ah. Oh, no, it's because the stone that makes all the weird color things happen, it turns you purple.
Well, that's why I don't want to touch it with my skin yet.
Exactly, right. How hard can it be to get 2 reactive liquids separated by broken glass to explode? I yelled, exasperated.
This isn't a bomb at all! It wouldn't explode if I used it as a baseball bat!
Scoffed the king spider. My heart leapt. Would he actually be stupid enough to do such a thing? Could I bluff him into doing just that?
Oh boy.
If your plan relies on the enemy being stupid and self-destructing, your plan is bad.
No, don't do that! I yelled, acting as though the world would end if that happened. The spiders grabbed me as the king picked up the bottle, which had rolled away. I found myself hoping against hope that the king would be stupid enough to break the vial for me.
What?
Everyone move out of the way!
He ordered, and I found the spiders throwing me towards the space that they had just cleared away from.
Let's see how you like getting drenched!
He grinned, uncapping the bottle and splashing all the contents out in a wide arc. A drop landed on his scepter, which he had dropped. The web on the end melted, and the last stone was revealed, falling out of the top and rolling to my feet. I got drenched by the water, and the vial flew out of the bottle and into my hand. I picked up the stone and shoved it into my pocket.
Get that stone!
He yelled. The water seeped into the ground wherever it touched, so I got a drop from my hair and put it on the broken vial as I threw it. It rolled across the ground harmlessly. I glared at it in anger, imagining it shattering into a million pieces. My birthmark suddenly grew hot, and it did. The glass shattered explosively, releasing the venom, which fell into a crack beneath the floor stones. The puddle that resided in the crack touched the venom, and boom went the venom.
Suddenly, in a burst of fire, the king and I were the only ones left in the blackened room.
How?
The king
Okay.
staggered and fell, gasping and beginning to melt as he pressed an alarm button.
What is an alarm button in a medieval room?
For spiders. Spiders began
Spiders.
swarming all over the place, and the next thing I knew, there were fangs an inch from my face and the back of my head.
That's not
Then I heard a
great.
whistle, and the spider was distracted long enough for me to pull my head out of his striking range. But then I got stabbed in the back by more fangs.
Oh no.
The venom burned like acid. The last thing I knew, the princess bird was flying in the window, grabbing me, and
you're dead because spider venom plus water equals boom, and your blood is 70% water. Boy, there be
Boy.
exploding boy. You are dead.
Super EJ is greater than Thanos. His abs snap for him.
As I walk, every footstep creates like 70 snaps.
I like that you put chapter 30.
Final chapter. In case
gotta
you didn't
get
know.
hyped.
Heck yeah, we're
We in the
getting
end
there.
game now.
There's so much dialogue that this is going pretty quick, actually.
Yeah, I've been focusing on getting through it so my brain doesn't melt.
Yep. Come on, eat it, I heard. I opened my eyes to see another spoonful of that worm stuff. I love Shurkle, my favorite. It's like those Sour Patch gummy worm things.
Those sound good. Also, because I haven't eaten very much today. I want food. Anyway.
Mm.
What is that? I asked the princess. Oh, what is that? I asked the princess in revulsion.
I don't really know. I found it in the healing bird's house. Its label said it heals everything instantaneously. So,
Well, that's helpful.
so I thought it would come in handy. Did you get the rock?
Yep.
Well, I guess that proves you're the chosen one. But as far as I know, he already came.
What in the world does all that stuff mean?
You'll find out soon enough if you don't already.
Sheesh. Is everything ready? This conversation is
If
getting
you
incoherent.
don't
I don't know what's
already?
happening.
If I don't find out already?
I don't know.
If I didn't find...
If you don't know already, I don't know.
Yes, you have the last water of bottle, I hope?
Water.
It comes in a bottle.
Water bottle.
Stop.
Yep, I'm ready.
Then let's do this, she agreed, lifting me up into the air. Thousands of bird things were flying around us, making a tornado of what was supposedly every last bird alive on the island. Ready? She yelled.
Oh yeah! I shouted as we zoomed up towards the top web. Hundreds of spiders that had figured out what we were up to swarmed on the web above us, drooling and spitting venom while jostling each other for position, some falling off the web. I splashed half of the last bottle on the spiders. My brain's... I splashed half the last bottle on the spiders and the web, with a sound like a campfire being doused by an exploding fire extinguisher. The spider venom detonated.
What does that sound like?
I don't know. And the web smoked as it vaporized, creating a hole big enough for 2 trucks to pass through side by side.
Nice.
The birds zipped through the hazy mist that remained of the dead spiders, and the princess and I were about to follow when a spider grabbed us. The princess threw me through the hole before she plummeted downward, and I landed on
the
other
heroic
side of the web,
sacrifice.
becoming instantly stuck.
No. Go without me! She cried as she fell, whapping the spider with her wings. I'll be fine!
I believe you.
I don't.
Penguin says, EJ will not die because he has big brain and he has plot armor.
Yes, both of those are true.
Exactly.
No, actually, one of those is true.
You make it sound like you can escape without 50 spiders all alone without getting eaten, I
Less
shouted.
talking, more savvy.
Fat chance, I yelled, splashing the rest of the water all over the spiders around her. I don't know if you've ever been in battle before, but typically there's not this much talking.
Thanks a lot, she yelled. Wait. I don't know if this is sarcastic or not. Thanks a lot, she yelled as she was drenched and the spiders died. I'm free, but I can't fly with my wings! So it was, thanks a lot. She screamed as she fell. I threw one end of a long, sizzling strand of spider silk at her, and she grabbed it. I pulled her up, and the other birds happily carried her away. Why, thank you, they called. I had no time for goodbyes.
I used the residual few drops of the water to free myself from the web, falling directly towards the lower web as the only thing supporting me dissolved into fine mist. I had no way to get through the bottom web. I felt a sting in my pocket. The dagger!
Oh yeah, the dagger that can only be used once and lasts for an hour, but then disappears for some reason because of plot relevance, I don't know.
I slipped it out of my pocket, and as I landed chest first on the web, bouncing on it like a trampoline, I sliced the web. The spider's angry hisses and spitting of venom was growing louder, and as they arrived, I managed to unstick my pants from the web and slip out of my shirt. Oh, shirtless again!
Wow!
Which was hopelessly stuck, getting through the slice in the web just in the nick of time.
Adios, arachnids! I shouted at the irate, hissing faces of the spiders glaring at me through the slashed web. They jumped after me, but the other myselves slammed the door in their faces as I crashed through the door where me's number 2 and 3 had been waiting. Me number 2 rolled his eyes and waved his hand, causing a new shirt and pair of shoes to appear on me. I thanked him and prepared to run as me number 3 grabbed me, being surprisingly strong for his size. Me number 2 pickpocketed and began examining the 5th stone, luckily not noticing the stone from the void somehow, which I had stolen back. I struggled against me number 3 and me number 2, or as that they threw sulfur powder on me from their pocket.
Now, me number 2 sneered with an evil grin, to the chamber of secrets.
Oh no, not the chamber. We walked into another circular room, dimly lit, with a blue light coming from more cylindrical containment units varying in size depending on the enclosed captors, but vertical and part of the wall. What?
I'm not even gonna try.
What? We came... I don't understand. I don't care to understand. That's fine. Each was filled with a luminescent blue liquid, and in each row of cylinders along the walls, a different kind of thing was imprisoned. What is a thing? This room was wide enough to fit the Appalachian mountain chain into. Excuse me, what?
How do you even know it's a room? You won't be able to see the other walls.
This room was wide enough to fit. Hold up. Where's my phone I yeeted? Can you get me? Okay, Google. Okay, Google. Okay, Google. I hate this. Hang on. Okay, Google. Why do you not listen? How long is the Appalachian mountain chain? It is not answering me, bruh. It hates me so much.
I hate myself.
It hates me so much. Length. 1,500 miles.
I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500.
So, this room is 1,500 miles wide, and I'm seeing the walls of it where there are things in cylinders in this dimly lit vast space of something or other.
Mm-hmm.
And tall enough that I couldn't see the top. You couldn't see the other side either. Almost magic. I then saw what was in each of these thing-containing units. Bad guys. Every single one. From every book, movie, and story. Everyone.
No one is ever morally gray.
Yes, all the neutral characters don't exist. Everyone from the Terminator to the villains from Indiana Jones, giants, monsters, whatever, you name it. Every evil character was trapped in the containment unit. How are they still in the Percy Jackson zone fighting each other if they're all here? And
I have no
are
idea.
they copies? Are they variants? Is this just like a storage? Okay. Every evil character was trapped in the containment units, frozen, eyes open, without seeing. They all floated in the blue mixture, dead to all around them. In the middle of the room was a 20-foot-tall, gently sloping hill with a weird machine on top. In the middle of the room, 750 miles away. You'll be walking a while.
Yeah, you would walk.
I think I may have meant a mountain, not the entire mountain chain. I don't know.
You literally said the mountain chain.
I said the mountain
my
chain.
gosh.
I don't know what I was thinking.
Carry on.
Yes, we walked, or rather the other myselves walked. Me, number 3, dragged me against my will right up to the top of that hill. That must have been a long walk. This took a long while, and once we reached the top, me, number 2, stopped, his back to me and me, number 3. He began to chuckle, then laugh, his voice inhuman and completely evil. You can tell these kind of things from a laugh.
Look at this, he whispered, hardly loud enough for me to hear. Will you just look at this? He emphasized, his voice rising as he turned to face me.
I do not
gasped.
understand.
Me too's eyes were blood red, with
no.
pupils like a cat's eye. His nose was angular, and he seemed to radiate pure evil within his entire person. I tried to back away from the monster, but me, number 3, twisted my arm painfully, and I fell to my knees with a cry of pain. Me, number 3, laughed. This could have been a better day. Me, number 2, laughed, motioning for me, number 3, to twist my arms even harder. Me, number 3, did so, yanking me to my feet as well, and I yelled in pain as tears involuntarily filled my eyes. What a wimp!
I do not show emotion!
Me, number 2, smiled and waved his hand, a small black cloud appearing and solidifying into a glowing red sword. A sense of foreboding came over me, and I realized that I should have listened to my early nagging doubts about me, number 2's trustworthiness.
Yeah, you kind of
This was definitely not me in the future.
Yeah, probably not. Hey, what's the big idea? I yelled with a sinking feeling, struggling against me, number 3. I had already guessed the answer, and I didn't like it. It was too late. I was unable to escape me, number 3, with my immense pecs! Effect reinstated as he tightened his death grip on my arms, and me, number 2, sneered cruelly at my cry of pain. I had been stupid.
And contagious!
I had walked right into this trap, and now they had used me and they were going to dispose of me.
But I was not going to go without a fight. I wrenched around, turning me number 3 around, and I kicked his knee as he was thrown off balance by the sudden show of aggression. He wasn't fazed, and he grinned at my weakness as I backed up a few steps, facing the other myself. Me number 2 laughed, finally a full laugh from the belly. He leaned back on his sword and made it clear that he was merely going to watch me number 3 get the best of me. I turned my attention to me number 3. I could do this all day. My mind shifting into combat mode as he threw himself at me. I nimbly dodged, rolling and landing on my toes, my calves acting like springs that would allow me to attack or escape. My fists automatically brought themselves up, and I bounced on my feet as me number 3 turned. He gritted his teeth and slowly began to advance upon me, every step he took seeming to shake the earth. Me number 3 seemed determined, and he closed the distance between him and I. He seemed to pay no heed to defense. I backed away from him cautiously, wondering why he was being so bravely stupid, deciding that he probably had some sort of ability that made defense unnecessary. I decided to see if I could discover it. I jumped and swung my leg, performing a roundhouse kick that would have shaken a brick wall. But as my bare foot bashed his head at a speed that should have shattered his jaw, my foot bashed into his face as though it was a rock. I thought you said it would shatter a brick wall, though. Me number 3 didn't move at all, merely glaring at me as my foot exploded in pain, stopping my rotation through the air. I fell to the ground as me number 3 grabbed my ankle. He forced me to catch myself on my hands, and he wouldn't let go of my foot, so I found myself hanging upside down, my foot in an iron grip.
Excuse me.
His hand was like a vice.
Let go. This is how this is supposed to work. I'm upside down now. Abruptly, he dropped me with an almost robotic style of motion, and I could have sworn I heard a hydraulic thing working as I sprung to my feet and punched me number 3's chest. He was again unaffected by my attacks, and a gonging sound came from striking the metal chest of me number 3. Was he a robot? Apparently. My hand was now in great pain, and me number 3 had no trouble in returning my arms to behind my back as I was distracted. Me number 3 laughed, his voice not robotic at all. Me number 2 yawned boredly, advancing upon me.
Well, that was pretty anticlimactic for the great Evan Thompson. I didn't even have to get involved. Me number 2 yelled with a grin.
Who are you? I questioned, my voice harsh, my lips pursed, and my eyes narrowed.
What's this? Me number 2 grinned, beginning to circle me number 3 and me. My dear brother doesn't recognize me, he asked, waving his sword in front of him. It's Loki. His features suddenly blurred, his clothes melting and becoming a bubbling, bulging mass that engulfed his entire body. Even me number 3 was nervous as we began edging away from the violently swirling mass of boiling tar-like substance. It reformed into a human form, and as features began to appear, I could tell he looked nothing like me. His eyes were red and cat-like, nose pointy, and short hair black and wild, his nails long and sharp. He looked vaguely familiar, and I stared at his grotesque face as he sneered at me. Hello, brother. I am Lord Moldifart, ruler of all things. I also used to be known as Galil
No, another anagram or something.
Oh dear,
stupid.
I am
Just
Lord
like
Voldemort.
Exactly. It's so stupid.
If you must know, do you remember what it was the thing for, or
What do you mean?
like what does it spell when you switchy?
The Galilzy Dormor?
Yeah.
Literally Malazard, I think. I think it's just Malazard.
There's that many
reorganized.
letters in there? Maybe.
Malazord.
But there's
Maybe
Maybe.
Lord Malazord or something.
okay.
I don't know.
It's literally Lord Voldemort, okay.
It's literally so stupid and borrowed. There's no creativity, no originality, and no purpose for it. It's just stupid.
If you must know, but of course, you
I
don't
thought it was
remember
cool.
anything right now. Too bad you'll never be able to appreciate the irony of this day. I'm so thankful that your filthy, commoner girlfriend accidentally knocked that asteroid right at you. What are we talking about?
I have no idea.
Anyway, too bad you won't be able to witness my return to power, destruction of the universe, and remodeling of the very nature of everything. Goodbye, he shouted, raising his sword and throwing it forward in slow motion.
I care so much.
The red and black blade spinning through the air as it got closer to me. I couldn't escape. I couldn't dodge. I was doomed.
It's okay, you got Potter.
That's true. The next thing I knew, the blade was plunging into my chest.
Oh, never mind. We die. What if it ends like that?
Kill him! Where'd it go? All the way down to the hilt.
Heck,
The
yikes.
indescribable searing pain was worse than every other
didn't expect
injury I had
this.
ever sustained all put together. My brain was suddenly surrounded by blackness, and I fell down into it as I wailed in agony.
Intro of darkness, then redness, then blackness.
Me number 2, or should I say Malazorg, laughed at me. I noticed that another scream was mixed with mine, and I was able to turn my head to see that me number 3, who had been behind me when I got stabbed, had been skewered as well.
Well, that's not smart.
He was retching and clutching his stomach where his shirt was drenched
I
with
thought
blood.
you were a robot.
Blood? I thought he was a robot.
Oh.
I felt my back, the burning hot sword being forced back out of me by the ground behind me. It clattered to the ground beside me as my vision blurred. Whew.
Help me.
Me number 3 as he staggered and fell to his knees before whoever he
How do you
was.
still not know his name?
Bruh, I know, really. Like, very early into this book, we were going, moldy farts.
Moldy fart.
And now we're like, Mala, whoever he is. As I watched, some of whoever he was, his flesh began to dissolve, falling off to reveal metal plating and additions. I gazed in horror at the part man, part machine being. It was a cyborg, a biotic life form that had transformed by the addition of technology.
You're still too trusting and loyal, my stupid brothers. Me number 2 sneered.
Oh,
turning
brothers.
his back
Well,
on us.
this is some more complicated lore that
Oh boy,
I can't
it's
quite
like
remember.
the freaking AI thing that kept
AI dungeon,
making everyone
yes.
have lost siblings.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Fangir says, yes, kill the main character by the end of the story. Do it. You won't. I dare you.
I wish.
He took out the 4 stones he had gathered and turned pale. He turned out the pockets of the black and red robe that he now wore, then rounded on me and me number 3.
Where's the first stone?
He shouted. We looked at each other blankly for a moment, but I was too distracted by the excruciating pain in my chest where the sword had been sticking out of me to remember the stone I had pickpocketed. Yeah, I totally forgot that. With every beat of my frantic heart, my dizziness increased, and the fountain of red heightened. My face contorted in pain. It was too late to do anything. Moldy Fart threw out his arm in front of himself with a snarl in his face, and it shot the cyborg and I with a wave of energy. I was thrown through the air, and the last thing I remembered was seeing the cyborg land next to me, unconscious.
Before I had found
Are
the
you
machine-
invested? Are you excited?
No.
Good.
Before I had found the machine, I had never gotten knocked out or broken bones or gotten stabbed with a sword and smashed by magic or anything. I guess it's to be expected with...
It would have been more impactful if you said this, like, the first time you got knocked out. This is like the 85th time.
I guess it's to be expected with all the mayhem and danger involved, but I didn't expect to die. Luckily, I happened to wake up with the cyborg holding me up. His chest was sparking and he was bleeding, as well as twitching involuntarily. How he managed to keep me alive and rouse me simultaneously, I didn't know, but I woke to find myself knee-deep in blue liquid in one of the containment units. The blood that poured from our wounds dyed our clothes red, as well as turning the blue goo purple. I also noticed that there was a little yellow sulfur powder in the goo, and that there was a little goo on me, which made me feel sluggish. I couldn't move my legs where the blue goo was touching me. It was somehow able to freeze people. I could tell that my face was paler than it should have been, because I could see the end of my nose. I could tell I was close to death, and the amount of blood I had lost was certainly almost lethal. I was going to die. I would never see my family again, never return home, never see Erica! Whoa, where did that thought come from?
Wow.
Erica? Ah! I turned my
The
attention
love
back to
potion.
my
It's kicking back in.
back to my surroundings.
What did this robot do?
The cyborg still held me up.
Who are you? I slurred to the cyborg who was supporting me as I tried to lift my head. By the way, I think the freezy goo containment pods are probably just based off of the 5th grade adventures clue finders thing. We played that recently, or not recently, but
What happened with
never
that?
mind. Whatever, forget it.
Okay. Not your enemy anymore is all you need to know, he replied. Wait, let me heal you before you bleed to death. Sorry if you're a little slow, but I had to wash the sulfur powder off of you so that I can heal you with magic.
I thought this goo has sulfur in it. Isn't that just mentioned seconds ago?
Yeah, I thought it was from him though, like it washed it off. I don't know.
Oh.
Can you chill?
Hey, wait, how can I trust you? I asked, my reasoning skills made less by the pain. He had obviously kept me from falling into the goo and becoming stuck forever.
I'm your brother too, he explained. I gawked at his face. He looked like a mix between me number 2 when he
had
been
no
me
brothers,
number 2.
now I have 2. Why not?
And me, he had a pointy nose, violet eyes, black hair, but looked like me otherwise. I'll explain later. If we live, that is. If you escape, tell father I'm sorry.
What?
Look, he pointed outside the unit. Down there, that monster and I, by that I mean Moldy Fart, is setting up the machine to transfer all these characters' powers and abilities into himself.
I am all the same.
He also is plugging those 5 stones of power into the back of that chair, so when he pulls that lever, he'll be almost invincible and he can take over the worlds.
Oh no.
And if we don't get out of here fast, we're toast.
Oh no.
The goo, which I had not noticed rising, was up to our waists now. I nodded. How are you so coherent when you're bleeding to death? Okay, whatever. The cyborg lifted my shirt and put his hands on my chest and back, one where the sword had gone in and one where the sword had exited me. I felt a strange sensation, like cold lemon juice was being poured. Half the blood in the goo flowed back up my torso and re-entered my body.
That doesn't seem
and
healthy.
My sword wound healed itself.
That doesn't seem
Now we
healthy
need
at
to
all.
get a way out of here fast. And don't ask why I can't heal myself. It's just one of those annoying things about magic, the cyborg told me as my head cleared of the pain and I looked down at the blood that was still in the goo. I noticed little pockets of blood were still in the goo where the sulfur powder made it impossible to use magic.
Thank you for the unnecessary detail, whatever. Who is Moldy Fart? I asked.
He is your older brother, the oldest of us 3. He calls himself Lord Moldyfart, the cyborg. And that's why I remember that the characters by the temple had said not to use the super powerful sword until I was fighting this Moldyfart guy. So I thought this was close enough. I dug through my backpack, and the dagger's hilt found its way into my hand. I threw the sword as it enlarged, noticing the cyborg's amazed expression. Where do you get that? The cyborg yelled as I smashed the glass and we were thrown out of the unit. We were falling. Our unit had been near the bottom, but still pretty high. As we fell, my sword accidentally hit another unit's glass, which shattered the glass and freed the other bad character.
Bad guy. He is a bad guy who is bad.
Who I didn't get a chance to look at. Blue goo accompanied us as we fell. What's a spell that makes you stop falling? I thought. Arresto momentum.
A lot of them. I
willed us to stop, pointing the sword at the ground. My birthmark grew hot, and we slowed down and stopped an inch from the ground, then landed gently.
Nice.
Literally arresto momentum. Whoa, I half expected to find myself flying around the room with purple elephants chasing me. I've never used magic before. You have so many times!
Falsehoods?
I explained quietly to me number 3 as he hovered down. Kept aloft by the rockets at the bottom of his feet. He's Iron Man. But then I thought of the wacky things I had done with no reasonable explanation except magic. Or at least intentionally, I amended. Okay, dude.
Bruh. Not caring.
Dang it, Evan, I thought you were gonna die.
I know!
Lemon juice? How oddly specific.
I know!
Not caring about the other character I had freed for the moment, who had vanished to where I didn't know. Thank you for an incomplete sentence. I motioned for the cyborg not to follow, and I silently sneaked to behind the machine. The seat had all 5 stones plugged in, and Moldy Fart, who had apparently not heard the breaking glass from so far away, was reaching for the lever. Not the time machine, though. This is a different type of machine that, does weird things. I lunged, grabbed the rocks from the machine, and ran, my sword shrinking to a more manageable dagger. He pulled the lever. Boom! Every unit, minus the 2 smashed ones, exploded, and all the bad guys transformed into tiny dots of black energy which swirled above our heads in a hurricane of wind and darkness, swirling the broken glass and blue liquid around in a lethal tornado. The fast spinning vortex slowly began to condense, compacting itself into smaller and smaller space. Everything then combined into one blinding black light. Is that purple? Was shot down into me, number 2. A blast of light then shot from Moldyfart, nearly blinding me.
That's felt good. In 1 month, I will be supreme ruler of all. I will conquer the universe. He shouted at the ceiling as my vision cleared. Then he flew out of the room, literally.
Oh, okay.
Harry, me number 3, robot encouraged. plug the stones into the chair and sit down. In about 10 seconds, he'll realize he doesn't have the power of the stones, and then we're dead. If you can escape here, and you have the power of the stones, and we train you up, you might just have a chance against him, and you'll have a shot at saving the worlds." I sighed and did what he asked, slipping my dagger into my backpack, where it somehow managed to slip into its sheath, probably due to the sword's magic, which is a relevant detail, but I gave it anyway. The cyborg started frantically programming the machine.
"Could somebody please tell me what's going on?" I yelled as he pulled the lever back.
"I'm not the right being to tell you that," he told me, Are you confused? Good. Handing me a large, blue, old, leather-covered, dusty book.
Oh my.
Oh, leather-covered, dusty book. "This is from the archives of the Land of the Dimensions Information Center. I got it just a little while ago because I wanted some answers about why you didn't know stuff. But then I remembered that the books can only be read by those who they're about because prophecy. So I just kept it in this compartment in my chest. Anyway, the book tells everything that has happened to you so far and holds many answers."
Can you verify this is everything you ever said?
It doesn't say what happens in the future, though, only your past. I can't explain now. Put it in your backpack and pull the lever. He ordered. I did.
It was impossible to describe how I felt when the stone's power was fused with me, and there aren't good enough words in the English language to begin to describe it. Well, use your squiggly letter language then.
Wow.
It felt like diving into a pool, exactly the right temperature, untamable joy, playing with the perfect animal, and total contentment.
It felt like playing with the perfect animal to have magic stones infused into your flesh?
Apparently. It was utter happiness, total peace, and infinite ecstasy. I suddenly went back to
the drug, or like...
I suddenly went back to my normal feeling, but felt better. I felt energized. It's like Captain America serum. Like my birthmark grew very hot again, hotter than it ever had before.
Oh no, that's got pretty hot before though. I thought it wasn't described as infinitely hot at one point. How do you get hotter than that?
I don't know. As I pulled up my sleeve quickly to make sure I hadn't been bitten or lit on fire, it changed. So instead of being a shapeless blob, it was a silvery splotch of skin formed into the shape of this symbol.
Bad drawing in MS Paint. Congrats. Well played. I am such a graphic designer.
Foster says, does it make sense? No. Did it happen? Yes. Why? Because plot. Stop asking questions. I have stopped asking questions.
Come on, Moldy Fart is coming. Robo Me number 3 interrupted, intruding upon my thoughts. Just call him your robot brother. Stop trying to call him Me number 3. We get it. The door exploded, and there stood Moldy Fart, with a face like thunder. The cyborg grabbed me and told me to run back to the machine and not to open the portal, whatever that meant. "Go, don't worry about me," he yelled. I bolted to the left. Moldy Fart shot a humongous fireball at me. I ran faster, and Cyborg Dude jumped in front of me, blocking me from the blast. Wait, what? I ran faster, as in out of the way of the fireball, and then the robot's like, "Hey, that's not good enough. I'm gonna block you anyway." So Robot Dude sacrifices himself and jumps in front of the blast. The last thing I saw as I was thrown through the door was Moldy Fart standing next to the fallen cyborg as he exploded.
I sprinted for my life through the first door I saw and found myself in the black spinning door room again.
Which I totally remember.
Yeah,
there's been like 4 described kind of like that.
Before the doors even stopped spinning completely, I hopped through a door to find myself in a hallway of doors again. I tried to open a door.
Does this really matter?
I tried to
just say you ended up somewhere. At this point, like, this is a chaos world where there's chaos things happening at all times. Just say where you ended up. It doesn't matter the path to get there.
I ran down the hall as the door burst open and Moldy Fart shot a lightning bolt at me. I dodged and it exploded to make a huge crater in the floor. He's trying to kill me, I thought. He must be able to extract the stones from my dead body if he kills me.
Yeah, that's what you're thinking about. I needed to go faster, to be invisible, to have a force field around me, or to be somewhere else. My birthmark and legs chose the first option, though it would have been more effective to have one of the other solutions. I sprinted as fast as my legs could go, but Moldy Fart easily kept up. After all, he was flying along by the ceiling. I somehow began to run faster, cranking up the pace to as fast as a human could possibly run. He grinned, toying with me, seeing how long it would take for me to tire. Then he'd kill me. Yeah, right. My birthmark grew hotter, and my legs went faster, surpassing the use of hysterical strength yet again, and I bent lower to the ground, going as fast as a cheetah. This surprised him, but he kept up. I began to go faster and faster, slowly building up speed as in this seemingly never-ending hallway. I surpassed 100 miles an hour, 200 miles per hour, 88 miles per hour. When I was going nearly as fast as a speeding bullet, Moldy Fart began to get left behind, and in anger, he shot another lightning bolt at me. I really felt my legs open up then, and just before the bolt would have hit me, I shot ahead. Moldy Fart desperately came alongside me in a last effort to catch me. So I went faster than lightning itself. Like, lightning travels real fast, but I'm just like, oh, no. Why?
Pengu says, "Yay, character death! Haha! Goodbye, Cyborg 3 and Cyborg."
I mean,
me
we did
3.
need to cut down the number of me's.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
1 is enough. 2 is too many.
I looked at the door. I saw the door. I walked to the door. I opened the door. I walked through the door. Wait, where am I?
I think a door. Anyway,
Lots of
hi, all
doors.
have the duck.
Hello.
Welcome. Hope you have a good day. I just tried to speak there.
Bye! I yelled as I sped up, now going much faster than the speed of sound. I watched as I broke the sound barrier, and shock waves began to bounce around me. The walls became a weird shade of doorknob, door, and wall. A weird shade
yes, my favorite
of
color.
doorknob, door, and wall. Running this fast felt awesome. You're Quicksilver.
I am...
Why does that not sound right?
Quicksilver?
That's his name, right?
Yeah,
Why does that not sound right?
because Big
Quicksilver.
Quicksilver.
Biz Quicksilver! Wait, Panko, have you seen that video? Maybe you'd appreciate it now. Ooh, stretch.
Stretch! Thank you!
Quicksilver! That makes me laugh.
You haha?
I do haha. Anyway, I was filled with pure joy from the exhilarating speed, but I was getting tired, which subtracted from the novelty of it. Running this fast sapped my energy fairly quickly, but somehow I felt I wasn't even going as fast as I could yet. I built up my incredible speed to nearly 10 times the speed of sound.
How would I know this? How would I
with
measure
still
this?
more speed to go just for the joy of it. But before I could find out just how fast I could go, though, I had tired too much and knew I had to slow down. As I began to dig my heels into the ground, I saw the door at the end of the hall. It was a miracle I was actually able to stop it, but I managed. Then, sinking to the floor, suddenly feeling exhausted. Then I was hit with a shock wave I had caused, which had been following behind me, and I crashed through the door into the room, leaving a hole in the door.
I have a physics-related question. A query for my past self, as it were.
Yes.
Traveling at 10 times the speed of sound. Dig in heels as the method of stopping. Not slowing down as in like walking and like slowing down, but like digging heels in to stop yourself. That creates friction only on this part of you. This part has nothing stopping it from going that fast, so you're just like turning yourself into a cartwheeling, forward-rolling death burrito.
Death burrito.
You're gonna die. Your face is gonna hit the dirt, and then you're gonna like keep rolling, bash your face into the door, and die. That's not how physics works, but okay. Anyway,
I'm gonna send you this video. I don't know how much of it you'll understand because some of these people you don't actually know their names and it's a pun on their names, but I'm gonna send it anyway because it's still funny.
Anyway, the last thing you said was
It's at the top.
Oh, I read that? Okay. It was a big room with millions of doors lining the walls, all of them blocked by a bluish energy shield around the wall that turned into a dome at the ceiling. There was a seat in the room with 2 handprint reader things on the armrests and a black hurricane of dark magic swirling above it in a portal of evil power. This didn't look like a good place for me to be, so I waited for Moldy Fart to burst into the room so I could sneak out. I waited by the doorway. I probably should have hidden behind the chair.
The portal! Moldy Fart shouted as he flew into the room, confirming my suspicions that I shouldn't be here.
What the heck is this portal?
I tried to sneak out
Who the heck
unnoticed,
cares
but he
about this
turned
portal?
and saw me. I ran out into the hall and
What
yanked
is your
the first
plan?
door I saw, finding that I couldn't I still couldn't get through.
We're 12 pages away from the end of the book, and I have no idea what's happening.
Same. But then I somehow had a burst of magic shoot from my hand, caused by my birthmark, and the door broke. I jumped inside and slammed the cracked door, finding a 20-foot long and half as high red dragon. Is it Bust?
Bust!
Growling and circling her nest, and there was a bunch of mist around me, making everything slightly hazy. The door had disappeared behind me, but Moldy Fart had followed anyway, and now stood where I had first entered from. He seemed to be either praying or casting a spell. I was about to chop him with the pocket knives I had removed from
Why pocket knives? You have a freaking sword!
Please use it.
But then he seemed to turn invisible. Get ready to taste the steel, I shouted at the dragon while throwing my last pocket knives at the dragon. This must have been written before I don't even know anymore. Whatever, who cares, but not really planning to hurt it. How would you throw a pocket knife without intending to hurt? I could have if I wanted to, but that would just be mean. Not to mention the fact that my ulterior motive was to make Moldy Fart think I was distracted. Of course, if I angered the dragon, I might actually end up distracted. The dragon snarled, swallowed the pocket knives, and smacked me with her tail. I hit the wall hard. Well, I guess it tasted them, I weakly thought, as she blew fire at me. I dodged the blast mostly. My pants and shirt had caught fire, and I was out of water bottles. The dragon sat back with smoke curling out of her nostrils, amused at the stupid kid running around in circles with his behind being burned off, trying to think of a spell to put it out with. Adurna, augmente, water! I shouted random spells from Adventure Book. What is Adurna? What spell is water? I was supposed to summon water. Nothing happened, but then my birthmark got hot again, and water splashed out of my hand onto my singed seat, and after putting out my rear... Have you never heard of stop, drop, and roll? I doused the dragon. I noticed one of the dragon's eggs move, then vanish, and I soaked that area. Moldy Fart must have slipped because the green dragon egg he picked up sailed through the air, slipped right through the mother dragon's claws, much to her dismay, and I dived and caught it a foot from the ground. Unfortunately, this left me face down and totally vulnerable to the dragon. I cautiously held out the egg to her. She eyed me warily, snatched the egg, and backed off. As she was putting the egg back in her nest, she noticed one of the other eggs wiggle and vanish. What is happening? Why is this happening?
Ethan, plot. Stop asking questions.
Why is Moldy Fart stealing dragon eggs when he wanted to kill me and use this portal thing? What the heck does this dragon egg have anything to do with
breakfast.
Oh, for scramble.
All hail the Duxes.
My favorite spell is water.
Rewrite was just super. Ethan tried to do this impossible thing, but says he was a normal child. He died immediately. The end.
Yeah, fair enough.
Penga says, yes, use the sword, not the knives. Ravioli says, maybe the sword became a pocket knife. Don't count on it. Metallic potato chip.
Oops, the knife was consumed. Metallic potato chip. Yum. That's hilarious.
Ooh, ice cream sandwich. I'm so hungry. Anyway, we have to get through this.
Yes. We're almost there. We're so close.
So close to the end of the suffering. She roared in anguish and melted the area with fire, but an energy shield blocked the fire from hitting the invisible Moldy Fart. Then the dragon exploded into a million pieces, and I was thrown into the wall from which I bounced. I ended up lying on the nest, and as I tried to look up, I heard a crack, and I felt like I had been punched in the stomach. When I rolled over, I found a small emerald green dragon sitting on my chest, slightly smaller than Ekapati, who we don't know what happened to.
I don't know.
I saw that the same had happened to Moldy Fart's egg. Moldy Fart, who was shouting some sort of spell, didn't seem to notice me. His orangish golden dragon suddenly began to grow at an enormous rate until it was big as its mom had been. He climbed aboard and shouted to me.
No! Why are we both getting dragons to ride? Pets,
it's gotta include every fantasy idea that has ever happened.
What? Is this just so that we can have a cool fight? I was like, what's happening? Why is this happening? And now it makes sense, because past 11-year-old self, EJ, was just like, you know what? It would be cool if they both had dragon mounts, like with Aragon. That'd be cool. Alright, as they're walking around, they happen to find dragon eggs, and oh no, they hatch, and wow, they both have dragons now. Look at that, isn't that freaking cool? Look at that.
Stab me.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
My power is stronger than yours, and I could easily kill you. But my dragon wants to hunt you down, not just kill you, though, so... 10-second head start. He laughed evilly. He was toying with me. That made me feel small and very weak. My dragon and I looked at each other. Then the little dragon jumped off my chest and let out a squeak that sounded like a burp as he charged the gold dragon. He coughed a puff of smoke and fell down exhausted 5 feet from me. Oh, poor little guy. Multifart raised an eyebrow. His dragon snorted, and I almost laughed in spite of the situation. Poor little guy. Then his dragon roared, and I grabbed the little green bean dragon as I ran out the door that had appeared the moment I needed it into the hallway. My little pencil-sized, how small was that going to be? Snorted and fell asleep in my hand. How? How does he fall asleep in this terrible situation? As I burst into a door. How pathetic can you get? Aw,
Maybe.
He's trying his best. He just got bored.
Yeah, he just hatched 1 second ago.
But I don't know how you fell asleep that fast.
He's younger than Glimmer, and that's saying something.
Whoa!
I seemed to be flying in water. Inside the door was a silvery flowing substance that seemed as though it were a sea of liquid blue light. It didn't appear to be any particular material, solid, liquid, or gas, rather being a collection of something. I took a deep breath, realizing that I was able to breathe in this
Italics,
stuff.
underlined, something. That's so helpful.
And tried to start swimming through it as I heard the door blast open behind me. And suddenly I was falling.
Oh no.
The liquidy stuff seemed to open up before me and dump me into the open air.
Okay.
And I fell through the sky as the world below me swirled and changed, flowing like a liquid, slowly forming itself into shapes and solidifying below me.
I have no idea.
And then
what's
I hit
happening.
the ground just as it hardened into concrete. I pulled myself from the me-shaped imprint in the ground as I looked around.
I found myself at... Oh, that is spelled correctly. I was like, what is Niagara? Oh, it's Niagara. I'm dyslexic and tired. I found myself at Niagara Falls with a pathetic asparagus dragon in my hand. I looked around, seeing no Moldyfart, and I quickly tried to cast the spell Moldyfart had done to his dragon on mine. But as I thought hard about what I wanted to happen, Moldyfart's dragon landed next to me, so I didn't stick around to see the results, which were nothing, but at least I tried. I ran to the bridge, spanning the 170-foot drop, I'm really good at estimating, down to the water below. Bad idea, but no choice. I ran onto the bridge as his dragon blew fire at the edge of the bridge. Moldyfart shouted something, and the entire bridge snapped at both ends so it was floating in midair. He threw the bridge, and I found myself flying through the air on a huge spinning surfboard. I timed my jump perfectly, and I sprung off the bridge like a ninja cat, flipping and landing back on solid ground right in front of his dragon. Oh boy. Moldyfart zapped me back with a shockwave that landed me back on the bridge, which was broken, which reattached itself to the sides of the canyon that the water plunged into. I'm so lost, but the bridge was attached to the sides in the river right before the waterfalls of the Horseshoe Falls and into the churning water instead of being attached to the dry land. What the heck is happening? Moldyfart blasted a fireball at me, which destroyed the bridge, and I found myself wondering what the point with fixing it had been. As it fell apart, I found myself balancing on the only cable that was still attached to both sides. What the heck's going on?
Let's have a little fun, shall we? He asked, waving his hands, and I suddenly found myself on a unicycle. I knew how to ride a
What the
unicycle,
heck?
but I'd never
Why?
done it on a tightrope before, and
Why?
definitely not above the Horseshoe Falls.
Why?
I somehow survived riding along the cable for
I don't
a
even
moment,
know what the Horseshoe Falls are.
but then he took it up a notch, putting me on a 10-foot tall unicycle.
Why?
I must have looked comical, flailing my arms trying to stay on a 10-foot unicycle on a tightrope above Niagara Falls. For some reason, he laughed. Why would a super evil person laugh?
Because they thought it was funny?
He waved
Why would
his
anyone
hand,
laugh?
and 5 flaming knives appeared in midair.
Oh, no.
He launched them at me, and I
Oh,
saw
no.
them flying at me point first in slow motion. I couldn't dodge without falling to my death, so I jumped off my unicycle to let them pass under me. But after they did so, they turned back towards me. I grabbed them by the handles as I landed back on the unicycle. They burned my
gosh.
palms, so I began to
I can't
juggle
believe
them.
it.
I want
I
to
can't
die. I
believe
want to
it.
die. I want to die.
So the juggling and unicycle riding did come back finally. We thought it wasn't going to be ever
Murder
relevant,
me.
but in the final battle,
End
it's
me.
coming back. It's all for a
End
circle.
me. I threw them back
What
at
an
Multi-Fart,
amazing
but they
work of
split
fiction.
and multiplied into 10 flaming knives.
Excuse
and
me,
turned back
I can't
towards
juggle
me.
that.
I've
That's
never
not.
tried to juggle 10 objects before, and I didn't especially want to learn with flaming magic knives. I dived off the unicycle, off the cable, over the 170-foot drop down the falls, hoping against hope that I would find a way to live.
But I didn't. The end. A huge fireball whizzed past me as his dragon jumped down after me and the knives began to chase me. I spun and the knives narrowly missed me. I saw the huge fireball hit the falls, and in a huge explosion of water, fire, rocks, and knives, the falls collapsed in the biggest rock slide ever seen at the falls. That might not be accurate. Boulders the size of buildings fell above me as another blast of flame came towards me, and the knives wove their way through the asteroid field of rocks and water that plummeted downward. Just before I would have been skewered, barbecued, crushed, drowned, and flattened, the world shimmered and disappeared, dripping into new shapes, moving like maple syrup. I took advantage of this, hiding behind a dripping Eiffel Tower as the world clarified again, and we were in Paris. Somehow, my fall had slowed to nothing during the transition, so I was perfectly alright. But Moldyfart wasted no time in trying to find me. He shot a ray of blue energy out of his hand, and he spun around like a tornado, melting every building, structure, and anything else the ray touched. Oh, so he's just like... Swivel chair, go burr. The ray was about to melt me while I stood on the Eiffel Tower when the world turned syrupy again and we found ourselves in a large metal room.
No escape this time, oh favorite of our father.
Oh.
He is Loki.
Oh no.
We'll see that I, and only I, am fit to rule the universe.
It really is Loki.
Multi-Fart shouted. Is this Walmart Loki?
You have Loki at home.
Loki at home. No, I don't want him.
So is this just a jealous brother? Can I just tell him it's okay, Dad loves you too, pat pat, and he'd be fine?
Who even
Is
is
he
your mutual
misunderstood?
dad? I don't even know.
No, it's definitely not Dave.
Dave!
No one can rule the entire universe, you insane wacko! Burn.
Got him. So
I yelled
good.
back. And I don't even know what you're talking about! I yelled. He and his dragon snarled.
This has been a very short and boring fight. Let's see how boring his demise is,
I mean,
he
a
commented,
syrupy-
snapping his fingers, he's Thanos.
Oh no!
Instantly, I was chained to the wall and gagged.
Well, if you could have done that, why didn't you do that before?
Oh, I'm such a villain, I'm having fun with you.
Wow.
I couldn't move at all. Your death was less than spectacular, Evan. Adios. So sorry you can't watch me destroy the world.
Bruh.
He sneered as he raised his arms above his head, and I drew my sword from my backpack. Actually, as soon as I reached behind me for it, the blade kind of leapt into my hand.
Okay.
Trying to cut through the wall
Still hold
over
my hands up.
bonds. It somehow didn't work.
I'm
He
gonna
threw
get
his
him.
arms down, and
Yeah.
an explosion of electricity, fire, ice, water, and
Oh,
pure
wow.
energy hurtled directly
You
at me.
threw it all
I
at
felt
me.
a
Couldn't
surge of
decide.
energy blast through me. My birthmark felt like it was being scalded by the sun. My eyes seemed to glow, and I blasted out of my chains,
Avatar
flying
state, yip,
into
yip.
the middle of the room. And I threw out my hands a nanosecond before I would have been destroyed, creating a wall of pure energy like a shield in the middle of the room. My force field absorbed his beam of energy, storing it in its center.
What?
Moldyfart was surprised, and his energy beam stopped. I jumped forwards, kicking and shattering my force field and throwing my hands in front of me. His own beam of energy shot back at him, nearly hitting him in the face, but he had recovered, and he put
The
up a
giant
circular
Uno
shield
reverse card.
around himself. I did the same, remembering too late about the little seaweed dragon.
No, don't kill him!
Beam exploded, sending sparks, fire, water clouds, and bad stuff everywhere.
Bad stuff.
It would have killed his dragon instantly, but it was already gone. It had vanished, as had mine.
Oh. Well, at least they're okay. Moldyfart's force field, as well as his cockiness, shattered like glass, and he was blasted with the aftermath of the explosion.
He landed on his back, stunned. I jumped and landed on him, putting my blade at his throat. His fearful face quickly became an angry snarl.
Also, Ryan says, I have to leave soon. I have to get up early for softball tournament.
We're on the final 10 pages,
You're probably
but...
gone by now, but see you.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
Why are we in Paris, lol?
I don't know.
Hanger says, Dave! Duck says, I'll never forgive Marvel for how they treated Loki. I could talk about this for years. You mean Marvel for how they treated Loki, or the people in Loki's life for how they treated Loki? Because for Marvel, it could have just been good character decisions. Or, like, do you mean, like, oh, I shouldn't say anything. Oh, Panger's here. I can't spoil anything. But, we don't have time for a Loki discussion right now, although I'm always down to talk about Loki, but, you know. Carry on.
What's going on?
What's going on? I asked fiercely, holding my sword to his neck.
You know very well this isn't over. I'll get used to my new powers, create an army of book characters, and destroy the worlds, starting with you. And I'll do that by coming to your world. You can expect my retaliation within a few months, little brother, he threatened. A flash of black mist then appeared around him, and he grinned, fading into thin air. I stood, angry with myself. If only I had killed him before he escaped. I thought I couldn't bring myself to hurt anyone. Then he wouldn't be able to get back at me. Man, he's going to get me now. Moldy Fart was free, possessing nearly infinite power. Sure. Given to him by having the evil book characters fused into him. Okay, sure, why not? I was in big trouble. Wait, was he just invisible? Maybe I can still get him, I thought, feeling around for him. I can find him. I'll poke him real good. If he was invisible, he was no longer where I had last seen him. My birthmark grew warm, and an energy shield appeared around me just in case.
Hi, Seb. Welcome back. You're really determined to finish, aren't you? Yes, even though it's killing me inside.
We're going to do it.
I have never felt more dead inside than this moment.
It's okay. We got it. We got him.
Maybe I could get back to my time machine without him, but if he was the one who had created the machine in the first place, maybe he could leave without it. No, the piece of paper had said Moldy Fart needed rescuing, and I had come to set free this evil traitor who wanted to rule the universe. I had given him a way to escape. The machine was unattended. Oh no, what to do? I didn't realize it then, but my life would never be the same again. How many times have you said that in that book?
Can we not, though?
I shoved my sword, which retrogressed into its dagger form, into my backpack, quickly looking around to find no door.
Suddenly, the world turned syrupy again, and the world seemed to throw me at the ceiling. Yeet! I flew into the air and flipped backward out of the door, back into the hallway, in a daze. I ran back down the hall and went back down the tower, which took a while. I then got back into the machine and banged my head against the wall of the machine in anger. I still didn't have a power source for the machine. The stones were now fused with me. Were they? Did that happen? I forgot.
Yeah, it did.
Okay. However that had worked. Could I touch the wires and make them work? Probably not. I needed another energy source, and I needed it soon. I was paranoid that Moldy Fart would just steal the machine and use magic to wreak havoc on my world. It would be a modern-day Morgan. I was not going to let that happen. I glanced up at the papers that explained how to pilot the machine, noticing that they were written in the squiggly writing. They quickly translated themselves for me, and I examined the bit about the machine's power, which was basically nothing. The power was nothing, or the part about the power was nothing. I then wandered back around to the characters urgently asking for a power source. You're alive! Did you kill him? Do you have the stones? Is the world safe? They asked. I answered as best I could, then asked some questions of my own. They refused to tell me what was going on because that would make things too convenient for the audience to actually understand and find out how bad your story is. But they answered a few questions that I've always wanted to ask some book characters. Some of them said I should kill myself somewhere so that Moldy Fart could never get the stones from me, while others just said do nothing or go into hiding. Okay. Imagine getting advice from someone, hey, what should I do about this bad guy? Young adventurer, you must kill yourself.
Okay.
I mean, alright. would save us a couple more books of this torture, which I didn't end up writing. Don't worry, we're safe. It gave me a headache, so I bid them farewell and walked back to the playground. I needed a power source, but I also wanted answers. Wait, I had the book that my cyborg brother had given me. He said it had many answers. I sat down on a seesaw, the likes of which couldn't be made on Earth, pulling out the book to begin reading. But then the seesaw began to rumble and reform, becoming a car battery. Why couldn't that have happened before? A car battery? But would it be powerful enough to power the machine? I quickly threw down the book and put it in my pack, resolving to read it some other time.
Seb says, the whole universe collide thing actually sounds really cool for a climax, like the Spider-Verse climax, but come on,
Yes.
who's going to read through enough of this to get there?
It's
No
a cool
one.
concept. It's just terribly executed and not at all earned.
A moment later, I had fixed the machine, hooked up the car battery carefully and quickly to avoid making it transform into something else again, and I was home. I sighed.
Wait, it worked?
I don't care. I
A
sighed.
regular car battery powers a multi-dimensional time machine?
I could not care less.
Okay.
I sighed head bowed
I
over
care
the
very
control
much.
panel. I was still confused
Bending
as to what
space-time
had
with
just
your-
happened. Was that even a real place I'd gone
Go
to?
away.
My head swam as I tried to take it all in. Suddenly the hatch opened by itself. There was no one there. An invisible force just yanked it open. Oh no, I thought, rushing to the hatch. I looked out just as a black mist appeared in the sky, solidifying to reveal what I had been afraid of. Moldy Fart had escaped into my world, and it was entirely my fault. He flew off into the distance, and my birthmark cooled, the force field around me dissolving. My heart sank into my shoes as I stared off into the sky where Moldy Fart had vanished. Now what? Follow him? He could destroy the world. The end of the world thing seemed to make sense now, unfortunately. My life was never going to be the same unless I could find and stop Moldy Fart.
So I will do nothing. I sighed and tore my... Wait, do I still not have a shirt? I sighed and tore my gaze away from the sky where dawn was just beginning to break. I looked down to find Johan, Erica, Gwen, Ekapati, Nathan... Oh, there he is. I forgot he was here. Nathan and Dad walking out of my house very quietly. What were they doing? I then remembered everything that had happened before my wacky adventure, why they were at our house, etc., etc.
Duck says, Super EJ, what should I do? Random character, consider Paris. Ravioli says, EJ, why the, what the, how the, huh? Okay, I do not want to know, and I do not care to know. Literally, I'm so over this right now.
Yep.
I'm ready to have another adventure, Dad announced.
Please
My heart
no.
rate spiked at the thought of another near-death catastrophe.
Trust me, guys, I told them. You do not want to have another adventure.
Finally learned your lesson.
Especially if it ends up like mine just did. I finished. Their mouths dropped open as they heard that and saw me.
Evan, your eyes are green. Like, almost
His eyes are
glowing
as green as our fresh pickled toad. His hair is as dark as a dog. Sorry.
Nathan goggled again?
I don't know if that even is whatever. But what happened to your clothes and backpack? They're burned, Dad asked.
I thought you wanted to have adventures, Johan asked.
What happened? Gwen asked sternly. What happened? Ekapati eyed me warily, then climbed into my backpack.
Who's talking? Okay. Evan, you said we could have some rides. If you don't want to come this time, fine, but we're going. This has to be the most amazing month of my life, and I don't want you to spoil it, Johan said, walking to the machine. This seemed to be a good enough reason for everyone except Gwen, and they all piled into the machine. Gwen and I looked at each other, her eyes saying, you owe me an explanation later, and I don't want to go either, but what'll happen to them if we don't go?
What?
And you feeling okay all at the same time. Oh my gosh.
Very complex expressions!
We walked to the hatch and looked in. They were all strapped in and ready to go somewhere. Again.
There wasn't just the fact that I was tired. What? There wasn't just the fact that I was tired telling me that we shouldn't go on another trip. There was something weird going on. Something different. Evidently, magic existed. You already know this, but now I could use it. You already know this! Could I use it intentionally? You are aware of
I
this.
will punch you.
And what was all this evil one and chosen one and moldy fart ruled the world stuff? I needed answers to questions like, what was the land of dimensions? I wanted answers, and I intended to find them. I had an idea of how to do so as well. I had some reading to do in the blue book. Sometime.
I heard a car door open and I looked back out the hatch to find the Jaspers, Alexa, and my grandparents coming up the driveway. Evidently, my mom had already told my grandparents what my dad had done
That's
because
so
they immediately
long ago,
ran to
I
the
don't even
backyard,
remember
followed
or
by my
care.
friends.
You didn't think you could really force us to take turns, did you? Alexa yelled.
Dave, you get out here now! My grandma yelled.
Mom, Dad, thank goodness you're here, Mom yelled, running from the house with younger Ashley to the machine where my grandparents were standing. Alexa and the Jasper kid, I don't care about this at all, forced their way into the machine, and everyone began yelling at each other indistinctly, arguing about who should have the next ride, giving evidence as to why Dave should be condemned, or otherwise just fiddling with a control panel carelessly in Alexa's case. Older Ashley left the house to go try to restore order in the machine, while in truth just adding to the mayhem. Eventually, the about 15 people squabbling with each other ended up crammed into the machine, jostling one another and yelling. Dad was pretending to pay attention to Grandpa's rebukes, but I saw his hand moving towards the lever. I instinctively moved away. I was not ready for another adventure like what had just happened. How did I fix the lever?
I don't know.
If I took my mind off of what had just happened, it would feel wrong, like a distraction I shouldn't have. But then I looked around and thought of how I would feel if one of my friends or family got hurt or killed. I sighed and surreptitiously closed the hatch with everyone inside. Well, I guess someone has to take care of them, I thought. But one thing was sure. Something strange was going on in Oz. Something new was entering my life. Before I knew that when I thought the world had changed, you could do anything. It was only my view of the world had changed, but now the world itself had actually changed. This wasn't just a discovery of time travel. I had witnessed real magic in history, the end of the world in the near future, time travel, the beginning of Rome. Wow, that's a life-changing thing. Impossible realities in another dimension, and being watched by someone or something until I caused the return of some evil guy I didn't know. Just one thing wasn't happening. Several big things were happening. Something more was going on, and I wanted to find out what. I needed answers, and I needed them soon before Moldy Fart found a way to kill me in my world, take the stones and open the portal, and probably do something bad like destroy the world. But where could I get answers? A single thought remained in my brain. The book. I still had the book that me number 3 had given me. According to me number 3, it held answers. I needed to read that book sometime, but apparently not now because that would be too convenient. I needed to understand all this. Our entire world could depend on it. Moldifart was right. This wasn't nearly over. In fact, this was probably just the beginning. Yes. 300 pages in. This is the beginning. It's the end and it's the beginning. Minecraft is quaking. And I had a hunch I was lucky to have gone on those adventures that didn't involve Moldy Fart before I met him. Sure, those would probably serve as good training in preparation for what was to come. Every lesson I knew would come in handy when I hunted down Moldy Fart, or when he hunted me down and I had to defend myself. This was going to be rough. I had a lot to do ahead of me, but right now I had to hold on. Dad pulled the lever. Whoosh.
What the frick are these final notes?
I don't know. Oh no. For those of you who must know, we went to Jerusalem during the Roman attack upon it. I don't care, but we ended up going backwards and forwards in time a little way through it. At one point we ended up in Pompeii. We already did that during the series eruption. Greek mythology came alive, and we had yet another adventure with more people to keep track of, not to mention nearly getting killed by the senators who wanted to assassinate Julius Caesar a little later. At another point, I nearly drowned in a river because of my stupid backpack, which was filled with book, water bottles, and blah, blah, blah. I don't care. We just don't care. Stop. What is all this summary? That whole adventure will be partially explained later, but at the moment it's mostly unimportant and will just distract you from what just happened on my last adventure, which is of main importance. This is irrelevant. Stop. I also realize that you are probably utterly and completely confused. Yes. Yes, we are. I would be surprised if you weren't. You probably are on the verge of throwing down this book in frustration and giving up on the whole series.
This computer.
Please. But have patience. No!
I refuse.
No, we have sat through 301 pages now of this utter garbage. Please we're done. We're done waiting for the point. Anyway, I would be surprised if you weren't. You're probably on the verge of that, but have patience. The next book reveals many things. Oh boy, can't wait. One of the adventures in the machine... What? Once the adventures in the machine lessened, which actually happened right after the Greek/Roman adventure, the machine... Oh well, that would be giving away the next book. On another tangent, to explain some of the seeming inconsistencies with the legends surrounding King Arthur's story and what happened, I would like to mention something. Is this filling in a plot hole afterward?
Just read it, rapid fire, go.
After Camelot crashed into the ground, the apprentice summoned the king's sword from the ground where it had been buried in dark earth with magic. He gave the sword back to the king, who successfully began a new kingdom with his people, calling the new castle Camelot as well. But Merlin and Morgan were not done making appearances in his life. Apparently, when Merlin at first tried to take the receipt from Morgan, before we arrived, they ended up traveling through time to Arthur's new Camelot. Merlin helped him for a while. Morgan made mischief, stole the sheath and threw it in a lake, etc. Then they got back, and Merlin was forced to retreat the old Camelot. So anyway, the adventures finally ended after the Greek/Roman Road, and everyone was so exhausted that we all went home and promised not to speak of the machine. I told nobody of what had happened to me on this crazy trip of doom. I was almost too tired to go to school the next morning, but I managed, and over the next few months I went on no more trips in the machine. My life returned to normal, almost, and that's where the second book picks up. Excerpt from Book 2, The Final War.
Be fast,
Okay. So this is an excerpt from the second book, which I never finished reading, or never finished writing, thankfully, but I started. And this is well, how the second book starts, I think. What are you doing?
I'm looking.
Do you hate me?
I hate this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I hate 13-year-old you.
I hate myself too. It's okay.
I see at the end, why is there a final note? Can you kick younger you?
Can I kick him?
He's gonna add a sources page
just
because he's a dumb kid who's scared his English teacher will find his draft and the lay citation page.
Oh no.
Seeming inconsistencies. You thought I was being inconsistent, but you were wrong. And here's my 5-paragraph essay on what you will never invest me in intellectual combat. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Oh, the 7 pages of prelogue for the next book. It never ends. You don't have to read that. Yes, we do. This is the
last stretch.
This is the conclusion. We're not gonna read book 2. This is all we get. So this is the ending. We got to wrap it up with a nice little bow, because like there's not really much in book 2. It's just more of this absolute drivel. It's basically these last 5 pages or whatever that we're gonna read. Book 2 is just continuous more of that stupidity, so you'll get the idea from this and then decide you won't want to hear anymore, I'm sure. So.
Okay, we're gonna go fast. I laid in bed feeling that something was wrong, though it had been almost 6 months since Mordlefart's promised to get revenge on me. I was still jumpy, constantly looking over my shoulder, sometimes mistaking cars for people following us, sleeping with my clothes on and jumping at it. Oh, you actually have a shirt on this time. And jumping at a noise or movement I heard as I tried to sleep, rarely succeeding in actually falling asleep before midnight. Oh, midnight. Well, that would be nice to be asleep, wouldn't it? And even as I slept, I remained midnight 04. I remained tense, ready for a fight. I was always waiting for Moldyfart's revenge. It was this readiness that saved my life 5 months after his escape.
I heard a small thump and a metallic click from somewhere in the house. I did what I do every time I hear a noise or saw. Every time I heard a noise or saw something in the night. Drew my sword that appeared in my hand every time I needed it. Flew out of bed, whipped on my shoes, and silently waited in the hall, listening. Ekapati sleepily opened his eyes. He noticed me, rolled his eyes, and curled back up on my backpack. It was a Monday, and I had already packed up my school books for the beginning of another week of high school. Most of my friends and I still went to the same school, but a few, such as Erica or Nick, were homeschooled. The way I had been before. This is irrelevant. Get to the point. There's something attacking you or something. I had not really seen Nick in over a year. Who cares? Shared similar interests, etc. Making laugh. Don't care. Come to think of it, haven't seen Erica, the one I begun to like. So don't care. Suddenly, the back door's knob rattled a little, then popped and turned, causing Ekapati to give merit to my leap for once. Ekapati climbed onto my shoulder as the door silently opened. I wouldn't have been as scared as I was if I hadn't fought Moldifart and seen some of his powers. 2 dark figures entered the house. I was pretty sure it wasn't robbers, in which case it would have been almost fun to sneak up on them and scare them, then hold them off at sword point until police arrived. Are you bulletproof, though? Making smart remarks and maybe giving them a tour of the house? What kind of moron am I?
Someone was behind me. I whirled, looked, and stabbed the whatever it was with my sword. It was black cloaked, with only an ugly beak sticking out of the hood. It fell to the ground without a sound, dead. Mom wouldn't be too thrilled to find a dead evil book character lying on her carpet in the morning.
Huh?
The body suddenly dissolved into dust, which vanished. What did that mean? Could the evil book characters not be defeated, merely dissolving and reforming?
Why?
I thought the bad guy book characters were part of Moldy Fart now, after he had used that magic in the chair in the Land of Dimensions. Unless he could summon an army of them and still have their power simultaneously. I
that's
looked back
interesting.
at the two downstairs. They had pea-sized red light things in their hands, which they threw in the air and scattered around the room. Some of the lights zoomed around in mid-air, one infiltrating every room of the house, flying through the air like little laser pointers, while the majority of them merged into a baseball-sized one, which floated into the center of the room. A little laser pointer light flew past me, and I ducked voluntarily, trying to use magic to destroy it, but my birthmark wasn't hot, and nothing happened whatsoever besides the light continued upon its course, flying into my room. Evidently, I'm only able to do magic when I'm acting on instinct, I thought, except for the one thing in the chamber where I used this sword to slow my fall. I heard the intruders whispering, and I strained to hear.
And I want you to stay here to make sure every bomb detonates at 6. Keep the house surrounded. Make sure Evan is dead at the end of it, then bring me his body. I will destroy and rebuild the world's...
Oh wait, this is Moldy Fart, isn't it?
I will destroy and rebuild the world's my way, starting with his stinking body in 3 days.
One of them ordered, chuckling evilly and walking out the door. I thought I recognized Moldy Fart's voice, only more evil than it previously had been.
The light things were bombs going to blow at 6 a.m. My watch told me that it was 5:55. I
Wow.
ran quietly to younger Ashley's room, woke her up gently, told her everything was fine, that the red light on her ceiling was just a night light. You had to go to Mom and Dad's room to see your favorite TV show. This took nearly a minute, and she just rolled over. I grabbed her and took her to our parents' room. I then went to retrieve older Ashley from her room. Once done, we assembled in Mom and Dad's room. I felt Akpati crawl into my pocket as I arrived by my parents' bed.
Mom, Dad, wake up, I whispered urgently, shaking them hard. They did, but not fast enough for younger Ashley. He was about to scream for them to wake up, which would have alerted the bad guys to the fact that we were awake, when I slapped my hand over her mouth.
Dad mumbled.
Mom asked.
Ew, younger Ashley said, pushing my hand away. Keep your sweaty hands off my face! Older Ashley then took over the job of keeping her quiet.
No time to explain. Mom and Dad, our house is going to explode. We're surrounded by bad guys, and we have little more than a minute to get away. I noticed one of the red bombs, which evidently had not found a suitable mounting point, darting around the floor with our cat's hot on its tail. Oh no, our cats are gonna die. They ran into the bathroom, and the next thing I knew, boom! Mom and Dad's room was now a smoking porch with 3 walls and a roof.
Evan, what did you do? Dad hissed. I'm
I
fully
think we
awake.
blew up the cats.
I pulled them out of bed. I'm not even going to comment on that you just killed our cats. But whatever.
I killed the cats, I'm sorry. Follow me, I told my family quietly. For some reason, after an explosion has racked the house, running to where the bathroom had been. They stood beside their bed, frozen with shock, as a winged humanoid enemy with yellow skin and bug eyes flew out of the dust and debris, shooting madly with a laser gun. Excuse me? Okay. Feeling my birthmark grow hot, I used my newfound magic powers, or whatever they were, to blast him backwards and clear the cloud of dust. 50 more of the newly revealed monsters came towards us, 1,000 bullets whizzing through the air per second. I put up a force field wall just in time, and the bullets bounced off it harmlessly. I threw the wall at them, wrapping it around them so that they were trapped in a floating, unbreakable snow globe. I made it get smaller and squashed them to a 10-foot sphere, which I swung around, smashing some of the other bad guys that had surrounded our house, then smashed it into the ground, creating a landslide that tumbled down our hill. Gunfire and explosions and magic spells quickly stripped our house of its walls, reducing it to shambles in an instant. A hole opened up in the ground an inch from Ashley, and I put a force field around our family with an involuntary wave of my hand. So far, I had still never intentionally used magic. I figured it was now was a good time to try. As another enemy tried to climb down through the hole, tried to climb through the hole in the floor, I pointed my hand at him while my birthmark burned, which I barely noticed anymore, and a blast of crimson magic flew from my hand, passed through my protective shield, and struck the enemy, knocking him out. I smiled. Now that was cool.
Cool, we're in a big bowling ball, younger Ashley shouted, running inside the sphere
Why
and
would you
making
do that?
it roll.
No, stop.
Older Ashley tried to stop her, but it was too late.
No, Ashley, watch out for that hole in the floor! I warned just before we fell through it. We landed on top of our minivan, which resided in our decimated garage. The van was already riddled with bullet holes, and I noticed several puddles from leaks in the engine. "Hop in, guys," I called, more voluntarily trying to enlarge the force field to cover the car. But glorious purpose. My birthmark's heat always accompanied my magic, so I began to just ignore it, thinking it a part of using magic. The field encompassed the car as we hopped in, and I shrunk the field to as small as I could make it because I was pretty tired, and the bigger the field, the more energy it took to maintain. My watch beeped, signaling that the time was 6 o'clock. Boom! In a huge fiery explosion, our house disappeared in a red clay-tinted cloud of destruction, while our little force field was propelled like a missile high into the air, far away from the bad guys. Our car flew for almost a full minute in its little bubble of safety as it streaked across the sky. Younger Ashley looked out the window happily while Dad screamed. Older Ashley was scared stiff. As we began to descend, I tried consciously to slow us down with magic. I had limited success, and the more I tried, the more I tired. Darn it, I thought. A second before we landed, I voluntarily used all of my remaining energy to slow our car down before impact. Too late.
What?
Irrelevant. Unnecessary.
Why? Why did you find every possible weird...
Alexa Hurtson.
Where? Oh my gosh.
Hurtson.
Hurtson.
Justin, the tour guide. Where's Quiche?
Quiche.
I want to find Quiche.
Quiche.
Quiche! A random servant. Oh
my
god. Gurdjab?
Gurdjab.
I really did mark every random character. What the heck? Why are they here? Oh.
Note for only people that know the author. Just for the people that know the author and realize that the main character is based off his own personality, as as many of the other characters are slightly based off people the author knows. The author would like to make sure that everyone knows these characters are almost entirely fictional! And any views of the characters have about each other is completely made. It has absolutely nothing to do with the way anyone in the real world feels about each other. That was a lie.
I'm sure you know what that's about.
Oh my gosh, that was terrible.
Oh, and that is the end of the Super EJ saga. Or at least the end of the Trouble with Time Travels.
That took all of my mental strength to get through this last like 25 pages.
I'm so sorry that this
I
book
think I died
exists.
inside. Let's see everything we missed.
The worst novel I have ever read. Not even joking.
Yeah, same.
So, book 2 and 3 were just gonna be even more like the last part I read or that I wrote for the second book was just like, oh no, Moldy Fart stole the time machine, now I'm getting chased across the earth as he's trying to chase me down and kill me, and etc, bad things, and the other friends get involved again and develop magic powers, and we're like supposed to go to another planet or something. It's stupid, it doesn't matter, and just they think we're terrorists because things are exploding around us. Anyway, it's relevant, it's stupid, we're not even going to bother reading that. It's just more badness. But, what did you think of this book? On a scale of -1000 to 10, what did you think?
Says it was a hard and long journey. We did it, boys.
We made it.
The cringy fanfics with EJ and his delusional fantasies. Trudged through shirtless peck pop. I hate that sound, but never say that last phrase again. Let us clink our juice boxes and eat our celebratory nibbles. Clinks empty ice cream sandwich wrapper. EJ deduced to the end of the page like a rabbit. Deduced.
Smiling at his use of a simile.
Eating his peanut butter. Being awful. Second book, EJ hides a body.
Oh my god.
You can smell the end. I sniff like noses do.
Yeah.
The cats, Ethan.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill the cats.
And Penguin went to bed. I assume she's already in bed.
Darn,
Good night.
Murdy Fart. Murdy Fart?
He's literally Harry Potter, but birthmark instead of scar. My goodness.
Yeah, pretty much, exactly. I everything I had in this entire thing, all of the creativity was robbed from somewhere else.
And a loser instead of a normal protagonist. Character index, why?
I don't know.
The font, please. The main character, just like EJ, just more stupid, slightly. That's entirely fictional.
Incredible, amazing. I hated it.
Oh my gosh.
Well, thank you all so much for suffering through this journey with us. It was I mean, I kind of had fun.
I mean, it was fun. It's just usually when we get around this time at night, I just
It's
start
really tired.
hating every aspect of my life and want to die.
Like,
So, but I'm so glad that it's over now and we don't have to suffer anymore.
yeah, I'm gonna do the ceremonial X clickage.
Wow.
I'm clicking the X.
It's gone, guys.
It is done. It is over with.
I feel like Evan
Feels
was meant
good.
to juggle Superman and every man at the same time, and it just crashed and died.
Oh yeah, it's just so bad.
He really used anything even remotely cool from any fiction and put it together into one cobbled together amalgamation of all his childhood creativity and influences.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Honestly, I wanted to be cool. I wanted to live up to my legends, and it didn't really work out so well.
I'm still sort of
there's
impressed.
probably a
It was
lesson to
by an
learn here,
11-year-old
but-
in that length, but then I read it and say, oh wait, no, that's definitely an 11-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, I put an admirable amount of effort and dedication into it, but the end product still does not live up to decency.
I feel like my Warrior Cat fanfictions that I wrote when I was like 14 was probably better than that.
I mean, you were 14, so maybe who knows?
14, one more year.
One more year, and well, a smaller scope instead of literally adding in universe-defining levels of power
I kept
for
it
no
simple
reason.
with just interpersonal conflict between cats.
Yeah.
That was my thing.
I mean, there's not really much you can do to go wrong. I mean, maybe you can make it an unsatisfying story, but at least it can't be that bad.
That's true.
It can't be that, like, brain-meltingly confusing to describe, and... honestly, a big part of why it was so utterly confusing was just the immense... Like, I was trying to explain things, but I couldn't find a good way to describe what was happening, so I just kind of put things and objects and stuff and like not enough detail to properly describe what I was saying, not creative ways to describe what I was saying. Every time there was any description of what was happening, it was clumsy and terrible, so it was hard to keep track of anything that was happening.
Seb says, it's definitely impressive. Doesn't mean I don't want to kick 13-year-old EJ.
We all do now, because we all had to suffer through this. But I'm glad that we got to enjoy it this way, because if I had actually proceeded and tried to get it published as a 13-year-old, it never would have gone anywhere, and I would have just been disappointed and sad or whatever. But since we never did anything with it, and I never looked at it for another decade, now we got to make fun of it this way. This is probably the only way anyone could ever enjoy it, by making fun of it and ripping it to shreds. So... yeah.
Seb says, I feel like Foot Rack was better than
I'm
this.
glad that we have all these new inside jokes that came from it.
Foot
though.
Rack! I love Foot Rack. That's my favorite thing.
I mean, that's not from this. That's,
But he mentioned it during
Yeah,
this, and that
fair
makes me
enough.
laugh so much.
It
I
is
love
very
Foot
funny.
Rack.
he explained things like an 11-year-old trying to be Tolkien.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so.
Foot Rack.
I kind of want to try to write something better now. Maybe we can even do it on stream, like have the stream help us write something better and smaller scale, more decent.
I would be okay with the stream like coming up with a plot for something. I don't think that I could actually write scenes on stream. That would stress me out.
It would be hard.
But
to
if people came up
create
with
the
like
actual sentence
characters in the plot, I would love to. Because you know I'm bad at coming up with things completely from scratch. That's why
Yeah.
I've always been better at like writing fan fictions and stuff because there's some established universe. Because I'm good at.
Well, now we
writing.
have the EJ cinematic universe, so we can just play some other side character who like happens to be here as he's watching the Earth end, and he's
Bust.
like, "Excuse me." Bust is the character you want.
Foot Rack was a character in my short story when I was in 4th grade, but when my mom read the story, I could feel her being kind of disappointed in that name. So I changed his name to Foo Track. It wasn't spelled different, but she asked how it was pronounced, and I couldn't get myself to tell her. His name was actually Foot Rack.
Oh no!
Rav says, I actually laughed at that. I'm sorry, Foot Rack or really, Seb? Oh my gosh, Rav, you should have been there the first time he told that to me on stream. I was laughing for like 5 minutes at Foot Rack. It was so funny to me.
Your mom was trying to like it, I bet.
Foot Rack? Are you sure? Oh, it's so funny.
Oh, children. They are what they are.
Oh, it's so funny.
Were there any moments of actual value in this story?
No.
That was a quick response.
I mean, because there's no character development, there's no actual
none.
plot.
No,
There's
not really.
nothing.
It
at
goes
all.
from absolutely no plot to universe-ending levels of threat immediately.
Avengers level threat.
There's no like, okay, we have, you know, some kids doing some, you know, accidentally lighting cars on fire, shenanigans or whatever, and saving the school, then saving the town, then saving the world, then saving the universe. It goes straight from we're goofing around and doing nothing with any value to suddenly the entire everything, the fabric of reality is at stake. Oh, okay! What?
Rev says,
Pacing
I'm
is-
literally in tears. Shoe rack. I like foot rack better. I was literally crying too the first time I heard it. I don't know why it's so funny, but Seb, that just has the power to make anyone just laugh for 500 years. Foot rack is so funny. I don't know why.
You just really like feet. You like
I
laughing at
hate feet, but
No,
foot
but
rack is so
You laugh
funny.
at foot. You laugh at foot rack.
You laugh at people calling people toes.
I don't know why it's so funny to me.
Because it's funny.
Foot rack. I felt like 3 times more dumb because not only did I just name my character Foot Rack, but I thought it was a real word. That's so funny. Foot rack. Just picturing a rack of feet. Oh my
When you're not
gosh.
using your feeties, put them there. Hang them up.
Foot rack.
I think we're losing our minds. By the way, did the stream work for most of it after this, or after I rebooted the router?
I think so.
Yay, that's cool.
Next stream,
Foster
you read
says-
Michaela's stories. Well, I don't have that many of them because I would
Do
always
you have
like.
any?
I have like a couple like short pages of fan fictions from like I don't know 2016 or something. So like not even that long ago, which is a little awkward. But I just have like bits and pieces. I don't have anything substantial except for that freaking Maze Runner thing that 87,000 words that I just never looked at again because I just couldn't.
This is recent though.
I would never want to look at that ever. I want to die.
Die. Ah, my back. I realized if we're looking for more things to do for next time, there is another story I started to write
Lord.
when I was 16, though. So
Okay.
it's a little better. Of course, it was in my edgy stage.
Oh no.
It's also bad in a different way, but I remember it and I know that it's bad. Like I do have I think the story had potential, and I think if it was rewritten a bit, it could still be good, and I kind of want to at some point. So part of me doesn't want to show it off yet, but at the same time, you know, if we're looking at old things and making fun of them, we could look at that too. Let me plug
How
back
many
in my
words
cord.
is it?
I think I only made it through a couple of chapters before it really went off the rails, and I needed to edit it and change it, so I stopped working on it. But I made it through like a couple of chapters before, you know, it got destroyed, or before I stopped working on it. But I never put any it's not 300 pages long. It's not even 100. I think it's like maybe 30 of what I actually had, and then there's a bunch of notes. After, what are you doing?
I'm looking at the tap.
Oh, I thought you were looking at my, leaning on my shoulder, but not actually leaning, and I was confused.
So it says McKay went from depressed and wanting to die to foot wreck. Haha. That's
Foot wreck,
the
haha.
power that strange humor has over me.
I click.
Uh,
Okay, we can see again. This is the trouble with time travel folder. Oh yes, we do not need where we left off in reading or that anymore. Goodbye.
All Hail the Duck says, looking at old things and making fun of them, looks in mirror. Ha, me.
I can't believe how much I was putting effort into this romance. I don't know what that's about.
Ooh.
Probably about how bad it was. It's probably my disclaimer on how romance is the worst and I hate it or something. Okay, here it is. Somewhere in here. Wait, oh, by the way, hold on. Was there that picture?
Picture.
Aha! The freaking the branches of magic.
What? Oh, what is that
That's-
little spork?
I don't know. It's the worst thing ever. There's like 5 elements of magic use, but then there's also the one that's out there that Moldy Fart uses because he's the worst. Oh no, he uses death magic. Thanks, Wizard 101, for inspiring my magic system. Yeah, it's just the worst. Everything's the worst, and I hate it all. Good stuff. That's not what I was trying to show you. So in my stories thing, I have all kinds of stuff. This isn't all the writings I have. This is just stuff that's really, really old. I think this is it. Broken. Yeah, it's so needlessly edgy and strange.
Boy.
That's when I was like starting to get depressed. So like I was. It's like needlessly edgy.
Rap says that looks an awful lot like a pentagram, and I don't think that's the intent here.
Yeah, it is not. I was trying to figure out a way to make a cool symbol, but I had no inspiration, so I tried my best, and that's what I came up with.
Accidentally a Satanist.
Whoopsie doopsie. So this is the other thing that we could maybe. Why is it called The Quest when it's named Broken? Whatever. I think it's been edited. Not really edited, but like the idea for it has changed a couple times. So what?
The page number is rapidly going up.
It is.
Oh my gosh, it's not stopping.
Why? Well, keep in mind, a lot of it is just broken up notes and stuff.
Broken.
Because what we just were looking at, that document was the final version, final. It was the finished version. Every bit of it was supposed to be ready for publishing. This has got like huge chunks of I wrote a scene, and then I have a big space, and then another scene, and it's like gonna connect at some point, so I need to finish writing that part in between, and it's like big mess, and oh, here's some notes about something completely different and other characters, etc., etc. So this is just kind of all of the notes haphazardly thrown into a big soup, and there's like an actual finished part only for a few pages, and then it moves on to chaos. So we could probably get, maybe 30 pages in here. If it's relevant. I tend to do these, I've noticed, that aren't relevant, so you could really skip this, and this is just backstory stuff, and you could start the story here, and it would be a better starting point, but whatever. Maybe we can look at that another point. But yeah, fun stuff. Just Cam.
Seb says, I didn't write stories when I was a kid. I drew maps and made really funny names for the different locations, like Fallen Ghost Flat Cliff. Seb, I don't know how everything you say is so funny to me.
Because he's a funny man. He's a funny guy.
That makes me laugh.
He's giving Shroomy a run for his
He
money.
says,
He's a funny
EJ
guy.
goes from terrible, undying everyman superhero to edgy half vampire, half werewolf man in castle and
No.
only heals himself from the blood of others.
No. It's not that. I mean, it's edgy. Okay, so basically what this next story is about, if we ever want to read it, which I guess I'm telling you about it, so we probably will at some point. This other story is just like this guy who's like super. He's not really. I mean, I guess he is depressed, but this is before I learned what depression is or whatever. So he's just kind of like down on his luck guy, an orphan. Both of his parents got killed right in front of him by like this troll or something. It's a medieval fantasy world, by the way, and he's like kind of the outcast of the town, and he doesn't know what he's doing with his life, and there's barely enough food for anyone to survive in this town, and he's like trying to survive. And then to top it all off, there's like this weird Hunger Games-esque thing where like there needs to be a tribute sacrifice to the dragon that rules these lands every year or something. So someone gets chosen, like all their names are put in a pot, and someone's name gets chosen, and the name that gets chosen is some. I forget if this is the. I guess in this original version that hasn't really been edited to the new ideas I had that were better, this version has like this random girl show up that he kind of gets a crush on, and then that girl gets chosen. He's like, oh no, I gotta stop this, bad things happen. So the girl gets like taken to go be a sacrifice for the dragon or something. So he leaves the town and
things are supposed to happen after that, but I never got that far. So yeah, it's a interesting world though, and yeah, thinking back on it, I don't think I wrote anything really decent for this part, but it's a very different vibe of story, and I think it's slightly better, maybe.
Seb says, younger me thought that was the funniest thing. Rav says, because it is the funniest thing. I was like, ha ha ha, Fallen goes black. Duck says, I must have a location in my story in honor of Fallen Ghost Black Mountain.
Do it.
Hey, do you want to have a picnic together sometime? Oh, sure, where? Fallen Ghost Black Cliffs. Maybe not.
You can either be at the bottom, where you're unlikely to have things falling go splat onto your mat, or you'll go at the top. And...
Seb says medieval, outcast, half vampire, half werewolf man
No,
who lives
no,
in a castle and only heals from the blood of others.
No, there's no... I mean, the only thing that makes him, like, magical or special in any way is the fact that he's literally messed up and can't use magic. Like, a lot of other people have the potential to use magic, and, like, even if they're not trained to use it, they like, at least have the option to learn magic. This guy is so needlessly boring and stupid that his superpower is he can't do magic, and magic just doesn't do anything with it. Kind of like the sulfur thing in this story. He's made of sulfur or something, that if you want to apply that logic here. He is a hole in magic. Magic just doesn't work with him. He can't ever try it. He tries really hard at one point to try to become like a super cool hero man and learn magic, but he can't because he stinks and he's sad. He can't do it.
So he gets bitten by a werewolf and a vampire at the same time. I see.
And then his werewolf and vampire self are fighting with each other.
He's Team Jacob and Team Edward at the same time.
He's Team J-Word. Jacob? I don't know. Anyway,
I'm tired.
We should probably get some sleep at some point. What did you guys think of the story that we read?
Everyone hates it.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know why I even asked. Thank you all for watching. God bless. Hope you all have a good night.
Sam's talking about his comics. The Head. I don't know if I remember The Head. Did I ever see that? The Captain Knuckles sandwich. That one's a classic.
I can't remember The Head. It sounds familiar, like just a disembodied head.
It was trash.
Well, at least we can all roast ourselves.
I think you might have been talking about your story. I don't know, though.
Well, bye guys. Have a good night.
Bye, I'm gonna die now.
And if the first or part of the stream was messed up, maybe I'll post the recorded VOD. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, it's gonna go on my channel eventually, so.
Yeah, McKay will edit things and it'll be good. Oh, my face is covered by things.